Let's get ready to rumble!
You guys ready? This is going to be glorious as we smash these D-gens. That's what's going to happen. Yes, I got the ice hat on. Yes, I got the Orthodox crush on. Yes, I got a D-gen that I have to take the trash out with. As you see in the intro video, I dusted Dusty off. I have to now demonstrate this. Well, I don't have to. I get to demonstrate the destroying of this D-gen. So this is what's happening. Let me keep you guys up to date right now. Sarah right now is stream sniping this debate because she's got to support her man. I kid you not, that's what's happening right now. Sarah, the Raging Potato, is going live stream sniping this debate. I'm about to go in these trenches and destroy the out of Dusty. It's going to happen. We're going to get, God, I feel bad for Dusty. This is going to be a brutalization like no other. And I look forward to this because I will wreck this guy. Oh, this guy is so gay. Uber gay, actually. Matter of fact, let me just play this real quick because Dusty's theme song. Give me 1 second. I'm going to jump in, but I just have to play one tune real quick.
The whole football thing to 317. Though y'all ever thought about experimenting? I mean, they said the leak is wrong. He screenshot it for clout. Now he's telling everybody they're repressed on their route. They're cornering you with Paulie's like, I can read your soul. You keep blasting at my biceps, that's a tell, bro. Nah, Dusty, I'm just trying to see if you're actually real or if you're the 6 Red Bulls in the booth. He don't win appeal. He's got whole receipts in the CVS after Black Friday.
We're gonna go in just a moment.
Just him projecting sideways. Dodging facts, that's the Dusty way. Trying to turn a host per day just to feel a pay. So you gay for me yet? Nah, we still straight as hell. Dusty out here fishing for attention.
I like the lyrics when Dusty says, "Are you gay for me yet?" So crazy.
He's running out of facts. Dusty, why you gotta be like that? Talking trash and dodging facts. He said he's just messing around. With the therapy building piling up in this hometown. One day they'll look in the mirror and finally see the only one he's trying to turn is me. I'm good. Dusty, keep your fan fiction, Dusty's magnum opus. Whole personalities to tease, notice we broses. We ain't switching teams, we're just switching the group. Block new report, Dusty, you're in the loop. Talking and dodging facts. Still waiting on those facts, bro. When he at? Dusty. Dusty, here's some help.
Still waiting on those facts, Dusty. Where they at? Asking, are you gay for me, bro? I'm not gay. All of us are straight, bro. This is so crazy. All right. It's time to get serious. It's time for business now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump into this arena right now. Go ahead and maximize this big screen real quick. All right. Enter the studio. Of course, Dusty would not show up on time. He likes to be casually late, just like his casually gay entourage of Cosmic Fox, 10th Man, and all these other. No, they're literally gay. These guys are literally gay. Yes. And I know there's a bunch of liberals and leftists stream sniping on Sarah's stream right now. That's why I'm wearing this ice hat. So we're going to get ready and destroy these degens. That's the way it's got to be. There's no other way that this has to go down. Got to destroy this guy.
Indeed, you do. How's it going, Mark?
I had a Sarah Potato. Apparently, she's stream sniping right now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I already heard about that. I've already been taking jabs at her. So
yeah, I know. The menopause is strong over there somehow. I guess I don't know what's going on. The menopausal potato strikes again. I don't know. It's just crazy over there.
That's funny. I like your hat, man. That's awesome.
Oh, you mean this thing right there is going to piss off all the liberal shitheads over there on the Sarah stream? Oh, no, I'm so afraid. They're going to be afraid of intolerance of illegal rapists and injustice that we allow to proliferate our border and violate our rights, that we're going to go ahead and clean our country up. Oh, no, I'm so terrified of them. Whatever. It's so crazy.
Dude, I know, man. It's the easiest way to piss people off. Did you see that they released the footage of Alex Pretty, like
kicking the light out and then spitting on the cut? Like, it's crazy, this guy. And then did you see how they prettied up the picture, made him more handsome? Yeah. Like, I'm just like, this is just insane. Anyways, so apparently Sarah is going to say that you're going to be an unfair, biased moderator. And she says as soon as you're biased, she's going to give you hell and all her followers are going to get. That's what I hear, the word on the street. But here's the thing, though. I'll be honest with you, as a biased party, because apparently I'm biased. Obviously, Dusty's biased because he's my opposition. I'm going to tell you as a biased person that you are unbiased. You don't go do research in the middle of debates and say, hey, let me help the opposition out during a fucking debate. I've never seen you once do this.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, no, I'm a fair mod. I keep my biases out of it. You know, you guys are just participants to me, and I'm just here to make sure you guys have a good discussion. I was saying that earlier. I was saying that she's going to be really confused watching this, because she's going to be like, wait, how come Vic isn't fact checking, Dusty's sources in the middle of the debate? How come he's not stepping in and giving his opinions, trying to help out Marte? She's going to be really confused by that. You know, because she's like, wait a minute. Yeah, isn't Vic a mod? What is he doing?
Cool, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, she's going to be really surprised. She's like, wait a minute, what? He's not just chiming in with his opinions randomly? What is this?
He's not going to do fact-finding research for one person and not the other? Oh, shit. So horrible.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, she's not able to grasp that concept. So this will be hope she takes notes.
Well, she wasn't a mod during that debate. She was a host. So that she was hosting it, but a host interrupts all the time. They'll like, if they were over talking each other, I can understand that. But what she did was went on a fact-finding investigation in lieu of this debate happening. Like, I've never seen a moderator do this and say, hold on, let me fact check their stuff. I mean, I've seen them do that, but at least they're egalitarian to some degree. They would have did that for page 2, but that never happened right on the other side. We've never seen that.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Then she tried to say, oh, well, Kells were all peer-reviewed, blah, blah, blah. Kel didn't even know what peer-reviewed was. She actually had no clue.
She did, because her teammate helped her to understand what that was in that debate. That's what happened.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, the host helped her in real time to understand what fact-checking was. I mean, peer review was.
All right, I got a video for an opening statement. I just sent it to you. It should be in the back thing. So of course I like doing facts stats and everything else. It should be coming to you pretty soon. It should be a video file.
Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I see. It's right here. I haven't watched it. No, not yet.
Okay. No, I mean, did you see it appear like the image?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's right here.
So I did come out with 2 premieres. There's the Dusty Dodging Facts, which there may be a rock remix to it. And then also one about the trio. What was it? The Clout Zombies. I came out with that one.
I saw that one. Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, it's funny. Crazy. But here's the thing though. I never attack Sarah. I never attack her. Right. But then she was recorded on a stream saying Marte could just suck it, eat a dick. And I'm just like, what? What did I ever like third party saying that on your stream? You're reviewing it. And she said that. I was like, hold on. She's not attacking me directly. She's like saying, well, that guy can't like third party because she can't attack me directly because I'm going to go in if she ever does this. But Dusty has been trying to ask for my attention the whole time. He's been pleading, hey, are you gay for me yet? Like I said in the song, and doing all this. And I'm like, no, we're all straight over here, bro. And it's like, this is what he does. He posted 2 shorts on me on his page today and doing all this. I'm just like, why are you trying to get my attention so bad? And then, so that's not even it. He's posting shirtless photos and videos of me. Like what? I don't do that. Like he's literally doing that. I'm not kidding. And then he's in a chat with Tethman talking about how Andrew Wilson is gay. And I'm just like, you're kind of outing your curiosity by delving so much into the subject about where other people's men's sexual orientation lies. To me, I'm just like, that's super, super sus.
Yeah, I know, man. It's so weird. Like, you know, they so desperately want you to be gay, Andrew to be gay. Like, they just want all us to be gay. It's like, why do you guys want us to be gay so badly? Like, what is this? And even calling like your thumbnails where you're posing in your bodybuilding content, he called those thirst traps. And I was like, well, maybe for you, Dusty, that's
yeah, maybe trap. For him. Like, yeah. And then here's the thing, though, the whole Predator movie would be a thirst trap for him. Like that whole movie is probably sticky. The VHS is probably sticky. He probably can't even still put it like it's just saying it.
I know, right? Yeah, it's all sticky. Doesn't even play anymore. It's just so warped.
Yeah, it's all warped. Doesn't it's sticky? He's like, I don't know. I gotta get another VHS, man.
It's like Dusty. At least upgrade to DVDs. You know?
He won't do that because, according to him, and the way that he likes to do his his montages on his page, he likes hard copies. That's the way he functions, and that's the way his generation functions, because he hasn't caught up now. So some of the clips that he does put up look unfinished. They're just photos of me shirtless and videos of me shirtless back in the day, like 15 years ago. And he's reliving my past and my youth, which makes me think, okay, so you like him young, Dusty? Is that what you're telling me? You're going back in my proverbial time machine in my videos to search back in the crates to see a young Marte without like shirts on, which is crazy, which means like, are you going to be one of these people, a part of the priesthood in Catholicism now? Like, are you converting to? Like, I don't know what he's doing here. It just boggles my mind.
Yeah, I don't know either. Just imagine his folder on his desktop. It's just, what is this? Just Marte pictures or something?
Yeah, like, Marte pictures. And then Tethman approves, of course. Pictures. And then Cosmic Fox also has admin access to that folder as well, too. So it's like the Ambiguously Gay duo is it's a trio, actually, not even a duo anymore. Remember Saturday Night Live? Like, that's them over there.
Oh, yeah. Ambiguously Gay duo. Yeah, the trio. Yeah, exactly. Dusty said some of my chats tell me that say Dusty's waiting. I sent him the link on X. It should be there. All he has to do is click on it.
Dusty does wear a Pope hat because he's like, well, they do sleep with little boys. I might as well find a way in. And I'm just like, bro, no, that's not how you do it, Dusty. Matter of fact, how about you just not look at minors or young men anymore shirtless? Like if that's your orientation, you can come out because you're already hanging with Tethman, Cosmic Fox, and all them. I mean, you are the people that you hang around with. If you hang out with 2 people like that, you're going to be the third. So guess what? I don't know. Just my summation of events and the way that I see, you are the sum of the people that you hang out with. So I don't hang out with GHEYs. I don't do that. He does.
Yeah, no, exactly. And then, he wants everyone else to be gay. So let's see. Yeah, we're just waiting on Dusty. I sent him the link on X, so all he has to do is just go and click it, and we'll be ready to go.
They'll be stream
We'll be ready
sniping
to
through
go.
Dusty. So as soon as Dusty gets on, we have the eyes of the panelverse, the analverse, because Tetman is like the lord of the analverse. He's one of the head lords of the analverse.
What's going on?
Hey, how's it going, Dusty?
What's up, Krusty?
Hey, how's it going, Dusty?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Doing pretty good. Just chilling, hanging out.
Good.
You know, we're just waiting for you, you know, so now that you're here, we're ready to go. So let's see. Tonight is, should physical fitness be nationally mandated? Marte is going to be on the affirmative. Dusty is on the negative. You guys will have opening statements, about 7-minute opening statements, followed by the 1-hour debates, and then about like a 5-minute closer, and then a Q&A. So, so yeah, make sure you guys get those super chats in. We'll be asking those questions. If you guys got anything to say to either Marte or Dusty, make sure you send those super chats in. So, without further ado, Marte, since you're on the affirmative, we'll let you go first. So
Yeah,
let me
well-
get the timer ready.
We'll roll out the
And-
video whenever you get a chance to do that. And there'll be
All right,
there'll be a picture. Can you pause it on the picture and then press play again when I tell you?
Okay, sure.
Dusty, it's
All
not
right,
a picture
yeah.
of me without my shirt, by the way. Okay,
leaving.
so
I'm
Donald
outta here.
Trump, the ultimate 4D chess master of reverse psychology, single-handedly launched America's biggest involuntary cardio program since the invention of the treadmill. Guess what that was, Dusty? He simply existed loudly enough to trigger millions of out-of-shape, fat-ass liberals into spontaneously forming resistance marching clubs nationwide. No gym membership required, no Peloton subscription, zero motivational playlist, unless you count Not My President chants as rhythm. They thought they were owning the libs' new king, but not really. They were just owning their long dormant leg day. Trump didn't tell them to get fit. He made them so furiously they did 10,000 steps a day on their own fat ass dopamine high. Genius level trolling, if you ask me. National obesity crisis. We can basically crack this really quick. So here's the thing, though. We have solutions. I know Dusty right here is going to go the authoritarian route, which doesn't make any sense because we've already nationally instituted a lot of policies already, too. And I'm going to go into this. So along with this, we have PE programs that we've instituted, and I can give you the dates and times on this, fitness regimens that we've instituted since the dawn of time as we can think about this. And then not to mention that, but going into this, here's the other thing too. The President's Council in 1956, via executive order, this arose from studies showing American youth were less fit than European peers. And then we can go on. President fitness tests, late 1950s to 2003, via executive order, once again in 2025. This was a standardized national fitness testing program in public schools, middle schools, and high schools involving exercise like sit-ups and all that. Matter of fact, I have a military context and everything else for you, but I'm not going to bore you with that. Here's the thing, though, Dusty. Because I already know he's going to be like, oh, I'm a libertarian, my freedom. And Sarah on her channel was raging about personal privacy. Well, fuck Sarah, by the way. And back to this. Why the hell should disciplined tax-paying Americans be your personal ATM for the $173 billion a year obesity apocalypse that you and your lazy-ass friends created? If you scream tyranny at mandatory fitness but stay silent while the rest of us get robbed to pay your triple bypass and insulin, aren't you just a parasitic lease hiding behind my freedom? So you're perfectly fine letting sociopathic corporate ghouls at Nestle, PepsiCo, and Big Pharma literally poison and addict entire generations for quarterly profits, turning kids into lifelong consumers of Ozempic and heart stents. Yet you call for you're going to call for a 20-minute government mandated workout, Orwellian. This is probably what he's going to do, ladies and gentlemen. Explain how being owned by boardroom psychopaths is somehow less authoritarian than telling people to stop walking with their loved ones at night for 30, 20 minutes. Tell me how that's not even then. You call it personal liberty to be 400 pounds, wheezing after tying your shoes and unable to fuck, have sex with your wife, fight or flee in an emergency, then have the gall to lecture us about what you're going to do, what you call freedom. How is willingly turning yourself into a disabled dependent blob any less form of self-imposed slavery than a simple national fitness standard that would actually let you live like a human being instead of a meat sack, a burden? So play the rest of this, Vic, and I'll continue with my montage. It'll play.
An eye-opening new study out of Harvard predicts nearly half of the U.S. population will be obese by 2030, with a quarter of that group expected to be severely obese.
The results show that severe obesity will be more common in women, non-Hispanic Black adults, and in people with annual incomes below $50,000 per year. Western Mass News is digging deeper, speaking with local nutritionists to learn more about prevention.
Research published Thursday in the New England Journal of Medicine indicates in the next 10 years, 29 states will have obesity rates close to 60%. And even the ones with the lowest BMI indexes will be approaching 40%.
Researchers looked at, the past obesity trends, and really what they're seeing is that in 2030, 1 in 2 individuals will be considered obese, and then 1 in 4 individuals will be considered severely obese.
Even more startling, the study indicates severe obesity will be more common among low-income adults, and it's alarming for Big Y registered dietitian Andrea Luttrell, who tells Western Mass News Americans can and should start making small and affordable changes.
Making sure you're having snacks in the middle and you're not overly hungry. Then that's when you tend to overeat and maybe take those more indulgent foods or the fast foods.
Plus, it's free.
So to be active, it doesn't mean you need to sign up for a gym membership. That could be something as simple as dancing every day in your house, not necessarily going to a formal class, or going for walks after you eat with a friend or with your spouse. Doing something that you really enjoy, because you'll be more inclined to keep it going long term.
And make sure you're getting enough sleep.
All right, take that off, Vic, real quick. So Dusty wants America to get curb stomped by China or Russia because half our draft age population can't run a mile without an ambulance. If you oppose fitness mandates, you are straight up cheering for national humiliation, military collapse, and the day we have to beg foreign powers for help because our soldiers are too fat to carry their own gear. It's already hard enough to get soldiers to enlist. We're too out of shape already, like they said in the video. 2030, 60% of our population is going to be morbidly obese. We already dragged kids to school at gunpoint, figuratively, and force every adult to get jabbed so society doesn't implode. We've done that, yet you lose your libertarian mind over requiring adults to do the bare minimum to not bankrupt the country with self-inflicted large diseases. Gee, Dusty, what's your master plan, genius? Print more trillions of ventilators, wheelchairs, and gastric bypasses while screaming, "Don't tread on me, libertarian, me"? You're not a libertarian. You're a walking substitute for big medicine. That's what this is going to boil down to. Deep down, they know the status quo is indefensible. Dusty just prefers the comfort of denial and corporate bootlicking over actual responsibility. And not only this, but I will provide the mandates that we've already had in junction with the mandates that we've had for states in our country with schools, military, and everything else. And it's free. And health subsidies can decrease. We can give incentives and all that. And I'll dive into this, how we can make people pay less on insurance and more if they do this. I'm literally saving the country's ass while Dusty is fighting for, I don't know, us to get curb stomped by these other superpowers because force, in order to have weapons, which he says we have, you need to have gun retention. So in order to retain that, you need to have physical force, but you can't do that out of breath. Anyways, I'd love to hear his argument, and I'm ready to dive into it.
All right. Thank you very much for that opening statement. Let me reset the timer, and then we'll let Dusty do his thing. What the fuck's going on here? Stop watching. All right, Dusty, whenever you're ready.
Okay. You talked you opened and mentioned some school programs, things like that. That's not what we're discussing here. We're discussing a national mandate. That's the prompt. Economics, the economics of it, you said that it cost, remind me how much you said it would cost, or that the heart disease costs.
That's all tied in. We can dive into that right now.
You listed a number.
I'm not answering your question. Right, do your opening statement, bro.
It was 173 billion. But if we look at the costs of oversight and implementing this program, the closest comparable thing I could see was probation. It's sort of like you're putting people on probation, and that costs about $3,300 per year per person on probation. If we multiply the population by the costs of running one person on probation, that's $1,131,255 million. So you are increasing your costs dramatically to implement the oversight that a mandate Mandate would require. This isn't a suggestion, it's a mandate. So it does need oversight. It needs enforcement. Otherwise, you're not promoting any change at all. Right now, I'm not denying that exercise is good and Americans are obese. That is the case. However, they already have the option of exercising. The economic oversight that it would take to implement such a program would be astronomical. Not to mention, that's probably a low estimate. Probation is standardized for everybody. Everybody has the same requirements, the same standards to meet. When you're talking about implementing fitness, we're talking about things that need to be tailored to people's specific health. You and I could probably run more than an old woman. We can lift more, right? So this is going to need to be tailored to the individual person. The expenses from there just balloon astronomically. And that's for a program that people really don't even want. If people wanted to be in shape, they would exercise, but they don't. On top of that, mandates need to be imposed by the government who has a perfectly awful track record of knowing what's healthy for us. Look at the food pyramid. They got it upside down. These are not sound decision-making entities, even if you do believe in authoritarianism and don't care about your personal freedoms. I think the final thing I'd say is that you mentioned that I'd be cheering for China and Russia to win in a war if we're out of shape. When is the last time that you saw two armies lined up like it was Braveheart? We're in the era of drone technology where it's probably a bunch of fat asses sitting on their butt, killing each other just like in video games. So I yield the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you very much, Dusty, for that. So before we begin the hour-long debates, I just want to remind everybody to send in those super chats for the Q&A portion, which is at the end of their closing statements. Also, too, if you send in super chats, I will see them, but I'm not going to be posting them on the screen because I don't want to distract either of the debaters. So just keep that in mind. Let's see. Let me reset the clock. And gentlemen, let's begin.
It's funny how the ex-probation person is rallying against, that it's probation. Of course, you would go to something familiar. But here's the thing. I'll ask you a question, Dusty. What'd you say? $33,000 a year to put somebody on probation? Can I see the numbers on this? What's your source?
The numbers on what? On the finances?
Yeah, I need you to not backpedal and actually back up your claim saying that these are the finances and how this equivalent in how this equates to probation.
Okay. Let me grab that and you grab the source for your expenses.
Yeah.
Are we going to do this with every claim?
No, just your dumbass claim, because the reason why it's stupid, and I'll tell you why, because when you mentioned Braveheart, nobody goes on the field like Braveheart, but in order to enlist people in the military, they need to be able to fulfill certain fitness standards, and we have a low recruitment rate. We won't even have soldiers in the military at the rates we need because there's a decline of fitness standards right now. So if we need a military, we need numbers. And why are we not getting numbers? Because of fitness status, right? And if people are too out of shape to be enlisted, we can't recruit.
Are you reading Grok? Get off of Grok.
Can't recruit.
Off of Grok.
Not even on Grok right now. Stop right now because you're getting slaughtered right now. So right now we can't recruit in the military.
I see you reading shit.
I'm looking off at my wall right now. So anyways, back to this. We can't have a recruitment rate in the military if we can't have anybody that's fit enough to enter. Do you know what the standards of military entry are?
What's that?
Push-ups. There's a certain level of push-ups, running, everything else. You can't be too fat and get in the military. That's not what's going to happen. Can you be obese and get in the military in a list?
Do you think that fitness requirements are going to be more or less important in the future?
More important.
No, they're not going to be. They're going to be less important. We're not fighting kinetic wars.
Demonstrate to me how illness isn't a burden on the medical system right now, and how more comorbidity isn't weighing down other options, and how taxpayers aren't basically shouldering the burden of all this. Can demonstrate how any of this is not happening, Dusty?
Bad health is not a good thing for people.
Waiting on your probation claim. Go ahead, Dusty.
Let me answer the question. The expense difference is astronomical.
No, it's not. I'm still waiting on that.
Allowing people to be fat is way less of a burden than policing.
No, it's not.
Let me respond to you. Chill out.
Go ahead.
Then tailoring a health regimen to each citizen and then overseeing and enforcing it.
Okay, demonstrate that. You
All
can't do that. Okay, fine, but I can demonstrate it.
Well, I'm not using Grok, but I'll find the source that I used
So
earlier.
let me go. I'm going to go because you don't have shit. So anyways, back to this. I actually have solutions on my end. Revenue fund.
No, you don't.
Right? SNAP, WIC, community fitness grants. We can actually get grants. This is free. In the end of this, in the interim, we can help this. And it saves employers for costing people sick days because they're not fat and more prone to illness. You're actually saving employers money because you have people that aren't calling off sick and debilitating illness. So when you have comorbidities and obesity, that's closely related to calling off sick and sick days. So you're saving employers money. Employers would back this, and that's free, Dusty. Where's the financial cost of employers benefiting?
Nothing is free. No, it's not. No mandates are free. Mandates are never free.
No,
I put the source in the back.
Mandates can be free. Yes, they are.
It's from the subsidy. It's from the U.S. courts, uscourts.gov. I put the source back there that talks about the cost per person. It's $3,347, and this is in 2012 dollars. It's probably double that now.
So this is incarceration. This is a false equivalent.
Marte,
this is a false equivalent.
Look at the infographic on the right.
Yeah, this is for the criminal justice system. That's a false equivalent.
I know. Then do you have a better example?
Go ahead and check your bullshit right now. This is why it's bullshit, because you're talking about housing, you're talking about feeding, and you're talking about supervision and having
not on probation. Not on probation. You're not housed on
probation. When you talk about the criminal justice system, there's more oversight. This is a fitness program. This isn't a criminal justice program.
So how would you oversee it?
This is how we do this, and this is what I was getting to. That's free. Where do you go? Oh, I thought you went to the universe again. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So you're back. All right, this is what it is. Insurance offers premium HSA reductions for hitting activity goals, so you can track this.
That's not a mandate.
Employer auto enroll wellness rewards.
None of this is a mandate.
Federal tax incentives. Where's the money for this?
That's not a mandate.
Hold on. Can you tell me
why are you talking about that? That is not a mandate.
You can mandate. Can you tell me if this is a mandate, how that's costing people money?
That is not a mandate, though. Why are we talking about insurance discounts?
If we mandate,
why are we talking about insurance discounts? It is not a mandate.
This is part and parcel with the mandate. Okay, if we have a mandate, we're talking about cost because you brought up your $33,000 probation thing, and I just destroyed that right now. It's bullshit.
No, you didn't. You talked about equivalent. You need to calm down and listen to what I'm saying so you can respond on point.
I'm not going to bite that fucking bullet.
Marte, you're not responding on point. Listen to me.
Where's the money coming from, Dusty? Where's the finances?
For what?
Where is it going to cost people money? Where's this money? That graphic only shows the criminal justice system, which is a false equivalent.
Okay, so do you have what's a better comparison program that you can think of?
So, okay, there's better programs we have. We have companies that get breaks for rewarding 150 minimum weeks of activity, right? We can do $100, $500 a year gift card for discounts for not calling off sick. Mandate. Companies already reward people for not calling off sick.
That is not a mandate.
Okay.
It's an incentive.
If something wasn't a mandate, do you think there are incentives with mandates? Do you think it's part and parcel to have incentives?
Don't tell me. I'm not going to argue incentives with you. I'm talking about mandates. We're talking about mandates.
This supports the whole premise. Do you think there are
the incentive part and move to the mandate part? Move to the mandate part.
The reason why this is idiotic to say that incentives and mandates don't go together. Do you think there's incentive to lose weight?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying that. Is there an incentive to not be obese?
Excuse me?
Is there an incentive to not be obese?
Sure.
Oh, shit. Is there an incentive to an employer when you're more healthy?
Sure.
Okay, so we can't talk about incentives.
Marte, we're not debating incentives.
Hold on. Back to the
incentives. We're not debating incentives.
No, this is part and parcel to justify.
Tell me about the mandate part.
This is justifying the mandate, Dusty.
No,
I can't. Dusty.
Here, look, this is what I need to know about. I don't need to know about incentives. I need to know about how you're going to enforce a mandate.
That's how we enforce the mandate, by giving incentives, Dusty.
That's not a mandate.
That is a mandate. Because here's the thing, though. The enforcement is woven into the incentive. If employers are saving money and they say, we need to roll this out, this is something we have to do. And if you don't do this, we have right to work states. If you don't fulfill that quota, guess what happens? They can say you're not employable anymore. They can literally do this. They can fire you for breathing wrong in Arizona. Why would this be wrong for them to do that, Dusty? Can you tell me how this couldn't be a mandate?
It's not a mandate because it doesn't. It's here.
Tell me why. Tell me why it's not a mandate. Tell me why.
I'm trying to, but you need to calm your tits down.
Why
would
are
you like me to share
on man tits, bro? Can you not be gay for a second? Let's focus and get back to this debate, bro.
Okay. Mandate, an authoritative command or instruction. That is not what an incentive is. You're arguing something else entirely.
So that's not an incentive.
An authoritative command.
The benefits of fulfilling this mandate due to your employer having a request, even if it's nationally prescribed, mandate is not a benefit or incentive.
Do you have the option to turn down incentives?
Yes.
Yes, you do. Then it's not a mandate.
No, it's a mandate because you don't have a right to. It's a right to work state. It's a mandate. You can refuse to. You can refuse to be employed, right?
No, you can. No, you can. You can refuse. You can refuse to participate in the program.
If you're not an employee, Dusty, if you're no longer employed, guess what? You can't participate anymore. You can be terminated.
Companies can hire people who don't participate in that program.
No, if we have a national mandate and you are 400 pounds and you aren't incentivized to lose this, guess what? Will you be employed underneath my mandate?
What's the expense to the company?
To the company in the nation.
So so you're wanting to do an indirect mandate where you pressure the company.
You just confirmed that it's a mandate, Dusty. An indirect mandate.
No, I did not.
Mandate.
Hold on. Stop freaking out. Let's work through this. Hold on. Let's go through this step by step.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk.
Let's walk through this step by step. Okay, so you're gonna make it so that people who don't exercise regularly or whatever cost the company money.
No, they already do. So if you're 400 pounds and obese, guess what happens?
We're talking about projection. We're working through
facts. I can actually look this up and give you the stats on this. You're already.
I know that. I know how things are.
You're conceding that.
I'm asking you how you would implement a new mandate. How would that happen?
I was actually in the process of telling you. I was lining it down before you rudely interrupted me.
But we need to take it one step at a time.
One step at a time.
Okay.
Insurance offer premium HSA reductions for hitting activity goals. These are the incentives that support said mandate that I have upon employment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's run through the hypothetical. I'm an employee and I work for Marte Corp. And I say no. Then what?
Yeah, I can fill that position with somebody else who's willing to agree with my employer's standards.
Maybe.
No,
that's a big assumption.
Maybe. Can I do that or not?
Not depends on the job market right now.
Can I do that or not?
Hold on, I have interrupted you.
I'm the employer, Dusty.
Marte, let me finish talking.
This is your hypothetical, Dusty.
I know. What I'm saying is, you're saying yes, for sure you can. What I'm saying is, I can walk into any store around me and see help wanted signs posted on every window. There is not a surplus of labor. So you're wrong. Your assumption is wrong.
If we have a national mandate, and we tell employers you will save a shit ton of money nationally on insurance premiums and everything else. Do you think that we would save people nationally money in taxpayers and incentives and employers money?
You are making an assumption about a labor supply that is false.
We're not even talking about the labor supply. We're talking about the requirement, the entrance fee to even get a job.
Wait, so unless you exercise, you can't even apply for a job?
No, we're not talking about unless you exercise. We have a fitness requirement.
Okay.
If you're if you're 400 pounds and you are out of shape and obese, are you not a detriment to my company?
I'm not arguing that being healthy is better for everybody.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Can you answer the question? I don't care what you're arguing for.
Is it a detriment to the company? It's not. It's less desirable than the alternative, but it's not a detriment.
I don't care about desire. Dusty, you're being gay. We're not talking about your desires. Can we get back to this? If an employer doesn't want you, are you a burden to a company for 400 pounds?
Well, if an employer doesn't want you, then they won't hire you.
Dusty, you like dodge around this whole shit. Can you answer the question directly? Why are they not going to hire you? Are you not fulfilling these requirements? Are you a burden
this
to the
is
company?
your
That's what I want.
Marte, this is your hypothetical. I don't know what your hypothetical looks like
this
in the
was
real
your
world.
hypothetical.
Dusty,
you originally
in the real world,
hypothetical, not me.
Right. In the real world, which I assume the hypothetical will mirror, if you're overweight, they'll still hire you because fat people have jobs. Marte.
So in my national mandate that I roll out, these employers will be more inclined to hire people that are fit for duty. The military already does this. Schools already roll this out through PE programs and after school programs and all this. That's already mandated anyways. We might as well roll out the rest of the mandate to make our country bigger, stronger, and healthier. I don't see why you would be opposed to this, Dusty. You haven't given me a reason why.
How are you gonna prevent me from say I'm applying for a job at Marte Court and I say, oh yeah, I exercise all the time when I don't?
Yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and designate Fitbits. Everybody that works for my corporate is going to get Fitbits, and you actually have to track this. So that's also good. We're going to mandate this to where it's like all you got to do. And matter of fact, when you talk about the $33,000 probation, which I haven't seen anything for, I'm still waiting for that. It's actually free to go outside and
I already gave it to you. I already provided you that source.
So hold on. It's actually free to go outside and walk with your loved one for 30 minutes on a 30-minute walk and then say, hey, 30 minutes on my Fitbit. The employer knows this. We track this. And then not to mention that insurance premiums can lower. How would that be bad? That's free. Where's the cost at, Dusty?
The cost is in the Fitbits and it's in the oversight of the Fitbits. In the oversight. Hold on. Let me answer your fucking questions. And it's in the oversight of the companies. And there's expenses everywhere.
That's not oversight. The oversight doesn't. Remember what I said? HSA reductions. That money that already is a loss from the detriment from obesity goes right back in employers' pockets to pay for said Fitbits. You see how that works? The money that they would already lose.
I see how you're trying to make it work, but you're not saying all the other variables.
From obesity and sickness goes right back into the company's pocket to provide for these Fitbits.
Can you demonstrate that there's an exact correlation between using a Fitbit to track your walking and a decrease in heart disease? What's the correlation?
There's a massive correlation.
I can look up Fitbits. And I can plug that into the population and figure out exactly how much money it's going to cost to outfit people with Fitbits.
So this is why there's an exact correlation. People that are more likely to be physically active and go for walks are less likely to make stupider decisions and live on junk food.
I want you to.
They're less likely to do this. This is a proclivity.
I want you to quantify it so that we can do the math on it. But also, people who are people make better decisions who exercise.
They do.
I won't even debate that.
I
won't even debate that. But what I will debate, if somebody is forced to do something against their will, that does not mean that they're a better decision maker in other areas.
We're forcing you to do this. Remember,
it is not a fucking mandate.
It's a mandate if you are employed. Okay. If you are employed by my company, you don't have to work for my company. Get how that works?
Some people are forced to do it.
Can you tell me how I'm wrong, Dusty? Can you tell me how I'm wrong in a right to work state, which is almost every state in the country, how I would not have a mandate for my company? It's my company. And we roll this out nationally for companies, maybe federal companies. Actually, that would be good too. State companies too.
Right? Okay. Let me just answer one. Let me answer that question. It's a mandate because you're not allowing people to work in that state.
That means what happens?
Hold on,
Dusty.
No, I haven't finished my point. That means two things.
You think you should?
I have not finished my motherfucking point, Marte. That means two things. One, people who are exercising against their will ain't going to be happy about it. They're probably going to be cheating about it unless you've got a good oversight system in place. Two, it means you're going to have more people who are unemployed. Now, what are you doing with that expense, Marte?
So let me answer your two questions real quick. When you say people are cheating, the Fitbit actually reduces this unless I get my neighbor to walk. And then guess what happens? It's not saying that the Gestapo is going to report to you. It's just saying that, hey, is your Fitbit on and all this? It basically makes more accountable employees. And then not to mention that you're going to have more employees because you're going to have less people calling off sick, more people fit for duty showing up, and then people with less excuses like I can't get out of my fucking wheelchair in Walmart because you're not going to have those existing anymore. Guess what? We've remedied all these slow ass wheelchairs in the future that Wall-E, remember the cartoon? We're preventing this future from happening. So there's going to be more employees because of this, because you're going to have more capable people and functional people working.
You're going to make it harder to get a job. There's an extra requirement to get a job. It will make it harder to get a job because you'll have an extra barrier to entry.
How is it harder to get a job?
Because you have to engage in the fitness activity. That's a
Which
barrier
is
to entry.
30 minutes
Look,
of walking with your loved one.
I know it doesn't seem like a big deal to you. Nevertheless, it is an extra requirement. It will, and then especially if it's enforced and you have people not meeting the requirements, you'll have people losing their jobs.
Dusty, so are there things enforced by employers?
Sure.
Oh,
Sure.
shit.
And they cost money. And they cost money.
How would
and
that
they
be
cost
reasonable
money
to enforce that?
Okay, it would cost money. What I'm telling you is it costs money no
I
matter
told
what.
you where they're getting the money from. That's going back into the employer's pockets by incentivization. The money they'd already lose from people calling off sick would be a reduction. You're actually saving more money.
This is not an enforceable suggestion, Marte.
That is enforceable because
let me ask you this about the
fit for duty. Can you tell me how I'm wrong?
I didn't hear you because I was talking. I was trying to ask you a question. How will the Fitbit know if you're walking around the block or if you're just jerking off?
So if you're doing that and the Fitbit doesn't show the caloric reduction, because I know you're a minute man, they're only going to track one of your minutes, by the way. For the rest of the population, maybe they'll get 5 good minutes, but you're going to have 30 minutes, right? So guess what's going to happen? Hold on. Dusty,
Fitbits count by shaking them, right?
Hey, Dusty, let's say that you're going to cheat and you're going to jerk off and maybe you're showing one of my clips without my shirts off. You're going to have to play one of my videos without my shirt off for 30 minutes because I already know you play it for 1 minute. So you're going to have to cheat that way. And guess what happens? You're going to have to maintain that standard and you're going to have to be more accountable for doing this. And guess what happens? You're going to fall off. And you're not going to fulfill the company's requirements, Dusty.
So I just make a second part-time job as a cam boy and I jerk off every night. Then problem solved, right?
Yeah, 30 minutes, maintain your job. But guess what's going to happen? You're not going to fulfill the standards of this.
How would that not fulfill the standards? It's tricking the Fitbit.
I mean, you could trick it all you want to, but guess what's going to happen? The future always, the truth always comes out anyways. And not to mention this, but the Fitbit, when you have a Fitbit and just do this, it doesn't track it the same way as walking does. Go do the research.
I don't know. I've never owned a Fitbit.
So here's the thing, though. If you have a Fitbit and people are on laptops all the time and move their hands like this, how come it doesn't track steps? Oh, shit. Because you actually have to step with a Fitbit. So when you tell me that you're jacking off to my pictures, it's not going to work, Dusty. So don't even try it on me, bro.
I promise you I'm not. But let's because when you're typing, your hands are sitting still. Right? It's not the same motion. But you further prove my point that there's a lot of ways that you can juke out a Fitbit.
No, you haven't proved the point because people are doing this with their hands all the time, but it doesn't show steps.
That's not how you actually type. That's not how people type.
Yeah,
you don't slap your hands down.
This, like, let's say I have a shake weight. It's not going to track steps. You realize that, right? It's not going to track steps.
No, I don't.
You actually have to be mobile and have steps. Fitbits don't work like that. And you already told me I don't know how Fitbits work. And then you're going to tell me how Fitbits work?
Can I put it on my dog and let it run around the backyard?
Yeah, it's not going to work if you put it on your dog.
Why? Why wouldn't it work?
It has to be attached to your flesh and wrapped around there. Go look it up, Dusty. It doesn't work on dogs.
I think that you're wrong, but I don't know for sure because I've never owned one.
You're wrong. Now, you don't know. You admittedly told me you don't know what you're talking about, Dusty.
But what I do know what I'm talking about is economics. That's what my background is in.
Yeah, you tell me. I've economically showed you where the deficit is, where they're going to get the money.
And I'm telling you why your model is entirely flawed.
You still haven't shown me the $33,000 probation cost, like whatever this is. I'm still waiting for that.
Oh my God. By the way. I put the link backstage. Vic shared it on screen.
No, that's
you're too busy reading Grok to notice. Showing me the criminal justice system. You're talking about feeding and care and supervision. That's a whole different. This is why I need you to listen to me. I need you to listen to the words coming out of my mouth. Vic, could you throw that back up on screen again?
Yeah, that's controlling custody cost. That's not the same thing.
Listen. Remotely. It measures both costs. This talks about both costs.
No, yes, that's completely false. So let's look at that. It does. Can you show me how it's an equivalent of an employer saying, "Let me check your Fitbit"? Are they going to pay the employers more for checking your Fitbit?
Absolutely.
Tell me where that's at.
Absolutely. Hold on. If you have a big company, absolutely, that's increased compliance costs. Absolutely.
No. Can you show me where they're going to increase compliance costs because of a Fitbit? If they're saving money,
somebody has to track it. Somebody has to manage it. Somebody has to intervene if employees aren't doing what they have to do.
That can be built in the system, and I can economically show you how that can happen.
Somebody has to build the system.
Revenue in the company.
Then somebody has to build the system.
No, we don't have to build a system. We already have companies that actively do this with Fitbits with their employers.
Then you have to hire the fucking companies.
No, we don't have to. The cost is already built in the loss that they would have saved from not having people that are destitute employing for a company that are out of shape and fit for duty.
A private company does not save money because taxpayer revenue is saved. They're different payers.
No, what you're doing is you're going ahead and lumping in something else. Let's stay on topic right now. So you're
significantly
reducing costs through incarceration through the federal system. Those are two different systems. This is a false equivalent, Dusty, once again.
Then I asked you to provide a better comparable system to probation.
I gave you a system. You want me to read off other solutions as well too, since you didn't want to adhere to the system that I already provided? Because you said, "Well, hold on. Let me
go through the expenses again. Let me go through the expenses again in your system. First, we've got the equipment. Second, we've got the employees that oversee the system. Third,
no extra
we've got
cost for that.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't, Dusty. You don't need an extra cost to say, hold on, Dusty. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
If I have a mandated paperwork that somebody else has to do, and it's mandated for everybody else to do, right? On the job, let's say that you're going to write a report at the end of the day, and that's a new rollout for an employee program, right? And let's just call this a psychological profile because we're in the area of feels before reals. And every employee has to write out how they feel, and they're going to get some incentive off of this. Is there any extra pay or anything else that they would say, we're going to tack this on because we're making you fill out this new paperwork?
Yes, you get paid to fill out the paperwork. You're on the clock.
To do that because they've done this throughout different programs anyways already. So here's the problem, Dusty.
No. We're not moving off this. We're not moving off this.
Changing all the time.
We're not moving off this. Come back. Nope. Come back.
Nope. Policies change all the time without ineffective.
You are avoiding. You know you're wrong. You're wrong.
I'm not wrong. Dusty, have you ever worked for a company that changed their policy and their pay didn't increase?
Yep.
Oh shit! So you mean to tell me you can change your policy without changing the pay?
Marte, when they changed policies, we got paid to attend the meeting where they taught us about it.
No,
we were on the fucking clock.
That's a false equivalent. That's time. That's your time.
They pay us for time.
Yeah, they're paying you for time. This is volunteering, but you're mandated to work for the company. Those two things can be married at the same time. Now, granted, if I have a requirement and I have quotas, I'm not going to be charged extra for this or have to pay my employees extra because of quotas.
Marte,
I don't have to do that.
When companies require somebody to fill out paperwork, take a random UA, do any of these things, they're on the fucking clock. They have to pay the employee. They have to pay the employee.
This is why this is a stupid premise. If they're on the clock and getting paid anyways, their regular salary, the pay doesn't go up or down.
I know.
It's just a time issue, Dusty.
But the productivity decreases.
No, it doesn't because they're more
fit.
It does. Hold on, Dusty. Dusty, will productivity increase if they're less obese?
That is a hypothetical, but we're not even there yet.
It's not a hypothetical. I can prove this.
Yes, it is.
Dusty,
what we know for fucking sure.
Right now,
Listen to me. What we know for absolute sure is if I'm paying you the same amount, but you're doing less work because you have to divert time to filling out paperwork for the government, that is a cost to me.
Doesn't divert extra time. And matter of fact, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, Dusty, by saying that if we have to roll out a new program, then we have to charge people more money. That doesn't make any sense. The Fitbits are included in the incentive that they're going and saving from people not calling off. And then, so here was the stupid thing that you said. You said it's a hypothetical that people that are in shape are less productive. Please tell me you didn't say this. That it's only a hypothetical that people that are in shape are more productive. That's a hypothetical.
It's definitely not quantifiable. Yes,
it doesn't have to be quantifiable. This is science. This is science, Dusty.
This is economics. We're looking at the economics of the situation.
Is fitness related to science? Is science adjacent to this and woven deeply throughout fitness, nutrition, and sleep and all that?
Okay, first of all, Fitbits manually swinging the Fitbit back and forth does work. So you're lying.
No.
You're straight lying about how Fitbits work. Yes, you are.
It doesn't track steps the same way. Nope, it'll be off.
Users have attached their trackers to things like ceiling fans, power tools, or even pets to generate steps without any personal activity. You dumb lying fuck.
Nope. It's not the same way. It doesn't track it the same way. And so here's the thing. Let me roll out my other solutions. I'm glad you brought that bullshit up too. So we have grants for parks, pass, free classes, prioritizing underserved areas like expanding Medicare, Medicaid, lifestyle counseling, and reimbursement. We can do this and roll this out at no extra cost to the employee or employer. This will actually save employees and employers more money. And it's non-authoritarian. That's non-authoritarian at all.
And it's not a mandate.
It is a mandate because you don't have to work for my company. We can roll this out and it'll save people money. Less burden on the taxpayer system.
First of all, that's not a national mandate.
So it is a national mandate because it's an incentive that's attached to the mandate. Companies that
it's an incentive. It's an incentive, and it's not national.
Companies already get breaks for awarding 150 minutes a week activity.
There are lots of people who don't work for companies. There are lots of people who don't work for companies. So that's not a national mandate anyways.
It is a national mandate because here's the thing though. If we have the state and government,
I don't work for a company.
They are part of the national spectrum of employers.
Not everybody works for an employer,
Marte. If you are attached to a state agency and work for the feds, are you not an extension of the government?
Sure.
So if these companies, which are state boards and federal boards, mandate this, is that not the same thing? If we say you can't work for us if you are 400 pounds and you're out of shape and you're not fit for duty.
Martha, does everybody work for a company? Does everybody work for a company?
No, you don't have to work for a company, but we can have a national mandate.
But it only applies to employed people.
Yeah, I'm not going to go to a homeless person and say you have to do this. So the mandate.
Well, then it's not a national fucking mandate. There are homeless people in the country.
Hold on. This is stupid.
There's self-employed people in the nation.
This is why it's stupid. Are homeless people mandated to pay taxes?
They don't have income. Income taxes.
So they don't have income. So they don't work. So they're not mandated, Dusty.
Income taxes don't apply to somebody who has no income.
Right.
But
so if you're not an employer, you're not mandated.
Everybody has a fucking body, so fitness mandates would apply to everybody.
No, taxes don't apply to everybody, and that's mandated, Dusty. It doesn't apply to people who are unemployed. So why would, if you take
income taxes doesn't, sales tax does.
If you
sales tax,
hold on, no, because that's built in. Is it nationally mandated for people that work?
What do you mean it's built in?
Is it?
What do you mean it's built in?
Is it nationally mandated for employees?
What do you mean it's built in? You just said something. Before you move on, what does it mean it's built in?
So when you buy something that's a tax, it's already included in the product that you buy. Now, back to what I was saying.
Do homeless people buy things, Marte?
Dusty, can we get back to this? Because we
are talking about this. Do homeless people buy things?
Yeah, they pay things.
Of course they do. They pay taxes.
Does the mandate of having employer federal tax apply to homeless people? That's mandated nationwide.
Income tax. If you don't have income, it doesn't apply. But sales tax.
Well, they even say federal tax. Does that apply to homeless people?
If they don't have income, then income tax wouldn't apply. There's all sorts of federal tax.
Is that nationally mandated?
Yes.
Okay, so we can have a nationally mandated program that doesn't apply to everybody.
It applies to if you have income.
Oh shit, Dustin! Come on, bro. This is crazy.
Does everybody have a body? Does everybody have a body?
Yeah, everybody who's homeless also has a body and doesn't have to pay taxes.
Exactly. So if there's people who meet the requirements but aren't required to do the thing, it's not a national mandate.
No, the people who are homeless have bodies and they don't pay. A lot of them don't pay federal taxes. This is a stupid premise that you're offering right now, Dusty. So anyways, back to my solutions, because you have no solutions and no argument on your end. The IRS credits gym, Dusty, the IRS already credits gym membership trackers anyways. Are they wrong for doing that?
No, they're fine with doing that.
Okay, cool. Is there
a mandate?
Is the IRS a nationally mandating service?
What? You redo that sentence so it makes sense.
Does the IRS nationally mandate what they do?
only over people who engage in certain activities.
Oh, activities. Okay, let's follow this train of logic. Activities. Okay. So that means there are people that don't opt out of they opt out of nationally mandated.
The IRS, right? The IRS oversees everybody who has income.
Dusty, so there's people out there that don't follow a national mandate, even though it is a national mandate, right?
Well, I mean, that would prove my point.
No, that proves my point, because it can still be a national mandate that not everybody follows, right?
It's not nationally applicable.
It is nationally applicable.
It's not
if
universally
you are employed
applicable
by somebody, you have to pay federal taxes.
Right. And not everybody's
employed. If you're homeless, you see
not
how that
everybody
works?
is employed.
It doesn't work for everybody. You have to be employed.
Okay, so in your program, there's people who are in the nation who have bodies, but who are not mandated to exercise.
Yeah,
is that the case?
Homeless people and they decide not to be employed. Okay. Yeah,
those people make up a bulk of the government expenses for healthcare. You know that, right?
Say that again, Dusty, because I didn't hear you.
People who are unemployed make up the bulk of taxpayer-funded health care.
So here's the thing, though: a lot of people that are unemployed, what condition are they mostly in? Are they really healthy?
It depends on a lot of things.
It depends. Answer the question.
Does.
Are they mostly healthy people?
It does depend on a lot of things. There are absolutely homeless people that are in better shape than both of us.
By the requirements that I have for people to not make excuses and have more accountability, are they healthy by let's say okay, I'll give you a hypothetical. My company wants you to work for us, but we can't have you in the obese range. Are most people that are unemployed falling into the range of obesity? According to the stats of 2030, 60% of Americans are going to be obese. Do you think a lot of these people don't have money?
I think they do have money.
They're at the low income bracket. These people are fat.
Wait, you think fat people don't have money?
No, when you talk about destitute people, did you look at the clip that I rolled out, the video that showed the stats? The woman talking about low income people gaining more weight because they're buying cheaper products and not making wiser decisions.
Do you think fat people don't have money? There aren't rich fat people? Is that what you're saying?
So that's not what I'm saying. You're warping the question. When we talk about low income families, are low income families generally more fit or less fit?
Are we talking about low income families that have working people? Or are we talking about
EBT and choose not to work and use excuses and lack of accountability?
I don't know.
So according to the video, we just saw that. I can play it again, Dusty, if you want me to.
Play it again. Yeah, let's do that.
This is crazy.
Stop looking at Grok. Don't you look up over, don't you look up in that corner
anymore. I need a good
anymore.
argument out of you tonight, Dusty, and I've yet to hear this.
All right. Do you want me to play the whole thing or a specific?
No, just the video part.
I'm really just looking for the claims about poverty tying to obesity.
No, so low income people. Go ahead.
Okay, low income.
An eye-opening new study out of Harvard predicts nearly half of the U.S. population will be obese by 2030, with a quarter of that group expected to be severely obese.
The results show that severe obesity will be more common in women, non-Hispanic Black adults, and in people with annual incomes below $50,000 per year. Western Mass News is digging deeper, speaking with local nutritionists to learn more about prevention.
Research published Thursday in the New England Journal of Medicine.
Was that it or more?
I think that was it. So
okay.
So
they're saying people will be fat. People will be fat.
Yes, Dusty. And it have more excuses why they can't work. Is that true?
Why would that be true?
So if you're going to be obese and you're going to be your comorbidity rate goes up, right? And it's bad. Are you going to be more susceptible to calling off sick, less employable, even by no mandate reasons? Would this go up?
I don't think that you've demonstrated that at all.
No, I can logically give you an entailment on this. So if you are,
I can logically tell you why that's bullshit.
Let me tell you
why your mandates. Bullshit. Hold on, your mandates would cause way more people to be unemployed, off work, miss days. Absolutely, you're putting new barriers to having a fucking job, Marte. That means less people will have jobs.
So you're telling me that people that are more in shape, more functional and capable, and more fit for duty are going to call off work and be less likely to work?
I'm telling you that people who lie and
answer the question.
I'm telling you that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that That's not what I'm saying. Let me tell you what I am saying again. What you just said is not what.
Fix it.
What I'm saying is that if you have a extra requirement in order to be employable, there will be people who are no longer employable because they don't meet those requirements. Those people will be for sure an extra burden to the state.
So you're already saying that they're an extra burden. If we decrease that burden, will we have more employable people or less?
How are you going to decrease the burden of people who get fired? Because
answer the question. I don't want to hear how.
No. Your question doesn't address my objection. Your question doesn't address my objection.
Dusty, answer the question. If
you're ignoring my
objection, more
objection,
employable or less employable?
You are ignoring what I said.
You're ignoring.
We're not
my
moving
question.
on from it. We're not moving on from it.
Dusty, I don't care. I asked you a question. Would they be more?
I don't know why you asked me a question because you haven't addressed my point.
Dusty,
what was the point again, Dusty?
My point is that if you have people who, if you have a new requirement for being hired places, that will necessarily mean that there are people who get fired for not meeting it or who never get hired in the first place. That excess population of unemployed people is an increased financial burden to the whole system.
Okay, I can address that. So you're going to actually have a more increased population of employable people because these people are going to have less excuses, less baggage, less weight, less health concerns, less likely to call off sick, more available, more fit for duty people. How would this be less employable people? Which goes back to the thing that I asked you, which I never got a question answered for, Dusty.
Because people lie about things that they don't want to do. And if you have to mandate health, hold on. And if you have to mandate fitness to get, if you have to mandate fitness to get a job,
Dusty,
people will for sure be lying about it. Some of them will get caught.
Dusty, can I lie? Okay, if I show up and I have a dating app and I see women with pictures from here on up, could they be lying about being 400 pounds?
Sure.
Do you have to actually show up and show yourself physically how you look and your BMI and all that? Can people physically see that when you show up for a job interview, Dusty?
Hold on. Is fitness tied to how you look or how you act?
A lot of that is tied to how you look and act. Yeah.
Okay.
They're both in conjunction with each other. Yes.
I don't exercise daily. I don't look fat.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You'd have to demonstrate your work performance, put on the Fitbit and comply with company orders. That would be great, right? How would this be wrong? You still haven't told me that either.
There are fat people who also exercise.
Yeah. These fat people are more likely to develop risk than other people that are more in shape. You're just
what I'm telling you is that looking to see if somebody's fat is no measure of whether or not they're doing the work.
It is. We physically have people that have to buy 2 plane ticket seats because they can't fit one. We can objectively tell when somebody's not fit for duty, Dusty.
Marte, aren't you a personal trainer?
I was for many years. I'm also pro athlete.
Don't you know fat people who work out daily and don't lose weight?
Yeah, people that are lost and don't lose weight on the gym. But guess what happens? They don't cut it and they don't meet their goal. So guess what happens? They fall off.
So they don't get to have a job?
Hold on. No, Dusty, let's follow this entailment. There are people that work out and don't lose weight because maybe they have an endocrine disorder or something like that, right? And they can't get it fixed. But once they get this fixed, accountability goes up, productivity goes up. They're less sick, less likely for a chronic disease and health, and less burden on personal trainers, Dusty.
Do all of them get fixed?
Are we talking about exceptions to the rule or my mandate, which would be
no? I don't even think it's an exception.
Status.
I don't even think do all of them get their endocrine issue or whatever you said fixed?
The endocrine systems are really a monopoly of complaints that people have that are adjacent to what we put in our food, which is my next point. So
some of them don't get their problems fixed though. We're not ready for the next point. We're not ready for the next point.
We are ready for the next point because you're not making any good arguments, Dusty. So back to this. We have companies putting artificial things in our food. That would also be part of the mandate, which would save consumers money. If we take all of these if we take all of these stupid things out of the food, which are fillers and things that are actually ruining people, if you buy something for $1.99 at the restaurant, like fast food, it's actually costing you more money because you're getting fat and you're going to cost the health system more money. I think that if we roll out a mandate,
hold on, you made a wrong claim there.
If we roll out a mandate,
first of all, we're not ready to move on. We're not ready to move on.
Here too.
We're not ready to move on.
We are ready to move on. You're not even proving your previous claim that you said, Dusty.
Vic, can we go back to the previous point?
What was the previous point?
Marte is trying to insinuate that you can see fat people and that's how you know that they're cheating. And I made the obviously correct point that
that's a mischaracterization. You want me to really say what I said? I'll repeat it back to you, Dusty. When you see people that are objectively obese, you can see that they're objectively obese. I didn't say anything about cheating, Dusty.
Yep. Now, what will that tell us as far as whether or not they're doing the work? Are there fat people who do the work?
So there are indicators that we can see. If we throw a Fitbit on you, it's going to also read BMI.
Okay.
So the Fitbit isn't the only thing that I'm going to roll out. We're going to have registered BMI that we can look at. We're going to have goals that we want employees to hit. In any employer that you work for, they're going to have goals and mandates anyways. We might as well just roll this out.
No, they're
it's going
not.
to benefit the company with less times and call off days.
If that were the case, then companies would already be doing it. There's lots of companies.
There are companies that are already doing that right now, Dusty. What are you talking about?
Most of them are not. Most are not.
Right. That's the purpose of me having a mandate, so we can have a fitter nation,
Because,
Dusty.
right. But that's what I'm saying. They're not. If it saved them money, then they would be doing it voluntarily.
The reason why they're not saving money is because a lot of people are indoctrinated to say, hey, because it's cheaper, it's going to be better. And that's not the way that I want our nation to think. If we roll out a mandate, we're going to take PepsiCo, Nestle, and revamp what they put in their products, because fitness involves what people eat as well, too. We're going to change that. How am I?
You're throwing so much spaghetti at the wall, and none of it is sticking. Listen to me.
Dusty, you don't get fat from just
the reason in a free market. Okay, a company wants to make money and save money, right? Don't you agree that all of them want to do that?
Yeah.
Who is the CEO of a company? What is their main job? Who are they beholden to?
They're beholden to the client and customer.
To the shareholders. A CEO answers.
If their shareholders give them a lot of buybacks and pay them out, and the customers don't show up, will they have a company anymore?
No, they need customers, but
Dusty, please.
Okay, no. You're not winning this at all. You're just confused. You're confused about how business works. A CEO's responsibility. Listen, I'm teaching you something. A CEO's responsibility is to the shareholders.
Dusty, does every company have shareholders?
Or they have ownership of some type.
Dusty, no, throw that out, Dusty. It's a trash.
Shareholders are a type of ownership. Yes, they do. They do all of the ownership.
Dusty. Anyways, moving on.
No, we're not moving on. You keep trying to move on. You keep trying to move on because everything that you say is.
trying to move on because you have moot points, Dusty.
You don't know my fucking point yet. You don't know my point yet.
You told me the point. Do companies have shareholders? Not every company has a shareholder.
That's not the point. They all have owners. They all have ownership.
Yeah, in a leader and owner, right? But that
all I'm
mean
doing
they have shareholders.
Let me enroll this point. Marte, will you calm down? You're losing this, and you're going to lose. There's nothing you can do about it.
I'm not losing this because you're making more points. Can you actually make points?
Yes, the reason that it matters who the CEO is beholden to is because if it were actually profitable for a company to have exercise requirements, they would already be doing it because it would generate more profit for the owners.
No. That it doesn't work like that, Dusty.
Yes, it does.
No. The problem with our nation is indoctrination. If we have indoctrinated people that accept the lifestyle and they are not educated on fitness, which would be a part of my national mandate to educate people, walking 30 minutes does this.
That's an expense.
That's not an expense. So when we had Reagan with the National Fitness Program rolled out, was that extra money just to have an informative discussion with the nation? Was that an extra expense?
Yes, you
no,
dumbass.
It wasn't. It wasn't. Just to have somebody speak at this, they could do this for free. We have I've shown up to schools and publicly spoke to students for free about this.
Okay, how did you get there?
No expense, Dusty.
How did you get there?
I went there because I knew that they were underfunded.
How did you get yourself there? Did you drive?
About me using gas to get there? That's not the expense I'm talking about, Dusty. I'm talking about
expense, though. I know that's not the one you're talking about, but it exists.
No. We're not talking.
That's why your whole premise falls apart, because there are expenses that exist that you're ignoring.
What I'm talking about is an overreach, an expense. Driving
someone
just going up and volunteering.
There are expenses that exist.
Dusty, if you volunteer for something, you count that as an expense for volunteering to help people out?
If you're mandating it, it's not volunteering.
No, hold on. No, we're not talking about the mandate because you brought up volunteering, showing up.
No, I did not.
Dusty, when I talk about somebody speaking at the national summit, like it's some presidential campaign, and they're not getting paid for this, did they volunteer to do this during a mandate that's being rolled out?
So two things. One, there is an expense. It's to the volunteer, first of all.
No.
Second of all,
it's not an expense.
Second of all,
it's not an expense to you. You're volunteering for this, Dusty.
Bro, this is crazy. I can't believe you're
okay.
Ignore that. Second point. If something is mandated, it's not voluntary.
So, no, you can have voluntary status during a mandate. right? Did people volunteer to get the stabby jabby or choose not to work?
They did both.
Shit,
Some
so
people did both.
You can be a volunteer during a mandate. Dusty, this is horrible.
There are people.
Bro.
Hold on. There are people who would do things voluntarily that are mandated.
So you can do things voluntarily during a mandate, Dusty.
But that is not all of them. That's not even most of them.
Just like the homeless people that I brought up that don't pay federal taxes,
Okay.
Dusty.
So what about
Jesus,
the people?
Dusty, this
What
is
about
crazy,
the spots? Okay, so you think that there's going to be
This is wild, bro.
volunteer educators for all the spots for all the education that needs to be done?
So
can you name me one example of a voluntary school that operates year round for that anything close to that scale of people? Name me one.
you're talking about PE programs?
Any sort of an education. Where's the free education given?
There's a lot of free education given. So we used to have, matter of fact, I'm going to bring up a Christian reference.
For the whole country.
Hold on, Dusty. You asked the question. Can I answer this or are you just going to
go ahead.
So back in the day, we used to have a group, right? It was a Christian group that, and I'm pretty sure Vic or anybody else recognizes, they used to rip a phone book and go to schools and talk about fitness. They didn't charge anybody. They volunteered to do this as a Christian group. They used to go to schools and educate them on health and fitness. Did that exist back in the day? Did that exist as a program?
How many schools did they make it to, Marte?
They made it to as many as they could.
Okay, so we already have a system, and that you can assume that that's all of the volunteers who are volunteering to teach fitness.
But this
I've never heard of it.
Hold on, Dusty. This mandate.
Hold on. No, let me finish my point. I've never heard of it. So that means that they're not making tons of schools. There's most of the schools they're not getting to.
Right.
That's a huge deficit of educators that you would need to hire.
I agree, which means that we need to have this mandate because there's not enough people volunteering and people stepping up to the plate. If we have this national mandate, people would be more incentivized to do this through educational programs, which don't cost extra money to put this in the curriculum.
No, they would not.
This would not cost
having a mandate does not make people want to volunteer
Oh.
more. It doesn't.
We already have PE programs that are mandated. If you fail PE, guess what happens?
That's not what we're
You're
talking
not
about,
gonna
though.
eliminate the curriculum. They're
We're
not
not talking about
this if we had it
we're not talking
mandated.
about for kids. Right. Do the PE teachers volunteer or do they get paid?
You're always going to have people being paid during a mandate anyways. But here's the problem, though. That's always existed. My new mandate would be in addition to this, which would actually incentivize volunteer people to show up, which would help employers by reducing costs of people not calling in sick again or actually being a laborsome, burdensome on the company.
No. No, mandates do not
Dusty,
incentivize
you're going around
volunteers.
in circles right now. Go ahead.
Because you're saying dumb things that you can't
Can you
demonstrate.
tell me what's dumb about anything I've said, Dusty? I'll wait.
Mandates do not incentivize volunteers. Volunteers can already volunteer if they want to.
So when the volunteers who did the stabby jabby, the companies didn't get kickbacks from Pfizer?
Then that wasn't.
Hold on, Dusty.
We're talking about educators. We're talking about educators. Leave it in context.
Dusty, hold on. No, don't bullshit me now. You're caught now. So were companies not incentivized during a mandate during the stabby jabby?
I don't actually recall because I wasn't working. No, I don't think they were.
And we had people that could volunteer to do this.
How are they incentivized? Hold on. How are they incentivized?
Pfizer gave kickbacks to companies. They not only gave kickbacks to companies, but they incentivized the employer for doing this. And oftentimes, even if they didn't, they said, we're incentivizing you by keeping you employed if you take this.
So the company got money.
You don't have to be employed here.
The company got money from Pfizer and the government?
Yeah, there were kickbacks to companies for doing this, yes.
So those two institutions paid the expense. What I'm saying is there's expenses for all this shit.
Yeah, no, there weren't expenses.
Yes, there are.
No, there weren't expenses for this, actually, on behalf of the company. They didn't pay any expenses.
But somebody did.
So when you say somebody did, my national mandate, would it give additional expenses out of taxpayer pockets to have to do this? Because remember when I talked about in the beginning, if you have a Fitbit, this is a reduction of costs from people not calling off sick, being lackluster in employment and holding people back.
You're speculating. You're
all that money
speculating.
goes back into the company to produce Fitbits. How am I wrong for this?
Okay, let me tell you. Because first of all,
Dusty,
I'm trying to tell you, stop asking the question 1,000 times.
You're not answering the question 1,000 times, Dusty. Can you answer that question?
The way that it's not profitable is because A, you have an upfront cost of the Fitbits. B, You probably wouldn't reduce any time off. Hold on. No, let me fucking finish, you piece of shit.
Dusty,
you would not have reduced time off because most employees already have PTO, and that's how much sick time they use per year.
Dusty, do companies start out in the red and see profit in the beginning of their company?
Not all of them.
Right. So you're gonna have upfront costs.
No,
You're gonna see on the back.
Not
end
even the majority.
Dusty,
Not
hold
even
on,
the
I didn't
major-
interrupt you.
Not
you
even the majority of them.
Because I'm a piece of shit to you. You're a piece of shit to me. Whatever. Let's get back to this topic. So companies are in the red when they start out a product, right, or a company. So in the back end, this is normative, right, for any mandate or rollout.
I don't know why you're moving forward like you're right. Like I just said,
we're
no.
on the subject.
No, that's not the case.
This is your topic, Dusty. So when a company starts
That's
out,
why I'm telling you, you're wrong.
The upfront cost that you'd see when companies start out in the red, they'd see in the interim in the back end when people are not calling out for work, being lackluster as employees, and holding it up.
Let me explain again why you're wrong. Let me explain again why you're wrong.
I'd love to hear. I haven't heard it all night.
You shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Because it's wrong. Because most employees in this country have a certain amount of PTO.
Dusty,
and most employees. No, hold on.
If they're not calling out for work, they're saving PTO.
They use up their PTO.
They're not going to use
nobody returns PTO to the employer.
If they're healthy, they're not using their PTO. They're using it less.
You're retarded. No, all of them use all their PTO.
Yeah, so if you're talking about like vacation times, that's like a reduction, right? Now they're using PTO. Hold on, Dusty. Now they're using PTO for other reasons, not for being sick. So that's a reduction, saving the company money, Dusty.
No, if you take 3 weeks off a year, you take 3 weeks off a year. It doesn't matter why you take them off.
This is like the dumbest shit I've ever heard in any debate.
You're right. It is dumb as fuck, but you don't know why. It is dumb as fuck and you don't know why. Okay, Marte, if you get 3 weeks of PTO a year, and you're now healthier, you get sick, let's say 3 less days a year, are you going to return the PTO that you are allotted?
The company is having more production. Are they not?
You didn't answer my question.
Are they going to return that? That's up to the every company works differently. But here's the thing though, the company's saving money in the interim. Are they not?
No, they're not.
Okay, so if they have people call off less, they're not saving money?
Oh my God, Marte! I just told you. People take off.
Their production is either neutral or going up still in functioning. It's not going down. They're not having dwindling production.
Do you have any numbers to support this wild speculation?
Are they saving money, Dusty? By people?
No, they're not. They're not saving money. This will not save anybody money. It is a massive increase in cost to everybody.
No, it's
massive.
Not. So you're saying that more productive people are a massive cost to companies?
That's not what I'm saying.
Dusty, I know that's
I'm saying that implementing
and how you act behind the camera.
What I'm saying is implementing your cumbersome ass program only works when you're doing exactly what you do, which is ignore all the fucking expenses that would go into implementing something like that.
Where's the expense coming from, Dusty? I've yet to hear this. People not calling off work is costing the company more money? That's like the dumb. Let me make it fifth grade.
Marte, that's not at all what I said. That's not at all what I said.
No, that's what I'm saying, Dusty. People
calling
off
what did I say?
Costing the company money because that's literally what you just said before this.
No, it's not at all.
No,
that's never been
what
what I
said. You said
what did I say?
PTO is costing the company money.
Hold on. Okay, I'm going to tell you again. I'm going to tell you again, and then I'm going to ask you.
You can rewind this
Fitbit.
back.
Hold on. First expense, the Fitbit. First expense, Fitbit. Okay, do you got that? What was the first expense?
Yeah, companies are in the red when they start out. Are they not?
What? No, they're not. They're not. But what was the first expense that I told you?
No companies in the red when they start out?
Marte?
Companies in the red when they start out sometimes?
What is the first expense, Marte?
You mean the expenses that they're saving from people not calling off work, which is where they come from?
What did I say was the first expense, Marte?
The Fitbit would be produced from the savings. That's not an expense. That's not an expense if it comes out of what would already be sick days and the lack of production from the company because they're saving money. So all these savings.
Hold on.
Hold on. I've let you talk. All the savings.
No, you haven't. No, you actually have not.
This Fitbit.
You actually have not let me talk. You keep interrupting and repeating questions.
No, because you're interrupting me, Dusty. What the fuck?
Well, you keep trying to move on to things when we're not ready to move on.
No, I'm not moving on. We're still on the Fitbit. How have I moved on, Dusty?
Okay.
This
is the Fitbit an expense
right now?
Is it an expense?
Is it an expense? So,
yes.
the Fitbit, when they pay for this from the savings that they make, isn't an expense.
The savings that they make is, first of all, I don't think they won't make savings because they're already doing PTO.
No,
what they will have for sure. Hold on. There's two sides to the balance sheet. Hold on. Let's do both sides of the balance sheet, Marte. You have the Fitbit expense. You have the department. Let's call it HR. You're going to have to hire at least for a small business one more employee to manage the health requirements. Don't you agree?
You don't need that.
How will we know if the people are meeting the requirements?
So let's say I have a personal business and I have personal trainers.
Uh-huh.
Would I need another person to monitor Fitbits if I have like a team of 15?
Yes, you would.
Could I do that myself?
Well, you're doing other things. You're running a company.
No. Is it possible that I can do this myself with the tracker?
Marte, anytime you add an additional,
do we have the tech to have an all-in-one phone?
Hold on. You don't understand opportunity cost. That's what it is. Every minute that you spend, every minute that you spend, do you know what it is?
Dusty, is it possible that I can?
Do you know what it is? Do you know what opportunity cost is?
Dusty, let's stay on this topic. I don't care about
We're on this topic.
No, you're moving the goalpost right now to opportunity cost. Can we stick to this right now? So if I was a personal trainer, Dusty, I have an app, right? There's an app on my phone where I have 15 slots right here that show 15 personal trainers, right? Of course, I have a cross on my thing. That scares the Christ out of you. But anyways, I have an app on my phone that shows 15 slots. Can I manage this by myself? Do I need another person to do this when apps can include 15 or more people?
Is it distracting you from other things that you could be using your time productively from?
So can personal trainers multitask? Do we do this often?
I hope not. If somebody's paying you for your time to train them.
Dusty, as a personal trainer, I've been a counselor.
Look, Marte, just because that proves my point. That proves my point.
No,
just because you're a shitty employee. Nope. You're a shitty employee and you're not doing work. You're playing on your phone.
I'm a shitty employee, even though I've had somebody show up to the Mr. Olympia. I've turned 7 people pro already, but somehow I'm shitty. And that's an anecdote, which we can throw out. You're not a shitty employee if you're able to do more work. That doesn't make you a shitty employee if you're more capable and competent at what you do, Dusty.
So what you're saying is that you think this will come out of people's free time. People will volunteer their free time
when they're already working. If I'm a personal trainer and I have 15 Fitbits on here that I'm monitoring, that takes like 5 minutes.
Marte, it doesn't take a lot of. Maybe it does take 5 minutes. That's 5 minutes for one person running a small company. We're talking about all the employees.
Oh shit, Dusty! Such a burdensome thing to do, Dusty.
Is it an increased cost?
All right, guys. The hour is over. Yeah, the hour is over, guys. Thank you very much.
Anyways,
how are you doing? How are you doing, Vic? You look like
a poll. Hey, can we have a poll, Vic, to see who had the?
Yeah. I'll get a poll.
Yeah, I'll get a debate poll right now.
I'm actually curious how that poll will go on your end. I'll do one on my end too. I wonder if your side could even say that you won.
Dusty, you've had the stupidest points in this whole debate. There's fucking dumb.
I know.
And you're an economics major? How are you an economics major?
I could explain it to you, but you wouldn't be able to understand it.
You haven't explained the $33,000 probation cost yet. I'm still waiting for that, which goes back to that point. You know what the fuck you're talking about.
Marte, I gave you the fucking link and he pulled it on screen 3 times.
No, that link doesn't show where this cost comes from and who it comes from. It shows a false equivalent of a criminal justice system, not a fitness mandate. That's crazy. You want me to use a false equivalent? Economic.
It's a comp. It's a comparable. It's not the same thing.
Comparable. That's the dumbest shit I've ever seen, Dusty. We're going to compare the criminal justice system to telling people to take 30-minute walks? This is the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
No, it's not, because we're talking about oversight of individuals.
So are employees that work for a company inmates? Could we compare them to inmates? Or are they voluntarily working for a company?
The tracking an individual person on a daily basis is the same whether it's because they're inmates or because they're not exercising.
No,
yes,
do we track time cards of employees and call them inmates?
Are they exercising on the clock or in their personal time?
Do we pay employers more money for tracking time cards? You know how many things are tracked by employers? Do we pay
How
extra money
many?
for
Not
tracking?
fitness, not their fitness.
No. These are things that are trackable and monitor.
Marte,
Monitor.
the entire
You
existence.
can't
There are
answer the question, Dusty. Can you answer
businesses
the
have
question?
entire compliance departments that only exist
Dusty.
because it takes time and
This is
resources
simple, Dusty.
to follow government mandates.
Dusty, do employers track employee progress in other ways?
Yes, and it costs money.
No, they don't. They don't say we're going to pay you extra money because of the tracking. No, but that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
The employees don't get extra money. The employer
they
has
don't
to
get
pay
extra money. They don't get extra money. You just contradicted yourself, Dusty.
No,
What the
I
fuck,
didn't,
bro?
Marte. Stop spazzing out. Listen to me.
Because
It
this
costs.
is ridiculous. You're making me laugh,
costs-
Dusty.
It
Go ahead.
costs the employers money. It does not go to the employees.
Okay, so that goes back to my point. Employees not calling off sick and boosting production. Does that not balance the cost of what we would say these of what your counter would be? Does that not balance the
Hold
cost?
U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reports that about 418,000 compliance officers were employed in the U.S. That's
No.
a massive cost to
Dusty.
implement these sort of things.
In my personal training hypothetical, did I need a compliance employer to do the job I already did?
Your hypothetical isn't compromised. There's
Dusty,
tons of businesses.
Dusty.
This is a compliance requirement. This is
no.
when it compliance.
Do I need a
That's
compliance?
only- hold on.
Dusty,
418,000 employees are compliance
No.
officers.
no.
That's just
do I
the
need
officer.
Dusty, do I need a compliance department to monitor tracking when people clock in and out of shifts?
Yes, you need people
No,
to do
I
that.
don't. One person can do
You
that
need
by
to-
themselves. They don't need a whole
Marte,
department to do this.
Marte,
Dusty.
everything tracked by the business is an expense to the business.
No,
Every
did the
single
employer do this,
thing.
or did they have a whole different department do this?
Marte, it doesn't matter if,
It
if
matters,
one person did
Dusty.
it. No, it doesn't.
matters,
because
Dusty.
it's an expense in every case.
No, it's not an expense.
Yes, it
One
is.
employer can do this by himself. He doesn't have to outsource. That's extra cost to hire extra people to do what you can already do, Dusty. Economics, you're failing right now already. I can already do
No,
this without the extra cost.
You're
I'm
just
saving
lying,
money.
Marte. It costs. Do you think these 418,000 people work for free?
They're getting paid on the clock what they already get paid for saying if people clock in and out on time. Are people getting more money or less money for like making sure their employees clock in and out of time?
Marte, I don't
is
know how to
tracked.
tell you this.
All of
Yes,
this is tracked.
they are. No, Marte, you can't. This is an additional step that the business has to take.
No,
it is an
it's not
expense.
an additional
It
step.
is.
Do
Yes,
people
it is.
have meetings?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Do people have performance meetings monthly and say we're going to pay extra because we now have to
It
do
is an
performance meetings?
expense, Marte. It's an expense.
No, Dusty, answer
Yes,
the
it is.
fucking question. Do people pay more?
I'm not
because
going to
we're
ask
gonna
any more
have to
dumb.
do
I'm
performance
not answering
meetings now?
dumbass questions. This is
Not
an
a- it's
expense.
tangential to
You
the
can
topic.
try to.
Answer
You
the
can.
fucking
I don't know if
question.
you're
All right,
stupid
all right, all right,
or a liar.
all right.
but
Fucking
it's an
idiot,
expense.
bro.
All right. Okay. All right, guys. It's been very spirited, but we got to get to these closing statements. All right.
Dusty has no soul, therefore he can't have a spirit. But anyways,
Dusty has no soul. You know, the way to a man's heart is through his soul.
yeah, you're clipping pictures of me when I was like shirtless. Tell me more gay shit.
Why were you making such dumbass videos?
Why were you looking at pictures of me young with no shirt on? It's like this.
Oh, I went through your old
Okay,
video.
bro. Why are you being so gay clipping me with the shirt, no shirt on, bro?
Don't you want people to see you with your shirt off? It's all your profile pictures and everything.
That's all you talk about, Dusty. Is
No, it's
men
not. You
without
brought-
shirts, bro.
you brought it
obsessed
up.
over me
You
being
brought it
gay,
up.
apparently. That's
You
so
brought it up.
stupid.
I wasn't talking about it at all. You're
You
constantly
just said
bringing up
Dusty.
Marte. No, you brought it up. You're
No,
constantly
you
bringing
brought
up.
up a clip when I had no shirt on. Why do you always infer gay shit?
You know what? Do you want to go first on closing statements, or you want me to?
Let's hear your statement. Go ahead.
Okay.
Dusty,
My
yeah,
closing
Dusty, you can go
statement is-
first.
You want Marte to go
ahead.
first?
No, you go first, Dusty.
Okay. My closing statement is there are tons and tons of expenses that Marte is ignoring and saying those aren't expenses when obviously they are. The economic measure for this claim fails not just a little bit, but dramatically. There's no way to implement a national mandate without just ballooning expenses to people. Furthermore, what he's suggesting isn't even a national mandate, because it wouldn't apply to everybody, and the incentive structure isn't a mandate. There are no penalties for it. It's not an authoritative command. Dude is confused about what words mean. Finally, Marte, I don't know why you constantly bring up your own shirtlessness or videos or whatever. You constantly bringing up the gay shit and then accusing other people of being gay. I think that but you're the one that brings it up. So why is it that you want people to be gay? Is it because you're closeted? I think it is. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, let me reset the clock. And Marte, whenever you're ready.
This is Rich coming from my opponent who's sent me 2 notifications tagging me in video shorts, and you can go to his page of me without my shirt off, but then infers that I like to bring up gay stuff when he is around 10th man in Cosmic Fox, who are actually fucking gay. So I think that you are the sum of the people you hang around with. I don't hang out with gay people, but he does, but he wants to infer that I bring up gay shit all the time. Yeah, dude is sus for real. But anyways, back to this. He says that I'm confused about a national mandate, but here's the thing that I'll even ask as a question, which he's never get it. This guy is a question avoiding machine. You basically want people to be paid for volunteering, the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. And then not to mention this, but if presidents like Roosevelt or anybody else developed a mandate, we would never have an obesity crisis to begin with. We would actually prevent this and have a stronger nation. And then not to mention this, but I actually talked about recouping the cost. Yeah, sure. Every company in mandate is going to have red tape. They're going to be in the red in the beginning, but guess what's going to happen? The savings come afterwards. That's how reality works. And if this guy's an economics major, he's failing to prove me this all the time. Like, I've literally asked the guy for, where is this conflated with some probationary period in the criminal justice system for telling people to walk 30 minutes a day with their loved ones? Somehow he's making a conflation to an inmate that works for a company. Somehow this doesn't make sense to say like, oh, I'm on lockdown right now, I have to clock out. And then my employer somehow is getting paid extra for making sure that I clocked into shift on time. All of this doesn't make any sense. But when I break it down to elementary terms for my opponent here, he doesn't make any sense. He's not only a question avoiding machine, but he's also blaspheming with this on his head right now. And then when he talks about the gay shit all the time, look at his page. He's got shorts of me with YouTube shorts with me with no shirt on. But anyways, I mean, I'll concede my time because his whole argument was stupid. He's never justified the criminal, I would say the criminal justice system conflation that he made to fitness when it's me telling people that you should go outside with a Fitbit for 30 minutes and walk with your loved ones. Not only does this incentivize a fitness program, reduce costs by people calling off sick less, reduce the obesity epidemic, but also, you're actually strengthening relationships because guess what? I get to walk outside with my wife for 20 minutes a day and do physical activity. Hell, we're actually increasing productivity by fighting the birth rate decrease. By maybe you can wear a Fitbit and have sex with your wife. Hell, that's going to also increase the birth rate. But there's so many ways I can go with this, but he never wanted to move forward. And why is that? Because I would have destroyed him on all the other solutions that I had for this rollout program, which costs nobody nothing. It actually saves people money on the back end because you're going to have a less obese nation, more people capable, fit for duty and reporting for work. And also the military recruitment rate would bounce back up. So needless to say, I could see my time as my opponent didn't have anything but dumbass shit to say.
All right. Thank you very much for that closing statement, Marte. All right, Dusty, you are unmuted now.
Oh, do you actually believe that? Do you actually believe that it wouldn't cost anybody anything?
So when you say, if I'm going to drive to go volunteer for something, you're going to say, oh, but it's going to cost you gas to do this. I'm volunteering. So you want people to get paid to volunteer?
What? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Just answer, do you actually believe that this mandate would not increase cost, that it wouldn't cost anything?
It wouldn't increase cost. I didn't say it wouldn't cost anything. It's not going to increase costs. It's actually going to save money.
If it costs something, then that's an increase in cost.
No,
Marte.
It's going to save money from the back end. We're actually reducing costs and strengthening employees and also our nation's military by doing so.
Is it a mandate or is it a suggestion?
If we mandate this, would recruitment rates go up or go down for the military?
I don't have any idea. They probably wouldn't be affected.
You don't. The biggest, they are affected because of fitness mandates. The reason why a lot of people can't get in the military is because they're not fit for duty and they can't fulfill the physical requirements. That's also another reason why people can't get on the police force.
Would your fitness mandate fix people's, I don't know, nearsightedness or flat feet? Most people who aren't fit for duty, it's
obfuscation. Can you answer the question? If we have
most people who are not fit for duty, it's not.
You're still fucking doing the bullshit right now. You're not doing that with me tonight.
Would
military recruitment rates increase? People are more fit to pass the entry.
I don't know. Maybe even if it would,
yes, they will. To say I don't know is fucking stupid. Would people pass a police test if they were more physically competent?
Most people are not failing because they're too fat.
If they're too fat, that goes back to my mandate and why the importance of this is significant.
Okay. So you would have everybody mandated to get a handful of people thin enough to pass. That doesn't make any sense at all. It'd be way more cost effective to just train those few people.
Hold on, Dusty.
Listen to it. Let me finish. For an extra 3 months, if you put those people in boot camp for 3 more months, that'll work. That solves the whole problem that you're addressing.
Dusty, is there already a mandated entry for military like requirements that we already have? Is there already a mandate already? Do they have an expectation for you to be fit for duty?
There's not a mandate.
There
for being in the
is.
military.
So
No,
in
there's
order
not.
to get in there, doesn't the entry have to be acceptable by military standards?
You mean are there standards for people wanting to get in? Yes, there are.
Are those standards a mandate by the military?
No.
That is a mandate by the military.
No,
yes.
it's not.
That is a
No, it's
mandate.
A mandate, a national mandate? That's a national mandate?
No, I'm talking about the military. Is that a mandate for the military?
What's the prompt say?
So Dusty, let's go back to this since you're losing on that and you want to back up to the prompt because you're getting fucking bodied on that. So back to
We're
the prompt.
debating the prompt, you dumb piece of
Back
shit.
to the prompt since you're getting fucking destroyed right now. So back to the prompt. If we roll out this national mandate, would employers have less people call off?
No.
Yes, they would have less people call off. The number one reason why people call off is because they're sick. Because they're sick.
That's what they say.
Dealing with their physicality, something that's affecting their core morbidity.
Marte,
That's the number one reason people call off work.
Bodybuilders actually get sick more often. That suppresses your immune system. You should know that, bodybuilder Marte.
No. Can you show me the
Yes,
evidence
it
on
does.
this? I'm not buying your empty assertions or eating your dumbass bullets.
Immune suppression, the combination of intense training, caloric deficits, and nutrient deficiencies weakens immune systems, creating prolonged open window of vulnerability to infection.
Where did I hear bodybuilders in? Where am I hearing that specifically related to just bodybuilding?
Here, I mean, it's the AI response on the search.
Oh, so you're okay. So you're going to tell me that I use Grok and you're using Grok during a debate? That's fucking crazy. Anyways, and you're accusing me of looking at AI, and you're looking at AI right now. This is fucking wild. Vic, you heard it first. He just accused me of using AI. Wait, hold on. No, hold on. Yeah, wait, Vic. He was like, "Why are you looking at Grok? Look over here and pay attention to the debate." And then he goes to look at Grok
because you ask.
Shut the fuck up.
You ask Grok to make your arguments for you. You ask Grok to make your arguments for you.
Accuse me of doing the same shit you're doing right now. Go ahead.
No, they're different.
Stupid, bro.
You ask Grok.
Marte uses
why is
Grok,
bodybuilding not gay?
Okay, all right.
You can use AI.
Listen.
You can use AI, but I can't. Crazy.
Okay. So let's get to the Q&A, guys. All right, let's get to the Q&A. All right, let's do this. Okay. We can do it, guys. Come on. All right.
Retard.
How long, Nate, for the $5? Thank you very much. Stop subbing to Destiny's OF. Hit the like, subscribe, and share. Quit the butt stuff already. Okay, thank you very much, Nate.
2 gay things in one sentence is crazy.
All right, Jersey for $4.99. All right, Dusty, enough white knighting for Sarah. Let's go. Dusty,
There's nothing to do with Sarah.
All right. Thank you very much, Nate, for the $5. 60 current owners of the jacket poster hit the like. Don't be a freak. All right. Intel is wild for $2. Powder Dusty has a micro wing.
The instance of gay comments to super chats is massive on your side.
All right. Mr. B for the $5. Hey, Dusty, why is your first thought about a new law? How can I lie about it or cheat the system? Do you think you're broken inside?
Because the reason that there are laws is because people don't want to do it. I mean, do you think people don't try to get around laws? Of course they do. That's why we have law enforcement. Law enforcement is a massive industry. It costs a lot of money to enforce laws.
Because
see, there you go. You're even wearing the hat.
Dusty, I'll beat you on the drug debate too. If you want to get bodied in that one too, we can do that too.
Let's set that up.
You just like taking L's. Okay, next super chat. Let's go.
You can prance around and claim I won, but you did not win at all.
All right. So Vic, the more objective thing is to roll out a poll. So
Marte, you said that the cost would increase.
Stuttering. You said that.
Go ahead. I'm trying to remember how you phrased this. There would be more costs,
but
they wouldn't
increase. You're the only one on the panel
increase.
that's possibly sucked dick because you're around 10th man and Cosmic Fox. Go ahead and talk. Let me hear the rest.
Tell me again how you phrased it. There would be extra costs, but they wouldn't increase costs.
Dusty, are we gonna? Do you want me to just explain?
What I'm pointing out is that you don't even
terms
know
for
what
you again,
you're
Dusty?
talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
I
And
do.
you
I
know that you
elaborated
don't
on
know
this,
what
and
you're
this went
talking
over your
about,
head,
too.
Dusty.
No, it did not.
Okay, so the cost savings to a company, that doesn't mean shit to you, and that went over your head too?
It's not real cost savings because it's speculative and it ignores all these very real.
Oh, I asked
and
you a
it
question.
ignores the very real
Dusty,
expenses.
Dusty.
Yeah.
If people call off work less and people are more productive, is that not saving the company money? You've never answered that.
They won't. They won't
can you
call off
prove it?
less.
That's the dumbest shit ever. That's the
No, because
stupidest
your
shit I've
question,
ever
your
heard.
question is built on the assumption that they will call off less. They won't
so
do
you're
that.
using an assumption. You're using an
you
assumptive
are.
claim.
You're using an assumption.
No, that's proven. If I
I'm
show
calling you out on your
I'm more
assumption.
productive and not sick, that's literally going
They
to
will
save
not
money
call
and
off
production costs.
Employees, full-time
In the
employees have PTO. That's the amount of time people take off.
Dusty, you're a fucking idiot. So if I have people that don't call off work and my production doesn't lag, guess what's going to happen? Production.
They're still going to be calling
My
in
company's not going to
because
make money if I can't produce, Dusty.
they have PTO, you dumb fuck.
Dusty, you can say dumb fuck all you want to, but at least make a sensical point.
I've been making them all night.
No, I've
I can explain something to you, but I can't
Dumbass
understand it for you.
Dusty, this is stupid.
This is stupid.
Yeah. On
Okay.
your end, go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, World Radio, for the $10. Our leasing company did that when we absorbed higher health insurance costs when we purchased another company. We used pedometers and health bonus incentives. Our group went down after 2 years. I believe that's
So then it's already working.
Shit.
Hold on. Then
So
it's
they
already
save
in,
money
and
in
they're-
the interim.
some of them do that, but the ones who don't do that have
Don't
made the
save
decision not
money.
to.
So the ones that don't do that don't save money. My mandate would save
Marte,
national cost and
Marte,
reduce the
if-
obesity
if it
epidemic.
saves money,
Thank you,
you-
Dusty.
If it saves money, then why are their businesses not doing it?
Because there are a lot of stupid people. There are homeless people that don't pay federal taxes. Why aren't they working? It's the same stupid shit, Dusty.
Marta, you don't know
Your
what a
argument
mandate
doesn't
is.
make any fucking sense.
You don't know what a mandate is.
I
you
do
didn't
know what a
who
mandate
defeated-
is. A mandate can have
You thought-
people volunteer for this. During the Stabby Jabby, I've demonstrated what a mandate is because we have people volunteer for the Stabby Jabby during a mandate and people that
Our
refuse to
mandate-
volunteer for this.
That was not a. There was not a national
I've
mandate
also
that people
demonstrated
get.
that companies got incentives
No,
for
you
saying
haven't.
Stabby Jabby
Because
too.
that wasn't a national mandate.
That was a national mandate.
No, it was not. No,
Yes,
it was not.
Dusty,
not
this
even
is so
close.
fucking stupid, Dusty.
It was a temporary mandate for employees
Oh, temporary,
of
is a
government
temporary mandate a mandate?
or employees
No,
of
Dusty.
companies.
You said it's not a mandate, and then you said it's a temporary mandate. You just contradicted
Okay,
yourself.
but for who?
You
For
fucking
who?
idiot.
It's not a national mandate.
That is a national mandate. If it's a
No,
temporary
no,
mandate
it's
nationally,
not.
it's a mandate, Dusty.
No, it's not. It's only for people who work for the federal government or were contractors. That's not national.
You mean like my mandate that would only be for the federal government and contractors and businesses? Oh shit.
Well, then that's not a national mandate either.
That can be nationally mandated for federal
it can't.
contractors, not affect everybody. That can
That's
still
not
be
a
a
national
national. Are there people that opt out of national mandates?
Not national mandates. No.
Yes, there are people that
national-
opt out of national
and
mandates. There's a national
there-
mandate to pay
if
federal
you opt
income
out of
tax, but
something that
homeless
is a
people don't
nat-
pay this.
If you opt out of a national mandate, there's a penalty.
Is there a national mandate for employers and employees to pay federal taxes?
There's a mandate for people of
Answer the
income.
question. Answer the
National.
fucking question. Is there
Who
a
have
mandate for
income,
people to
who have
pay federal
income.
taxes that are employees and employers?
Does the prompt say for employees?
Dusty, this is part and
Hold
parcel
on, no, no.
of my
The
national
prompt-
mandate.
Is the prompt constrained to any group? Students, employees, any of that? No.
You can't even answer that people can
prompt-
opt out of this program. Can people opt out of a national mandate?
No.
They did this during COVID.
No, they didn't.
They did this during
That was-
COVID because they refused to
that
work
was
and
not-
they said, I'm willing to be unemployed
No,
to not take
Marte,
a jabby. Hold on.
Marte,
I'm opting
if
out of a
you
national
wanted- if
mandate.
you
I would
wanted
not
it
take
to
a
only-
jab.
You should have phrased your prompt different then, because it doesn't say.
No, I
for-
phrased it correctly. You're just fucking losing
No,
at this.
you didn't.
Vic, can we get to the next super chat? Because this guy's
A
boring the
national
shit out of
mandate
me.
applies to everybody. It doesn't apply to just students. It doesn't apply to just employees.
Oh, you mean like the federal income tax, which is a national mandate, doesn't apply to everybody, especially homeless people that don't work? Oh, shit.
It applies to taxpayers. It applies to taxpayers, not the whole
So
nation.
it doesn't apply to everybody, yet it's a national mandate.
It doesn't apply to the whole nation.
Hey, Dusty, what's
doesn't.
for chat? He's not fucking making a point.
Marte, there's tons of people that don't pay income taxes.
So people opt out of a national mandate from paying federal tax. Yeah, cool story.
It's okay.
It's so
where's the qualifier in your prompt?
It's fucking stupid.
Where's the
All
qualifier?
right, guys,
in your
let's
prompt?
Fucking idiot.
Let's get to the next question here from Kokomo for $10. What stops people from putting the fitness tracker on their cat or dog to do the activity for them? I believe this would go to probably Marte.
Yeah, so if there's people that are doing this, there are people that can cheat the system and try to opt out of this. It doesn't negate the fact that I would still have a national mandate. We can still have a national mandate and people try to cheat the system.
Can you answer the question?
That doesn't negate my point.
Can you answer the question?
I did.
Okay, so nothing would stop them?
Yeah, there's nothing that stops you from doing coke and heroin, and you could still work for a company. You could be a functioning meth addict, which I believe maybe you are because you obsess over my picks.
There
But
are
anyways,
things
back
that
to
stop
this.
you.
There's nothing stopping you from being a functional meth addict and going to a company. But guess what happens? If you are found out and you aren't subscribing to company policy, they can release you from work. Is that true?
And then And then what happens? Then I become unemployed, which is a strain on the system.
Sucks for
right?
you. Sucks for you.
And
But
the
guess what?
system.
Now
And
it-
the system.
No, it doesn't, because if we have a more fit nation,
And-
we have more people that are capable of replacing the people that we lost. Oh,
And-
shit, Dusty.
No, we don't. That's
Yes, we
that's
do.
again another economic assumption that's just wrong.
No, it's not
It-
wrong. Are more
yes, more-
fit people more likely to be employed than obese people?
No,
What?
no, they're not.
You mean to tell me people aren't declined from the police force because they can't do a
They're-
5-minute run?
They find other jobs. If somebody's not
Right.
disabled and they're
They have
capable
people
of
that get
joining,
disqualified because of
you
fitness
need to
medics
let me
already.
finish my point. You need to finish. Let me finish my
You're
point.
proving my
If
fucking
people-
point. Let's get back to the next super chats. You're not.
You're
fucking helping your
spazzing out
argument.
and shouting over me because you know that you're wrong.
You haven't told. Tell me I'm wrong doesn't show me how I'm wrong, Dusty. Anyways,
Well, every
next
time I start
super chat.
talking, you start freaking the fuck out.
Because you're not making any points, Dusty. This doesn't make any
Because you're freaking the fuck out every time I start to talk.
telling me I'm freaking out, but not making any points.
Okay.
You realize that's not making an argument, right?
Okay. So you want me to make arguments? You want me to make points?
If you can make one during
You're
this
gonna- you're
whole
gonna-
hour,
are you
that
gonna
would be
stop
great,
spazzing?
Dusty. If you can make one fucking point, that would be amazing. I would love it.
Yeah. So the people that get caught cheating, they're now unemployed, so they're a burden on the system. The people that do the catching, the cops that find people cheating, they're an expense to the system.
No, because if your
Yes, they are.
employer finds out that you cheated on some schematics to some build, does that cost the company money because of errors that you made? If
Then
you're
I'm
an
getting- then I'm getting
architect,
fired.
if you're an
No, no,
architect
no, no.
and you cheat
I
the
would be getting
system,
fired
you're
for the
lazy
fuck
at
up,
work.
not for the employee, not for the
Hold on,
fitness.
no, I'm answering your question. If you're an architect and you cheat on the schematics and you do lazy work, would that cost the company money because you're not fulfilling their quota and policy?
What does that have to do with fitness?
Okay, if you're not fit for duty,
Nothing
and you're
at
not-
all.
If you're not fit for duty and you're lagging the company behind because you're not fit for duty and you're obese, are you not costing the company money because you're dragging everybody behind?
Architects don't need to be
could do
physically
that.
fit.
Yes,
No,
you could be
architects-
dragging the company behind. You could be a
architects-
burden on the company and economy.
This is architects don't need to be in shape.
No, I'm giving you a hypothetical of an equivalent of
I
you
know,
not
and I'm
fulfilling
telling you why it's
requirements from a
dumb.
company.
Architects don't need to be in shape.
Okay, let's go back to the fitness thing because you're making you can't even follow up. How would you feel if you didn't eat your fucking crack cocaine this morning, Dusty?
I'd probably be withdrawing.
Okay, so you can follow a hypothetical that's actually pretty accurate, by the way.
But Mark,
back to this.
you can't.
So
You need to
Dusty,
adjust your hypothetical
Dusty,
instead of
back
trying
to
to
this.
stand on it harder.
If a person
Because-
is obese, are they more likely to call off or less likely to call off for work because of comorbidity?
The same. It will not reduce PT or the time off in any meaningful manner because employees,
fat
full-time
people
employees. There you go
call
again.
off
There you
work
go again.
more than
All right, Vic, let's
fit
go on.
people?
Let's go on, Vic. He's spazzing out again.
No, you can't even answer the question. Fat people don't call off work more because of
No,
comorbidity
Mark,
issues
I
than fit people?
started answering it again. You just can't stand to hear the answer because you know that you're wrong.
Anyways, I brought up the meth thing and you've admitted to it. But anyways, let's move on.
It was a hypothetical, right?
Yeah, I doubt it was.
If you ask a hypothetical, am I responding to
your
a
name
hypothetical?
is literally Powder Dusty. You have powder in your name, so how would I not think that powder was anything related to your past? And you admitted being a drug dealer.
Does crack come in rock or in powder or rocks?
You're more of a subject at Max.
I thought you worked for the
anybody on this
DEA.
panel about that.
I thought you worked for the DEA.
I concede, Dusty. No, I did not work for the DEA. I worked for.
Why were you
HSI.
telling people that then?
I never told people that. Look back at the stream. It's
Yes,
HSI and DEA.
We've had 2 discussions about it on my channel.
Dusty, stop lying and review the footage. It's basically on your channel because you obsessively
I know it
your
is.
shirt off.
Why
You
did
go
you?
look at that.
Why did you say you worked for the DEA?
No, I said Linda, who was our district director, worked for the DEA.
Your boss worked for the DEA.
Go back and look at the footage. That's exactly what I said.
Marte, why did we have 2 discussions about it when you knew that I was under the wrong impression? Then
Hold on, real quick. I can actually go to a neutral party and ask this. So Vic,
Marte,
Vic,
I'm asking you
hold on. I'll go to a neutral party and ask this. Vic, did I
Vic's
show
not
you
neutral.
evidence of me
No,
working for
we're talking.
HSI?
Why did you allow me?
No, hold on.
Marte, we had 2 conversations about this.
You're getting body right now. Vic, can I ask you a question? I just want to ask you a question.
Conversation.
Hold on. Vic, did I show you evidence of me working for HSI?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, then why were you allowed? Then why did we talk?
Anyways,
then why did?
Let's move on. This guy's
no. We're not moving on. We're not moving on, Marte.
You're fucking gay. Let's move on. Yes, we are
We're
moving
not
on.
moving on. Stop spazzing.
I'm
Calm
not
down.
getting
Take it down
engaged,
a notch.
Dusty. You can talk to yourself, bro.
Why aren't you going to engage, Marte? Why are you scared to engage the topic?
Because you're not moving the conversation forward. Let's get to super chats. You're
Yes,
a
I am.
fucking idiot.
You're not allowing me, Marte.
I don't
why
have
did
to.
you?
That's how force works, right?
Because you're caught in
intimidated by
the
my
fucking
shirt
lie,
and
you
dick,
piece of
apparently, or
shit.
whatever. You're attracted to it because you have it all over your page. It's fucking gay.
Marte, you don't want to talk about you getting caught in obvious lies again and again and again, huh?
What lies?
Like how we had 2 discussions where I said you were a DEA in the title and you never corrected me.
Okay, so if I don't correct you, is that me lying?
Yes.
You're a fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. This guy's a fucking. Anyways, move forward. Let's move forward.
You don't know what a lie by omission is? Look that up.
If I don't correct you, that doesn't exactly mean I'm omitting that. The conversation was about me being in law
We are
enforcement.
having a conversation about your job as a DEA agent, and you're not one. That's lying.
All right. You know what? Okay, if you guys want to resume this after the Q&A, we can. But let's get back to the Q&A, guys. There's people are sending in more supers. Let's get to these questions. Excuse me. Kokomo for $20. I would have expected the 4 to come with a plan for a national mandate, how it's enforced, what exceptions, and how it would be funded. You would have an offset factor of decreased health costs with a healthier population.
Yeah. That's true. This would offset all the costs. That was my whole point. In any company or any mandate that you have, you could have red tape, but you're going to save money in the back end because all of this saves companies money and time because you're going to have productivity increase, less sick time being taken off, and you're also going to have, I would say, a fitter economy and a more productive military. So all of this produces better for the U.S. I think we need that. This guy's against that. This guy's against comorbidity rates going up, believe it or not, which is nonsensical, of course, by the ex-drug dealer here.
Are you done? Can I go now? Okay. Your savings are speculative.
No, it's not speculative.
Okay, so you weren't done. Go ahead.
The chatter before had talked about how his company saved money by rolling out this new program, and they saved premiums in the past and all this. I actually came out with the intro and showed you this and actually talked about the logical entailment of this.
You're making claims that are speculative.
That's not speculative.
The savings is speculative.
It's
What's not speculative is the expenses.
You've literally agreed that a company that's more productive with less call-offs would make more money, and then you contradicted yourself because you realized you were fucking about that.
I disagreed that that's what you would get with your mandates.
You're assuming that. We all know how the body works.
You're assuming that
if I call off sick, is the company more productive or less productive?
Marte, is it coming out of their PTO?
You're not going to answer questions tonight?
Is it coming out of their PTO?
You're going to answer questions with questions, right?
Because your question is stupid. It ignores the fact that people have PTO.
Stupid. Tell me how it's stupid then.
Because PTO is a benefit. It's part of their compensation.
Did I say PTO or sick time?
People use all their PTO,
Did I say
Marte.
PTO or sick days?
All right,
They're the
guys.
same
Okay,
thing.
Right,
listen.
fucking idiot.
We
It's the same
went
thing.
through-
Fucking idiot.
we went through this.
This
We
guy's
went
a
through this
fucking
in the
retard.
debate already. I feel like we're going back to some of the older arguments, so let's move on. Thank you. Let me bring back the screen. Thank you very much, World Radio, for the $5. They came to my school in Watsonville, California, 55K population. These bodybuilder fitness men who shared their testimony in Christ and fitness.
Yeah, that was my whole point. They didn't look at volunteering as a cost. They volunteered.
But Marte,
There's a difference between being charged and volunteering, right?
It was a cost to them. They footed the bill.
Did they say, oh, okay, do people who volunteer say, oh, shit, it's with great cost I'm volunteering? Do
No.
people say that shit normally?
No, they do it voluntarily.
No, they don't say that.
But is it
You're
an
a
expense
fucking
to them?
idiot, bro. This,
Marte,
look,
they still, whether or not they're mad about it,
better
they
than you. And I
volunteers
that too.
still incur expenses. There are expenses incurred, Marte.
Are you sure you're not pulling a cart too? Like, this is crazy, bro. Your IQ
It's
level
not
is
crazy.
trifling.
It's not crazy. You're deflecting. There
No,
are
I'm not
absolutely
deflecting because the chatter just brought up a
There
good
are-
point.
yes, that's fine. They went to his school. They didn't go to mine.
Right. This is why if we increase this national mandate, we would have more of this happening. More volunteer
we
work,
would not. No,
more
we wouldn't.
education, more knowledge.
Okay, why do you think-
program would be brilliant if we rolled this out?
Why
too.
aren't people volunteering now? Why do people need a mandate to volunteer?
Because our educational system is rife with abuse and I would say infiltration by companies like Nestle and PepsiCo, indoctrinating our students to eat shit food. If we change that, our fitness levels would
all
improve.
you'd be doing is expanding the government, giving them more opportunities.
No, we're
for
not
abuse
doing
and
that. We're
corruption.
actually doing a reduction of cost. If we save taxpayer money by having less
No.
people sick, guess what's going to happen? We're going to have a more productive nation, you idiot.
So you don't think that there's increased costs in oversight and
It doesn't have to be. You haven't demonstrated how one person can't do 15 tasks.
We've got education. We've got monitoring. We've got equipment, right, with the Fitbits. We've got enforcement. These are all massive expenses.
Can one person look at a Fitbit and say this one person's not doing what they should be doing? Can one person do this?
One person can look at one Fitbit, yes. Can an
app show 15 people on one app? Have we not?
Can nobody look at all of the
multitasking?
Can nobody look at all of the Fitbits?
What the fuck are you saying, Dusty? That makes no sense.
You're
Back to
saying
what
it
I was
wouldn't
saying,
increase
Dusty.
expenses. So
If
what you're
I-
saying is nobody needs to look at any of them.
If I looked at 15 of my trainers on my app, do I need to outsource that when I could do that one thing and it takes 2 minutes to do?
Do you run a massive company?
Do you answer questions with questions
You
instead of
can't
answering them?
do that. You can't do that if you run Amazon.
Can you answer a question without a question? Can you fucking answer a question, you fucking idiot?
No, because your
Can one
question doesn't
person-
address
Can
the
one
problem.
person do this without recruiting another person?
No, they can't.
One person can't look at 15 people and monitor them from an app?
Do all people work at 15-person companies?
No, can you answer a question
No, they
without
don't.
asking a question?
That's why I'm telling you why your question
Answer
doesn't
a
apply.
question without answering a question, Dusty, you fucking
Your
idiot. You know what?
question does not
You're a
apply.
retard, bro.
Regardless,
You're
it's
still
still an
trying with you, bro. You're a
expense. It
retard.
is still an expense. Yes, it is.
I give up.
Okay.
You're a retard.
All
All
right.
right. It's crazy.
All right. So next question is from Ken. So what if there are expenses? The long-term benefits of having a healthier and more fit population far outweigh those expenses.
That's absolutely not true. Well, the benefits.
Hold on. How is that not true?
Marte, this question's for me. Okay.
This is fucking
So
stupid.
the benefits that you talk of, not economically, not financially, I demonstrated easily how it would be a much bigger expense. So, but if you're saying that you value it more, well, I can't argue with that. That's a subjective thing. Maybe you do value fitness more than money, but as far as quantifiable terms, no, it would be definitely more expensive.
Okay, now let me answer this. So it's not subjective if you look at the human anatomy, and the human anatomy is walking. The biggest disease that we have in our nation is inactivity. So if we increase activity in our nation, guess what happens? Health increases. If we also reduce some of the additives in our food and do all this, morbidity rates go down. This isn't subjective. This is objective reality. The more active a person is, the more inclined to fitness they are, the more healthier an immune system is.
Do you know what is
You're an
subjective?
idiot, Dusty. You know nothing about this shit.
What is subjective is whether or not the benefits outweigh the costs.
No, that's not subjective. This is objective. If more people,
Okay, so Is money or which one's more important, having a healthy population or saving the company money?
Having a healthier population saves the company money. It's already built in the pie.
No,
idiot.
No, they're different. No, it doesn't. No, it's not built in. That's what I demonstrated.
Hold on, Dusty. Can two things be true? Can these two things be true?
Yeah, but you need to have a priority.
Yes, it can't be true. Fuck out of here, Dusty.
Of course, you asked if two things could be true. Of course, two things could be true. You could be retarded. You could be retarded and short at the same fucking time. You can be a liar and a gay porn star at the same fucking time. Of course, two things can be true.
Matter of fact, Vic, let me know when you produce this poll because I'd love to see the results on this.
Yeah, we'll do the results after the Q&A. Let's move on to the next question. Jersey for $1.99. Dusty getting smoked. Anything you want to say to that, Dusty?
No.
Okay. World Radio 332 for the $2. Truck Stop Dusty, aka Methadone Pope. Dusty, sit down.
All right, I'm gonna take turns. I'm gonna take a moment and read my super chats then. I'll go ahead.
Dusty, they're actually not all about like this. They're not all talking bad about you. Okay.
I mean, if you want me to sit here and respond to them, then get to the ones that are actually questions.
So you want me to skip the ones just saying negative things about you then?
Or you can hit them, but I don't know why I would sit here and honor your super chatters more than mine.
All you got to do is just say no. I got nothing to say, and then I'll move on.
He's the moderator. You're not moderating this.
And I'm here voluntarily.
I'm here voluntarily too. So I'm at the behest of his platform. We're not on our platform. We're on his platform. You fucking idiot.
So why would I honor his donors more than mine?
Dusty, tell me a debate platform.
No, answer me that.
Hold on, Dusty. No, this makes no sense. On James Coon's platform of Modern Day Debate, does he have them read out their super chats or only his?
I don't know.
No, on Sarah.
Hold on, Marte. Are we there? Are we there?
On Sarah Aging Potatoes platform, does she read out their super chats or does she only read hers?
It doesn't matter. Where are we?
No, it does matter. You fucking idiot. You said this like
Marte,
it was something that was not universal.
Marte, this is voluntary for me.
Yeah, which proves my whole fucking point. It's voluntary for me, so we're at the behest of the same fucking host that we're on.
We're not behest to anything.
You are through voluntary status. Yes, you are. You can choose not to be here, Dusty.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right. So he can read his super chats. You're not the moderator. You're telling him how to run his platform. This is stupid.
All right. Look, look, guys. Look, if you don't want to answer, just say I got nothing to say, and I'll move on. Okay, that's it.
Well, I just want to look out for my super chatters if they're paying me.
He's getting emotional over here. That's what this is. Go ahead, get emotional, Dusty.
I'm prioritizing my super chatters over yours.
You're prioritizing emotion right now, Dusty. Let's get back.
No, you're getting emotion. I'm prioritizing my super chatters. So,
all right, this is an actual question.
Okay,
this is an actual question. I'm not going to do that because I'm respecting the host.
Yeah, this is an actual question. This is from Bandit for $2. Dusty, define volunteering. People be paid for it? Question.
Something that you do without having to be coerced. People be paid. Will they or could they?
Let's see. It just said define volunteering. People be paid for it? Question.
I suppose that you could have something that's voluntary and paid, but generally when we speak of volunteering, it's an unpaid position.
All right. World Radio 332 for $5. National mandates doesn't need to affect everybody. It's a rule that has a federal reach across each state, but it can be limited and specific.
Okay, well, I disagree with that. That's not how the prompt is set up.
No, we have federal.
If you wanted to refine it, you could. But the way the prompt is it's nationally mandated.
Federal income tax is nationally rolled out, but people opt out of that all the time. It only affects a subgroup of people who are employers or employees.
Right. So if you just wanted to say nationally mandated for employees,
You're getting destroyed on this whole fucking prompt. Can we go back?
You're just repeating things. If you wanted to specify who it applies to, then you should have specified.
I don't have to. If it's a national mandate and people can opt out of this, I don't have to, Dusty.
National mandates? No.
So people who opt out of federal income tax by not working,
people who don't have income, it wouldn't apply to them. All people have bodies.
Opted out of this.
All people have bodies. Everybody has bodies.
You just contradicted yourself. Vic,
there's nobody.
I'm fine with moving on.
There's nobody in the country who fitness and health doesn't apply to. There's nobody in the country who public health care costs doesn't apply to. So saying that some people would just not be employed, that's the non sequitur.
No, it's not a non sequitur because that's opting out of a national mandate.
But
Do both people have bodies?
All people have bodies, yes.
And do the people with bodies, can they opt out of a national mandate like federal income tax?
The reason income tax doesn't apply to everybody is because it actually doesn't apply to everybody. But if we're trying to address
it doesn't apply to these
people. If we're trying to address healthcare expenses, then it would apply to everybody because everybody's covered under it.
Because they can opt out. If you're an employee, guess what? You can opt out of this. Just like the health mandate that I'm rolling out. It's the same shit.
Hold on. So if I opt out of being employed, does that mean that I'm not covered by government health care? Can the ER turn me away then? No, it can't.
So Dusty, is it true that there are some things that are voluntarily subject, like we can voluntarily say we can't turn
You're not
people
addressing
away?
my point.
That's a non sequitur, and I can tell you
You're
why.
not addressing my point.
So during the stabby jabby, we've had people opt out of that.
Deflecting.
Hold on, nope, because this is
You're deflecting. You're deflecting.
No, I'm not deflecting. We're actually dealing with a topic that you can't even fucking reconcile.
You are deflecting from what I just said.
People have refused the stabby jabby. People refuse federal income tax, and all this ties to not being employed as well too. So, which is a subset of people.
You're deflecting from my
out
point.
Of a program, Dusty, you fucking idiot.
You're deflecting from my point that if your mandate is to reduce healthcare costs, people still are entitled to public health care. It doesn't do the thing
right there, Dusty.
It doesn't say the thing that you're saying it would.
Dusty,
it doesn't do the thing.
So if we're reducing people from being enablers of comorbidity, reducing people who are sick, calling out, would there be less burden or more burden on the taxpayer and medical healthcare system?
Marta, what I'm saying is that the expenses would still apply for people.
I see. That's like
because your questions don't matter. Your questions don't matter to the point.
It does matter because this applies to the national health mandate that I'm rolling out as a program, Dusty. Would this cost the nation more money or less money in that fashion?
Do people who opt out of it still cost the system?
Are you going to answer questions with questions the whole night, or are you actually going to answer
one? You keep your questions are just deflections.
That's
your
not
questions
a deflection. I can ask questions that are tangential to the topic. Can you answer the question?
You keep asking deflection questions.
Okay, Vic, I'm fine with moving forward because he's not going to answer. He's going to avoid questions because that body him the whole night. We can move forward.
All right. Glenn Lawrence for $10. If Roosevelt would have used his executive power to enforce the fitness standard nationwide, like he did for the Marine Corps, we would have less fatties today. And Vic, please raid Gridwin. All right, will do.
Yeah, we would, but it would cost more money for sure.
No, we wouldn't cost more money.
It would cost absolutely more money.
So fat people paying for 2 plane tickets and costing the healthcare system more and refusing to go to work use EBT because they're using this as an costing the system more money.
Yes, the oversight of enforcing a national
you just avoided another question. You're a question avoiding machine tonight.
You're a reality denying machine.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that in reality, you're answering questions.
You acknowledge that you're a reality denying machine.
So if my questions don't exist in reality, shouldn't that be a cakewalk for you to debunk them? Well, hold on. If my questions don't operate in reality,
you're getting debunked left and right, and you're going, I'm bodying you.
If my questions don't function in reality, wouldn't that be a cakewalk for you to debunk them and actually answer them?
Yes. It is.
Then why don't you answer questions, you fucking idiot?
Marte.
All right,
Marte.
let's move forward.
Oversight costs money. Oversight costs money. Now, you can deny it. You can lie to us.
Let's
but
move forward.
Anybody with a brain knows that oversight costs money.
Let's move forward. This is fucking pedantic now at this point.
Let's move forward because you don't like the point that obviously is correct.
You've answered no questions tonight to my 30 questions that are
I've answered a ton of questions. And every time that you get time you get cornered because you're full of shit, you're like, let's move on.
Did you answer the 3 questions I've asked?
Let's move on.
Dusty, did you answer the 3 questions I've asked?
I've answered most of the questions you've asked.
So you don't answer questions tonight except only the ones that you want to.
Correct. That's how everybody is.
I rest my case, you fucking idiot.
So do you answer questions you don't want answered?
I'll answer questions. Even if I don't want to answer them, I'll answer them. But does oversight cost money? The whole night.
Does oversight cost money?
It doesn't always cost money. It doesn't have to.
When oversight, the activity of overseeing something, name one example of oversight that doesn't cost money.
Volunteering.
That costs money still. I demonstrated that.
So you're being pedantic and saying if I drive and use my own gas to volunteering,
that's not pedantic. That's an actual expense.
They're volunteering. Volunteering and charging for services are 2 different things.
Marte, People can already do that. The implication of a mandate.
If
The
I go
implication
to a
of a
school,
mandate.
if I go to a school, am I going to complain about cost? Do people that
It doesn't
volunteer-
matter if you complain or not.
Do
It's still
people
a cost.
complain about cost of volunteering?
Marte, it does not matter. There is
It
still a cost to
does.
them.
It does.
No,
If
it
you're
doesn't.
saving the nation money later on. Guess what happens? With
So you're saying that
Yeah.
complaining is what makes something real?
You're going to avoid this the whole night.
No. You're avoiding.
I'm fine with
Marte,
moving forward. This guy's
complaining,
been
whether or not somebody
the whole night.
complains is not the deciding factor on whether or not something's a cost.
It is a defining factor because guess
No,
what
it's
happens?
not.
There's a popular vote in town square that people decide whether or not they're going to do something because of a complaint. That happens
Marte,
often. When people decide
Marte, if
that,
I complain
Hold
about-
on,
if I complain
Dusty,
about being
answer your
short-
question because you don't answer mine. I'll at least be good faith and answer one. So when there's a complaint and there's an overwhelming consensus that people don't like something, that's going to affect their volunteership, whether or not they want to do this or not. You see how I just demonstrated answering a question that
Marte.
you'll never do all night?
Marte, if I complain about being
See how I
short,
can do this and you can't? That's fucking amazing.
if I complain about being short, does that mean I'm short?
Okay, let's move forward. This guy's just gonna fuck.
No. You said you'd answer questions even if you don't like them.
You won't
You
even
said
answer
that
one
you-
of mine, but I'm gonna answer
you-
all of yours. This
you-
is fucking ridiculous.
You said that you would. You just said you would.
This is ridiculous. Let's move forward.
If I complain about being short, am I short?
If you complain about being short, that can be true.
I'm 6'1". Am I short?
What is it? Okay, what does that have to do with what I just said?
You said answer my question. I'm 6'1", but
No,
if I complain
that's
about being
beyond-
short, does that mean?
So that's a false equivalent. So if people are complaining
it's-
because something is laborious,
I thought you were going to answer my
Oh,
questions, Marte.
Hold on,
I
hold
thought
on,
you were
hold
going to
on.
answer my question.
Nope. Is being 6 foot tall labor sim on people to the degree where they complain in the dating
We
market?
can move on. I thought he was going to answer my questions. He
No,
said he was.
I'm answering your
Go ahead.
question. Do people
No, you're not.
complain about being tall and they have problems in the dating market because of height?
That doesn't at all answer my question.
No, hold on. There should be complaints in the dating market because of this. If I'm using an example,
Marte,
how
I'm
is this burden
6'1".
on
If I
people because
complain
they're
about being
dating and they're
short,
tall? Do
Okay.
6 foot tall people complain about this? Does
Marte.
that confirm that they're short?
Marte, you don't know the struggles that I have as a black man. Does that make me a black man?
So you're just gonna do this? This is fucking stupid. You're bad faith. You're so
It's-
fucking
All right.
bad faith.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. Let's move on. All right. Joe motherfucking cool for $1.99. Yell more, Marte. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I will. I'll be vocal.
All right. Postal Joe for $10. Dusty, if the Fitbit is an extra expense, wouldn't the oh wait, I forgot. Joe actually told me I didn't have to read this because you answered it earlier, so we can move on. Geoverse TV for $5. Dusty, true or false? Is it a felony to choose to not pay your taxes?
I don't know. I don't think it is. I mean, at some point it probably is, but I don't think it is all the time. But I don't know.
Okay. Glenn Lawrence for $10. Wouldn't a temporary fitness mandate could be a net win, lower healthcare costs, fewer preventable illnesses, and enough time to lock in habits people refuse to build on their own?
That's speculative, just like the claim. So it could be, but I don't know. I don't think it would. It certainly would not, because the oversight that he proposed would cost much more.
So we have households
And
actively.
hold on. Let me finish answering the question.
Good.
And the hypothetical savings to, say, a company or to the individual is not the money saver and the money payer are different entities. So it'd really just be a wealth transfer.
It's not a wealth transfer, and I can demonstrate how. If I have a household and we have parents that are abuse if you give your kids nothing but sugar all the time. This happens all the time. We can see this in low-income housings where nutritional education is deficient. That would be with my mandate. So we'd also increase education when it comes to national health and fitness mandates, when it comes to nutrition, dietary examples, and people choosing active. So it's free to make choices.
So hold on.
Don't. I didn't interrupt you when you
Okay,
asked
go
me
ahead.
the
Go
question.
ahead.
I didn't interrupt you. So if
ahead.
I have a household that is allowing people to be on EBT and they're low income and they're not educated when it comes to taking the right dietary steps to get my kids off of diabetes and all this, healthcare increases because my kids are now diabetic, and not to mention this, but kids are now asthmatic, all these cumbersome problems. But if I have the same household that has more education through my fitness mandate and then they're more healthier, guess what happens? They're going to reduce fitness health costs as far as like medical coverage and all this. You're not going to have diabetic kids in this household. Actually, it's abuse to have obese kids. We have this as a pandemic. You can go to Walmart and see this the whole time of people living the example of refusing any kind of self-imposed mandate that even they have in their personal life. So a household that is fit will stay together more often than not because less health incur cost, all this other shit, and less burdensome performance on the family.
Okay. Now, at the beginning, it sounded like you were overseeing. Are you proposing overseeing people's dietary choices too?
That's not what I'm saying. There's going to be a runoff as opposed to this national mandate for employees. Guess what's going to happen? There's going to be an education rollout because let's say if we had Trump as a president and he had The Rock come out and The Rock is going to say, hey, we're going to start a fitness campaign. And there's also going to be a national mandate. We're going to increase educational platforms and education on the job. That doesn't have to cost extra money. And guess what's going to happen? We're going to have propagandization go into homes as a result of this. This is going to be the runoff as well too.
People know that sugar is bad for them and they choose it anyways.
No, so you're wrong on that too. Sugar isn't inherently bad for you. It's too much sugar that's bad for you. And that's where the education comes in. You don't know shit about dietary measurements, environment, or any of this shit. And I can fully educate you on this.
Marte, hold up your drink. Hold up the drink you opened at the beginning of the stream.
You're talking about this?
Yeah. What is that? Energy drink?
Yeah.
Is it healthy?
Yeah.
Is there sugar in it?
How it's not healthy?
Aren't you trying to reduce sugar intake?
Zero sugar.
Oh, so it's got artificial sweeteners?
Stevia is natural. Try again.
That's sugar.
Stevia is not sugar.
It's either sugar and artificial sweetener.
It doesn't spike your glucose. Try again.
Are there calories in it?
You're going to be bodied on nutrition. You're dating a licensed nutritionist. Go ahead.
Are there calories in it?
No calories.
So it's a chemical.
Stevia is found in nature. Try again.
It's either got calories or it's a chemical.
No,
Here,
a plant. A plant. You know what? You know what stevia is? Do you know what stevia is?
I'm looking it up right now. Stevia. Is there caffeine in that?
So caffeine is a natural occurring thing that's in coffee beans.
So there's lots of poisons that are naturally occurring.
If you wanted to go the fitness route, I could body you on this when it comes to nutrition. You're going to get fucking destroyed and mollywopped on this.
What I'm pointing out is that there's things in that energy drink is less healthy than, say, water, right?
So no, less healthy is relative when we talk about this. So if I have one of these, occasionally it's not unhealthy. But if I take this and I have like 5 a day, then it gets unhealthy. So let me inform you on something. A piece of pizza is not unhealthy. What people do normally in America is
I know that. Foods. No, hold on. You're going down a rabbit hole that's unnecessary.
Unhealthy.
This is an unnecessary rabbit hole. Yes, of course.
It's not an unnecessary rabbit hole. You're getting fucking schooled on this. And I will further school you more on this.
No, you're straw manning. This is a straw man.
No, that's not a straw man because
it's absolutely a straw man.
Take this and I overconsume this, it's unhealthy.
Straw man.
This naturally isn't unhealthy for you. So guess what? It's unhealthy if I have comorbidity and resisting natural contraindications. If I take this like heart disease or anything, then it's unhealthy. But if I'm a healthy person, because my fitness mandate rolls out,
not a healthy person.
I follow this fitness mandate. This is healthy. It's not bad for you.
You're not a healthy person.
Okay, demonstrate how I'm not healthy.
Okay, all right. Okay, guys, let's move on.
I swear to God, this guy's so
hold on. What's the disease that you have that you talked about shitting out blood and stuff? What is that?
All right. Let's move on to the next question. All right, Glenn Lawrence for $5. Wouldn't mandating healthy fitness standards only prolong the male loneliness problem? I don't know either one, but I have no idea.
I don't know how that's tangential to I don't know how that would be, because here's the thing though. A lot of people complain because they don't there's this whole thing that Dusty talked about, how Andrew Wilson was saying men will be more attractive and all this. Well, he misses what Andrew Wilson's saying. Women use a lot of filters. They use a lot of this on dating apps. The reason why men look the way that they did. And I know what you're doing, Dusty. You're going to fucking copy this and clip it and all this other shit, but I don't give a fuck.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying, though, is that if men took care of themselves, women would be like, okay, there's more people to choose from on dating apps.
But that's not what
because we have a less fit nation, guess what happens? We have delusion run amok where women can use 50,000 filters, but guys normally don't use filters and all this other shit. So that's why this perception's off.
But Marte, that's not what Andrew said. That's not what Andrew said in the clip.
So when Glenn says this like, we can't really determine this. That's why I'll even agree with you, Dusty. There's no way that I can determine whether or not this is tangential to what we're talking about or not. But I will say on the side, they use 50,000 filters, and there's a lot of shit they do in makeup.
Marte, but what he said is that men are the fairer sex without filters. Do you agree with that?
Are the men the fairer sex without filters? I think that our perception would change in the dating market.
You think that men would be hotter?
No, hold on. That's my answer. The perception of beauty standards would change.
I'm asking you your opinion because his was
what
that
you're
men
trying
would be
to
the fairer
do is
sex.
get me to say some gay shit. I'm not going to fall.
You already
I'm not gonna be gay
are.
for you, Dusty. Nobody's turning gay for you,
for me.
Dusty. So
No, it's not for me. I think women are the fair.
Dusty,
I think women are the fair sex no matter what.
That answers your question. The perception on beauty standards would change drastically. That's my answer.
Okay, but since you brought up that quote,
that's what he means by that. That's what Andrew Wilson means by that. He's not calling men hot. He's saying the perception on beauty standards would change, and women would be less delusional about how they even look on the dating market. Things would be more equal.
That's definitely not what he
that
said,
works. What you do is you mischaracterize what he says and you turn it fucking gay.
No, I'm just telling you exactly what he said.
No, he didn't say men are hot. Did he say men are hot?
He said men are the fairer sex.
Why is that? How did he arrive to that conclusion?
Because women cheat by wearing makeup.
Right, so that changes the perception on beauty standards in the dating market. You fucking idiot. God, let's move forward. This is crazy. You're such a God. Do you have a good enough diploma at least, Dusty? Do you even have one of those?
A diploma? Yeah, I've got a
good
degree.
enough one. Okay, good.
I don't know what good enough means. What do you mean by that?
Your GED, Dusty. You don't even. God,
I have a bachelor's degree.
Man,
who's the fair sex, right. Marte? Who's the fair sex?
Dusty, you're trying to get me to be gay. Nobody's being gay for you, bro.
I don't need to try.
You're asking me who's the fairer sex. What does that also imply? You're so gay. Let's move on.
It was a gay quote. I don't know why you brought it up.
It's not a gay quote. You mischaracterized what he said.
No, I didn't.
You want it to be gay because you're trying to change the optics of what he said because you have 10th Man supporting you, which is actually gay. If you have that guy supporting what you said and mischaracterizing it, that actually makes you legit gay supporting. You
Marte,
realize that, right?
I have never jerked off in a room with other men watching me.
So, okay, what does that have to do with what we're talking about right now? Well, I'm making it his claim. Did he do that recently with you?
We're talking about who's gay here, and it's you.
Okay, that has nothing to do with the prompt. It does. You see, Vic.
All right. Let's move on. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, so Dusty, would it be economically feasible to consider the rat uteruses that are equipped with Fitbits to lower the overall costs in rat populations? I think that's a First Amender joke.
Yeah,
I think it's a First Amender joke. It's a First Amender joke. So you don't got to answer it.
Yeah.
All right, Bandit for $10. To clarify, Dusty kept going to costs like gas for volunteers by the government. If people volunteer for this, they don't get paid for things like gas, and so it's not an added cost to the program.
Yeah, that's also true too.
If it's a mandate, then they're not volunteering. Now you can say that there might be some volunteers who contribute to the mandate.
So that is volunteering. You said there can be some volunteers, but then there's no volunteers.
Hold on, Marte.
Yourself.
Yeah, hold on.
You literally just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't.
You said there's no volunteers.
Calm down.
Hey, hold on. No. Rewind the tape.
Oh my God.
You said there's no volunteers, but there can be volunteers.
Blah, 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 blah. Marte, I wasn't done with my point.
Go ahead with your contradiction. Let me hear the rest.
Okay. If you have a mandate, that means that you do not have the option of not doing it. That means that that the gaps in volunteer supply, which right now we do not have enough volunteers to provide all the education and resources that would be necessary. So you would have to fill that, and you have to do that with expenses.
That's an regardless claim. Can you demonstrate how we don't have volunteers?
Yes, because in my school district, I've lived here for most of my life. I'm almost 40. I've never heard of the program you talk about. So obviously it's not hitting a large portion of the population.
Good. So let's stick to that right now. Let's stick to this logic. Okay. Can we stick to this real quick? So would my fitness mandate incentivize more volunteers to show up and benefit everybody else by reducing costs?
No, it would mandate that people be found.
Hold on. If we have a mandate,
I'm answering your fucking question. I'm answering your question. No, it would not.
So,
it would mandate. Would mandate that if there. Let me fucking finish. If there are not enough volunteers, which there aren't,
just one point at a time.
No, you can't. I'm not done with my point.
No, you're giving 3 points right now.
Okay, Vic, what are you doing?
All right, listen.
What the fuck are you doing?
What are you doing, Vic?
Just let Dusty finish his point, Marte, and then you can respond.
There's obviously not enough volunteers because it's currently not hitting all the schools. That would mean with a mandate, you would have to find those and pay them for it.
Okay, can I answer your question without getting interrupted, Dusty? Okay, so if we roll out a national mandate and The Rock came out and President Trump was like, I introduced The Rock, we're going to have this mandate that's going to have propagandization and incentivize people through maybe peer groups and even the public square, you're going to look good because status is also imbued in fitness. So if we have people propagandize to say, you know what, if I look good, I'm going to feel better, people are going to feel better about volunteering. Would this not happen because this propagandization has happened through feminism, because the boss babe thing has been mandated through movies, through Hollywood, through indoctrinating nations. We can do this through fitness standards as well too. Hold on, I didn't interrupt you real quick. So the movie Predator was propagandization of muscular men coming out back in the day. If we rolled out the same thing and propagandized men to be more in fitness, guess what would happen? You'd have more people inclined to volunteer. You fucking idiot.
Cost to produce the movie Predator. It cost $51 million.
How much did they make? How much?
Well, they made more than that because they're selling tickets. It doesn't matter how much they made. It's all cost.
Hold on. Nope, it does. It matters. Let's look into that real quick.
Okay. They're selling a product. Getting somebody to exercise is not selling a product.
Wait, what? Getting somebody... So... Me telling clients to train and giving them a fitness package program is not a product?
Marte, let's take your example that you said.
Hold on, Dusty, you fucking idiot. You just walked in another hall.
You're moving off. You're moving off the point.
Trainer, I'm not giving my clients a product.
Does The Rock work for free?
Can The Rock work for free?
There's no reason to assume he would.
Okay, so that's an assumption that we both would make. So that's a stupid ass point. Let's move on. So
we can hold on. No, but they're not. They're not equally stupid. No, hold on. We're not off that point. We're not off that point, Marte. Marte, we're not off that point.
Dusty, is education on fitness a
product?
We're
not off the point, Marte.
Because you can't prove that he would or wouldn't.
We can look at what he's done. Hold on. Look at the work that The Rock has done. Is most of it free?
Dusty, can he do this for free?
Is most of the work he does free?
Okay, this is a stupid ass point.
No, it's not, because
has The Rock volunteered work?
The best determiner of past behaviors, future behavior is past behavior. Does he do most of his work for free?
This is a stupid ass prompt. That's unfalsifiable. I can't prove that he could volunteer or not.
But we can look at his past behavior.
That's not an indicator of if he would volunteer at a kid's school and help kids out.
You don't think past behavior is an indicator of future?
Okay, so if The Rock got paid billions of dollars, he would turn down helping little kids at a school, teaching them fitness. He would turn this down?
We don't know.
Yes, we do. So when John Cena goes, hold on. So when the John Cena, hold on. When John Cena
talking about The Rock. We're talking about The Rock.
I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. You're deflecting. John Cena is the most generous celebrity, I believe, in all of history.
Hold on. Can I answer this question? So if these wrestlers can do the Cancer Wish Foundation and volunteer to go see kids that are dying of cancer, do they charge for this because of their history of making blockbuster movies?
The Rock's net worth is $800 million. Where did that money come from?
Would he charge to see a kid with cancer?
Well, we don't know.
Yes, we do. They don't charge these kids with cancer's families. You fucking idiot.
Would he charge the government to go fly out and do a commercial? Yes, I'm sure he would.
Would he charge to volunteer? That's what we're talking about. Volunteer work, you fucking idiot.
I don't know why we're talking about volunteer work for a mandate.
So the Make-A-Wish Make-A-Wish Foundation, which is a
not a mandate,
has he charged
not
for
a mandate.
Is if The Rock makes a lot of money and he volunteers for the Make-A-Wish Foundation because of his past of charging for everything, does this mean that he's going to charge to show up at the Make-A-Wish Foundation for a cancer kid?
That's not a mandate. It's not a mandate.
Then why fucking bring it up, you idiot?
Because I didn't bring it up. You keep bringing up Make-A-Wish.
Mandate conversation.
Because Marte, what you're trying to propose is that if we have a mandate,
because when I bring a logical entailment,
you think that we can put a mandate into place? Vic, what are you doing?
Dusty, shut the fuck up. How about that?
You think that we can put a mandate into place and it won't increase costs because everybody will do it voluntarily?
So look,
you're retarded.
People volunteer for the Make-A-Wish Foundation often, Dusty. When I bring this up, you're going to say the reason why he wouldn't do this is because he's made $50 million on blockbuster movies. That's a dumbass point. Let's move on.
Marte, can you name one mandate that people volunteer for and it's done for free entirely? Go ahead.
Free entirely? I just brought up one. Matter of fact, the chatter brought up one too. The people that showed up to schools and ripped the phone books in half. It was like they were called the Power Team. We can look it up.
That's not a national mandate.
We did have a mandate for fitness, the call to fitness throughout the nation. Yes. And then not to mention this, we have military requirements. That's a national mandate.
The military takes a lot of tax money. Schools take a lot of tax money.
That's a mandate. Yes, so what? You can take tax money for mandates.
They have to pay for these things, Marte.
Does that change the fact that it's a mandate or not?
It changes the fact that it's voluntarily.
Does that change the fact that it's a mandate or not, Dusty?
What? Does what change the fact that it's a mandate? That they pay for it?
Yeah, does that change? Even if that was the case, does it change the fact that it's a national mandate that's accepted?
Yes, it contradicts the claim that it's free.
You can't even hear my questions because you're over talking me. Does that change the fact that it's a national mandated fitness requirement?
I was not talking about a national mandate. I was talking about whether or not it's free. Now
you're not talking about a national mandate. You're off.
We're talking about whether or not it's free. My question to you was, can you name one national mandate that's implemented for free? I just gave you one,
Dusty, and you don't want to even engage in this.
You referenced to a nonprofit. That's not a national mandate.
Dusty, even if profit was involved or not involved in this, it doesn't cost the taxpayers extra money to actually save them money in the interim and long term.
Do you understand when I say nonprofit? That's a entity structure. It's not actually talking about whether or not they make money.
Dusty, this is stupid. Let's get off this subject. You're talking in circles right now at this point, Dusty.
Okay, my point is.
Okay, Dusty, make your last point, and then we'll move on to the next question.
My point is that there is no example of a national mandate that is implemented entirely voluntarily.
All right. These next two, I'm going to read back to back because I think it's all part of one question. Thank you very much, Bandit, for the 5. I asked Dusty to define volunteering because he implied that all their costs should be covered, which is not volunteering. Oversight pays for itself because the waste it catches is more than the cost of oversight.
That is entirely speculative and demonstrably not true.
All right. Even though we have objective outcomes. Yeah.
Where are your objective outcomes?
On savings and cost to companies when we reduce health costs and medical costs, and also more productivity to companies as well too. Yeah.
That's not an objective outcome. It's entirely not an objective outcome.
But we do have objectively. If we can show this and demonstrate in real time that less people that call off sick are more productive at work, that's an obvious entailment. Like that's
but that's not what happens.
That it can logically demonstrate without having to show schematics.
Basically, what you're saying is that if people work better, then they'll work better.
No, it's not working better. If they're more productive because they're healthy, there's a difference.
What you have not demonstrated is that that would be the outcome.
What you're doing is twisting this. This is bad faith.
No, I'm not.
When you say you're talking about people working better, I'm not talking about working better. I'm talking about
Marte, you lied about how Fitbits work. Don't talk to me about bad faith.
There's a difference between those two things.
You lied about how Fitbits work. Don't talk to me about bad faith.
Anyways, Dusty, you're not making any points right now. This is ridiculous, man.
Yes, I am.
All right. Brick petitions for $1.99. Margay mandates no more fat girl jobbers. I don't know what those emojis are.
I don't know what this even means.
Coffee, goat, enjoy. What is it?
That's the llama. Cuckable mug llama.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. World Radio 332 for $2. Dusty proved earlier prompt about being a douche.
Which was objective, not subjective. Thank you.
A douche is Man, you need to go back and watch that debate.
Yeah, you clearly lost that. I would have bodied you on that debate too.
Am I a douche?
Yes, you are. That's objectively demonstrated by your actions. You know that can be demonstrated by actions, right?
What is a douchebag? What is a douchebag when used in context?
Is somebody who has unsavory behavior by their actions, right? If we're going to demonstrate what a douchebag is, how do we determine that? Actions, right? And actions can be objective, right?
But no, the determination.
Dusty?
Calm down. You're starting to freak out because you know that you're in a corner.
Questions. This is another one that you're evading. Can actions
starting
be
to freak out because you know that you're in a corner.
Can objectives be actions?
Does everybody think that the same things are unsavory?
Can actions be objective? You're answering the question with a question, Dusty.
Yes, of course actions can.
Okay, so you are a douchebag objectively. Yes.
But what is savory? Is that an opinion?
So when you call Andrew Wilson a cuck through Cuck Hunt, do you think that wouldn't be douchebaggery?
I think lots of people found that savory.
Yeah, people can agree that you're a douchebag and like that. That doesn't disprove my point.
It disproves by definition.
There are a lot of people that like douchebags, right? They'll say, well, he's a douchebag and I like the fact that he's a douchebag. Can that be true?
If something is unsavory, if something's unsavory, that means we don't like it, right?
Dusty, can people find things unsavory entertaining?
Generally, people don't like things that are unsavory.
You're such a fucking idiot, Dusty. Let's move on.
No. If something's unsavory, I know you want to move on because you know you're stuck on this.
So if I tell you that you're a meth head and you find that unsavory, but my people are entertained, can that be true?
That's a perfect example of subjectivity.
No, hold on. Can that be objectively true that you are offended by this and that it's a bad thing?
Now we can move on because you gave you demonstrated it perfectly. Thank you.
No, hold on. Can those two things be true? Can that be objective still?
Marta, you demonstrated this subjectively perfectly.
Can that be objective still? Are there people that don't like being called cucks like Christians? Do Christians like being called cucks?
I don't know. Some of them probably do.
No, that's objective. According to what we have in scripture and according to our tradition, no Christian likes being called a cuck. So that's objective, you idiot.
You don't think there's one Christian on earth who likes being called a cuck?
Dusty. So Christians who are true Christians and Christ followers like being called cucks?
I didn't call Christians cucks.
No. You have
I didn't call Christians cucks. I did not call Christians cucks.
Hold on.
I didn't do that.
You had Cuck Hunt with Andrew Wilson's face on there.
Right. Is Andrew Wilson Christian? Is he all Christians?
Hold on. Do you think objectively that goes against the Christian standard of acceptability?
Did I call Christians?
No, Dusty, you're fucking running. Is that objectively wrong with Christian ethics?
I actually don't know.
It is. So shut the
I don't
fuck
think
up.
it is.
You don't know what you're talking about. Let's move on.
I actually don't know that that's the case. Can you demonstrate a Bible verse that prohibits cuckoldry?
You just got so infidelity. What's infidelity?
I mean, there's polygamy in the Bible.
If I allow somebody to have sex with my wife outside of marriage, is that infidelity in Christian marriage?
Please demonstrate.
If I allow a third party in my marriage and open my marriage up, is that acceptable in Christian ethics?
According to God in the Bible?
Yeah.
Was he okay with David having multiple wives?
No, I'm talking about now. Was that church tradition? Was that accepted?
Oh, wait. So God changes his mind about things.
Church tradition, is that accepted? Can it, in orthodoxy now, is that accepted?
You're asking me about culture. You're not asking me about
2,000 years of unchanged culture. Is that accepted within our 2,000 years of unchanged culture? Because I'm talking, I'm demonstrating how objectively you're a fucking douchebag. So Andrew Wilson is an Orthodox, and I'm going to get off the subject because I don't want to talk about him. We're talking about us right now. If an Orthodox Christian,
bringing him up.
Because I'm proving that you're a fucking douchebag objectively. So if an Orthodox Christian with 2,000 years of unchanged standard is being called a douche, is being called a cuck, do you think that this is acceptable culture with Orthodox traditions?
You're making claims in there that are wrong. You're setting up the question.
That's not wrong. With Orthodox tradition, 2,000 years is being called a cuck in alignment with Orthodox tradition.
Well, I don't know. I'm not an Orthodox Christian. Can you demonstrate where it says?
You're a fucking douchebag. Objectively, that doesn't align with Christian ethics.
Can you demonstrate? Where does it say? Where does it say that you can't be cucked?
Stomped. You're getting mollywop. Let's move
on.
Where
does it say that?
Let's move on, guys. We got two more questions. Let's get through these last two questions.
All right, let's get through them,
and then we'll call it a day. All right, we're almost done. All right, Marathon Kevin. These, by the way, these super chats right here, they're related because the next one's a correction.
That's all right. Let's go.
If fitness is nationally mandated, at what does an unfit body become a crime scene and not a citizen? And are we doing 30-minute walks in Minnesota at minus 30-degree weather, Marte?
So there are plenty of activities that couples can do together. They can not only do this, but you can do burpees in the living room. There's plenty of other things. And guess what? That's all free. Not only is this free, but this is also reported as well, too, because if you have a Fitbit, your Fitbit's going to basically track all your progress. So do you think people have indoor gyms? Do you think that you need weight sets to train? I've actually trained in hotel rooms as a personal trainer. I've had people train in 30 below degree weather while they're traveling in hotel rooms because I have training programs and things like this. I think an educated, informed rollout of a fitness mandate program would also include all this so you can have a workaround so that way you can reduce costs, because this is at no cost to the consumer and they're consuming product, which Dusty says that this isn't a product. Education is a product that you're delivering to people to actually reduce cost.
I mean, I didn't say education wasn't a product.
You said it. What you said? It's not a product.
Is it free?
It's not free to provide. It's not a product, and then I demonstrated how it's a product.
Provide. It's not free to provide.
It is free to provide. Yes.
No, it's not.
So if you think
let's go to the next one. We've only got one left. We've only got one left.
Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Oh my God! Shut up, Marte.
Presents to the person. Is that a product?
We can go to the next one. We can go to the next one.
Meaningful to the person? Yes, it is.
Shut up.
You're a fucking idiot.
Dusty.
Let's move forward.
Final question for Dusty. Dusty, you are speculating too. Economics is mostly speculative. And why would forcing people to be fit be bad? We force people to do all kinds of things.
Because
also
forcing it is I'll give him credit where it's due. It is a largely speculative science. However, forcing people to do anything, it does require expenses. It's cost.
No.
It is cost heavy.
That's not force if we're telling you that you live in a right to work state and we're only hiring people that meet our quota in these mandates that we have. That's not force.
It's a form of force. Yes, absolutely.
No, it isn't. If I tell you that in order to work for this company, you have to fulfill these requirements or educate with this degree and all that, is that force? No, it's not forcing people to do that.
The alternative is starving to death and being homeless, sure. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. You're operating on some form of reality that doesn't even fucking exist. I don't know where you're at right now, Dusty.
Okay, so if I hold a gun to your head and tell you to give me all your money or else I'm going to shoot you, is it voluntary?
Now you're talking about force, but if I volunteer to apply for a company, is that force?
So if I say you have to do exercise or else I take your home.
Dusty, if you have
to exercise to take your home,
right? Dusty, you had a bachelor's, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are they forcing you to work for the company? Because they have a mandate that you need a bachelor's to work for the company. Are they forcing you to do anything?
They would be forcing you to do the exercise. Why are you asking me?
No. You're saying that they have a requirement. The bachelor's degree is a mandate. Hold on. The bachelor's degree is a mandate. Are they forcing you?
No, it's not a mandate. That's not a mandate.
You out of the workforce because they need a bachelor's degree.
It's not a mandate to get a bachelor's degree.
At that job, are they mandating you if they say you need to have a bachelor's degree? Is that a mandate by that company standards?
We're not talking about for a job. We're talking about to work at all.
Oh, so that's a mandate, you fucking idiot. I'm talking about the simplicity of just a simple mandate. I'm not talking about national.
Marte, if I don't work at a job,
of why you're failing throughout this whole debate.
No. Stop spazzing out and let me finish. If I choose to apply for a job that requires, say, a bachelor's degree, and they say, well, you don't meet the education requirements, I can still apply for other jobs that don't have that requirement, right?
Yeah, but that's not force.
But you're making it so that there would be no.
Dusty, let's move on.
Yes, no, we're not moving on.
I can't wait to see this poll, Vic. I just want to see the poll.
No, hold on, Marte.
You're not making any sense.
Marte,
I gotta go piss anyways.
What a coward!
Oh, because I gotta piss. I'm a coward.
You're a coward because
Marte has to. Marte drank a caffeine beverage that makes you pee a lot, but he's a coward because he has to do something natural.
Why is my bladder healthier than yours?
So if I have to pee more because I drink more water and fluids, that means I'm unhealthy?
So you didn't have time to listen to my point, but you have time to have this argument. That's why you're a coward.
You're just making up shit as you go. You've done this whole debate and it's failed you ever since.
Go pee.
Go pee. Such a bad faith debater. You're even using my natural fucking
go pee. You got to pee bad. Let's go.
Anyways, Vic, before I go pee, I'd love to see this poll. Just
you don't really have to go pee.
All right, I'm going to show the poll real quick. Oh, that's Marte left.
All right.
I was just going to show him the poll, and then I was going to call it a night. But I'll wait till he gets back.
All right. Do you mind if I read a few of my super chats in the meantime?
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Let's see. New member Rust. Thank you for becoming a member. New member.
All right. He could go do that. And here, I'm going to mute both their mics, and then I'll just talk to you guys for a second. Wow. What a debate, huh? What a debate. Yeah, so I'm just going to read these last two here. Bandit for $2. Look to the right of Marte to see a douchebag. Thank you very much, Bandit, for the $2. McCain Mull for $5. Dusty, Sarah posting alludes wearing Crucible is unsavory, yet you find it entertaining. With that proof, you and Sarah can be douches. No? Yeah, I would read it, but it's already getting it's getting late. I already got to get out of here soon. And they're already getting all pissy at each other. So... Bro wanted you to save him, Vic. What are you doing? Yeah. Vic will chat. Yeah, well, exactly. We'll chat. Hey, thank you very much, James, for the $10, brother. Got nothing to say. Just want to show some support. Thank you very much, man. Hell yeah. Let's see. Read him my super chat. Oh,
fucking gay.
Yeah, I would, dude. But like I said, I want to get out of here, and it's already getting all crazy. But thank you very much for your support, man. I appreciate it. Oh, Dusty's back. I mean, Marte's back.
Like every hour or something. But that was, So
I
yeah,
thought
no,
Dusty
I agree.
was an anal person, went back home.
Every
But
now and
I
then
guess
you
he's
find
here
out
now.
some little requirements like that. Moderator needs to keep it on point.
Also, you're going to tell him to do his job, how to do his job, and you're going to tell him that you want to read your super chats and he can't read his. More authoritarianism from the guy that says my shit's authoritarian. That's crazy.
All right. Let me announce the results of the poll. So who won this debate, Cooliverse? Marte with 71%, Dusty with 29%.
You only got 71%? That's crazy. You know that means I won.
What?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You're an economics major and you're saying the dumbest shit. This is crazy.
Yeah, Bill, your audience doesn't like me at all.
How do you... So this audience is people following you and Sarah stream sniping. How is this his audience?
I mean, do you want to know what the poll is on my end?
Objectively, I can prove to you that Sarah's stream sniping. You don't think people are there's a mixed bag in his audience?
Right. The poll on my end says 82-18.
So fucking stupid.
Yeah, who's going to vote on what polls? Mine says 82% to 18%. So I won by a higher margin.
Yeah, I'd win on mine, but we're on a neutral party podcast. We're not talking about ours. We're talking about his.
Vic is not neutral. He even acknowledged that.
Sarah's not neutral. She fucking cheated. She was helping.
I'm not reading you Sarah's poll.
She was basically debating against Paige. You fucking idiot.
Vic,
I covered this.
Marte, are you saying that Vic's audience is neutral?
Vic is a neutral moderator, and his audience is mostly people that actually object against things he said too. There are a mixed bag of people that tune into Vic's channel. What are you talking about?
That's not what I asked you about. Do you think that Marte's audience is neutral to me?
So when you say think, that's speculative.
I know.
But Dusty, do you think people went from my chat to go vote in your poll? I'm pretty sure people went from your chat to go vote in my poll.
Right.
But you don't think it worked both ways?
Do you think when Sarah's stream sniping, you don't think people jumped in to help out? You don't think that could have happened?
Marte, that's speculative.
No, it's not speculative that Sarah's stream sniping. I actually covered this. Do you want me to prove this?
No, I know that she's stream sniping.
Right. Fucking idiot, bro. This is crazy.
What's speculative is who voted where.
Dusty, just hang it up. You should do something else besides debate, bro.
That poll says 71%.
Not your lane, bro.
You. My poll says 82% to me. I won by a higher margin. I'm sorry for your loss.
I won in my poll too. I could say that too. But we're on a neutral. We're with a neutral moderator on a different platform. You're just pissed because you fucking lost.
Yeah. Look, listen, guys. Thank you guys very much for coming on my channel. All right. I appreciate you both. It was a very hot, intense debate. Dusty, why don't you start off? Tell people where they could find you.
Thank you. My channel's The Powder Dusty, at The Powder Dusty. I stream most nights, normally later, but do a lot of open panels. So come on by, subscribe. Even if you like Marte, it doesn't matter who you like. I don't covert contract audiences that way. So thank you for having me. Marte, thank you for finally engaging in a debate with me. You spent a lot of time talking shit and then avoiding me. So despite all the nonsense, I do appreciate that you finally sacked up and engaged me head on.
All right. Thank you very much, Dusty. And Marte, tell people where they could find you.
So you can find me on OTE on the Edge, and I know Dusty really loves my hat that I'm wearing right now. So Dusty says I talk a lot of shit about him. No, I don't. I only recently did when I was sick and tired of this bullshit, because every time I get mentioned on YouTube, it's like Dusty made another short about me. So it's like, when do I ever talk shit about Dusty unless it's firing back or defending myself, which is stupid. So he's actually being fallacious, making fallacious claims right now and being stupid. This just makes no sense. He's not only done this, but he's in alignment with other people that do the same thing. Sarah's done this by being an unfair moderator. 10th Man, who's also joked and laughed about my videos, and he's done this on his channel all the time. I don't sit on my channel jabbing back at him and do all this. Matter of fact, I ignore Dusty for the most part. He does the same thing. This is just projection on his part. But you can find me on YouTube at OTE on the Edge. You can follow me on all the other platforms. I have a ton of debates coming up. I have a 2v1, me versus Mr. Work and Bernard, me versus Agent Smith, and I'm up to my neck in debates where I'm usually winning. And also, Vic, if you can, give me a screenshot of tonight's poll. That'll be great, because what's going to happen is he's going to say that he lost when I'd rather have receipts, and I'll screenshot it if I have to.
You'll get your
all right, for sure, Martin. Yeah.
Oh, you love screenshots. Trust me, you don't got to tell me twice. I know you do.
Love screenshots?
Right.
What does that mean?
You're begging me for screenshots in the chat while sending me blow kiss emojis, which is super gay, by the way. And I have a screenshot of that and receipts, which is gay.
Thank you for reminding me. You never did demonstrate that.
Oh, that you send me blow kiss face emojis?
No, that Brian said.
So you're not denying that, which is really gay.
No, I sent you a blow kiss emoji for sure.
Oh, that's so fucking gay. Anyways.
Okay.
You can't debate the gay away.
Back to the anal-verse.
Listen.
That's so fucking gay. You admit to this too? That's crazy.
Blow kiss emojis to both of you guys.
I reject the blow kiss emoji.
I hope you guys have a great. All right, that's fine. That's fine. I hope you guys both have a great rest of your night.
All right, thanks, Vic.
All right, take care.
Later, guys. Yeah, you too, Marte. All right, man. All right, man. That was probably the toughest job I've had yet. Yeah, I knew by having these guys on that it would be it was going to be rough. So that was probably my toughest challenge yet. I believe I'm moderating the Menard debate against Marte. So I have to imagine that I'm going to have a tough time there too, because Menard likes to spurg out a lot. So I'm already got my work cut out for me.
Hey, chat, real quick.
Being a mod.
I had to go back to me. If anybody can screenshot that poll, that would be great, because
I know, right?
Say that he won.
It's just ridiculous, though. The whole I actually won. It's like, okay, let me bring him obviously Cope there. All right, like I'm pretty sure people from his chat came to our chat and voted for him. I don't think that happened the other way around. So it was insane.
Yeah, but if you can screenshot that World Radio, if there's like a screenshot, I would love to see it, because what happens is these guys lie. They're scumbags. Menard has said that he won debates, and then I posted this screenshot. He shut up after that.
Yeah, we will, but I don't gotta
do it also live. No, I won because in my chat, and I'm just like, well, if you meet on a neutral platform with a neutral moderator, I have at least receipts, but I don't have.
He had subs only mode on.
I don't have that.
I bet.
So if you guys can go back and screenshot,
I can't wait. I was hearing that Sarah was freaking out about me, so I can't wait to watch that. Cover it tomorrow. She really thought she had me there. She's like, I'm just gonna talk shit on him. But little did she know that I'm excited. So
okay, can you hear me now? I muted Cool Vic. I don't know if you guys can hear just me now. All right, let's cancel this real quick. All right, now can you guys hear me? So, okay. So I had to cancel his stream. I just went out of that. So if you guys can screenshot that, that'll be good. I don't have screenshots. Like hearsay is one thing. If you guys can, if I can just say, hey, he won by this many votes or whatever. If you guys can screenshot in the chat the poll and send it through me through Discord, that would be great. That's what I'm asking. The reason why I asked for this is because when I tell people like you lost that debate objectively, right? I would say that that's using a subjective metric. But the closest thing that we have to objectivity is the town square, which is the chat. And if we can screenshot that showing that, a populace kind of said they agreed with my argument, that would be good. That's all I'm saying is if you guys can go ahead and screenshot, that'll be good. So one of my mods, AJ, said Marte cooked that clown. You know what, pardon me, I've never cursed that much on stream. Matter of fact, I'll actually allow people to come up and we can have a cool down panel. I was not cool because I was pissed. This guy was making like let me go ahead and I'll put the link in the chat if anybody wants to come up and talk. There you go. There's the link. I will be vetting people because there have been people trying to crash my channel and say the N-word and all this and show up as one of my moderators and all that. It's just crazy. He said, it's even more funny that 22% of Dusty's own crowd thought you won. Yeah, some people. Yeah, there are people that I guess thought I won. Hey, what's up, man? AJ, you're on mute.
Yeah, dude.
There you go.
What a joke, dude. What an absolute mess. Yeah.
I was actually upset. Like I've never been that upset in a debate, AJ.
How is someone so arrogantly ignorant like that guy? I call it arrogantly ignorant. Like he's so ignorant. You would think that someone that's that dumb or that ignorant you can either be really smart and talk mess, or you can be really dumb and keep your mouth shut. But you can't be a loudmouth dumbass. You know what I'm saying?
Well, here's the thing. He just recently had a debate with Dave, I think. And in this debate, he basically said like he took a W and both of them took a W. He said, being a douchebag is only subjective. And I said, okay, so according to the Orthodox standard, would cuckoldry be in alignment with that? And then he said, I don't know, which was stupid because you know that you can't be a Christian and be a cuck at the same time because it goes against our ethics, which means that that's unsavory all across the board, which is an objective standard that we have by Christianity. So if that's an objective standard, then objectively you're a douchebag. That's not subjective at all. Now, and then I asked him, I basically dog walked him on this. And I said, are there people that if I'm a douchebag would find my unsavory shit to you savory and entertaining? Yes, there can be two things true at the same time. But when I talked to him, he was denying all this. And I'm like, bro, I'm literally dog walking you on this other debate that you say that you won. And I'm just like, how many L's do you want to take? This was just crazy.
But I think that there's some type of sociopathic psychopathy to him to where he can just take L's and act an ass on the internet and like not care. You know what I mean? Just like not care. Like when he didn't answer the 8th or 9th or 10th question in a row, like you were asking him questions,
he didn't,
and just holding him to it. He would just move on and then insult you back. And it's like at some point, it's like, how can you sit there and just take L's for this long in front of an audience, a rather sizable audience? And it's even more funny that he says, oh, well, 80% of my audience thought that I won. It's like, that means 20% of your own audience thought you lost.
and then here's the thing, though. That doesn't say anything because even if like 80% of my audience thought I won, it doesn't mean anything because it's not our channel's chat that we're basing this on. It's the moderator's chat that's voting.
Think of this, though. You would think that 100% of his audience would think that he won, right? Because they're all his sycophants. But you dog walked him so bad that was 1 in 5 of his own audience thought he got whooped.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It gets worse than that. So one channel had 172 votes. That was Vix, and then he had 83 votes. He had roughly half the votes. So even if you're to add them up, and still divide it up, you'd win either way, even if he added his sycophants. So it gets even worse when you think about it.
But just think about how bad you have to do with like your own fans, though. Like the people that are there on your channel to watch you do stuff, and they're
Thanks, Vic,
saying,
I appreciate that. By the way, Vic sent me the poll. I appreciate it. And I want you guys on the panel to understand like how important this is, because Manar, the Muslim guy, I'm pretty sure you guys all know who this is, has denied losing a debate. And he said, no, Manar Clips has said that he won. This is why from now on, I have to get receipts. And when people say you lost or whatever, I'm literally going to tag them. And that works at shutting people up. That's all I want to say. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying, like, you know, usually people go onto someone's channel and they're hardcore supporters, especially once they're starting out, right? Like Dusty has like 4,000 subs or whatever. So he has his own core group of people that go and watch him do his thing. Those people, you should have 99% or 95% say that you won. The fact that 1 in 5 say that you won, even his own fans are like, dog, shut up. Like, bro, give it up, bro. Throw in the towel. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was bad. It was really, 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 really bad.
Well, here's the thing that I'll say. I tuned into Sarah's poll, like not poll, but she was going to say I'm stream sniping and we're going to see it. Like she was basically talking a lot of crap about Vic and she was dogging him out and all this. And then she brought up my, the prompt that I brought up. She's like, what a stupid prompt. Marte chose his prompt. And it's so dumb because you can't force people to do things. And I'm like, hold on now. We've done this in the past for so many things. And then when I demonstrated this, how stupid his prepositions were, and then not to mention that, but if we give other examples like the military requirements for fitness, even work release programs, they'll let you go if your work productivity decreases due to lack of health, right? They've literally let people go all the time. There was a person who donated a kidney, and this literally happened. I know it's one example, but this woman donated a kidney to an employer that needed that, and he fired her because she took too long to get healthy and back to work, which is stupid. So it's like, whatever. We do this all the time, bro. Like, this is crazy.
No, she fired her. It was
he fired her. Yeah, that's what it was.
It was a man. It was a woman who gave her kidney to her boss, who was a woman.
That's what it was. Yeah, it was a woman. There you go.
Yes, because
there you go. That's what happened.
My whole thing is they complain about the patriarchy, but 9 times out of 10, a woman's worst enemy is another woman. You know, damn well.
Yep.
But yeah. People don't understand. Like, they've had national mandates for fitness before. It's only been the last 30, 40 years where that's been phased out, where recess, gym class, all that other stuff was actually phased out. They had mandatory PE classes in college that you had to do.
And that was mandated through the physical education program. And that was a national service that we had that rolled out. We've actually discontinued that, like the arts and things like that. We're discontinuing shop classes and things like that. If we do a national mandate, that's actually going to save Americans because we're going to reduce healthcare costs and all this. And Vic is right saying that we do tax write-offs for things all the time. And then not to mention this dress code. If you're too fat and you can't wear certain clothes like uniform, you're going to fail uniform compliance. All this, I can go on. This is just crazy.
That you didn't touch on that, and I think that like he was just being so stupid that it was hard for you to kind of. I saw you trying to like kind of make a point and then go farther down the line so you can come back.
He kept interrupting.
But yeah, my point is think of this, like whether it's the military or like really, really good schools or things where men and women are in when they're younger, establishing these habits young, they stick with you for your entire life. There's a reason why our parents and grandparents were thin in shape, because they learned good habits when they were young.
Yeah, and that saved us money down the line because a household that calls off sick later and that has less medical bills saves more money.
Yes.
Like kids are on diabetes right now. We have obese kids. That's bad.
Over a lifetime.
Yeah.
If you grow up playing football and running track and all this other stuff and establishing that physical activity, then from when you're 11 to when you're 85, you're still going to have those good habits of getting up and maybe getting your body moving. And that's if we had 20%, 30, 40% shift It's going to save our country trillions of dollars over time. Trillions.
I do want to give a chance for Pumpkinheads and Isaac to say something. Do you guys have anything to add to the discussion?
Well, all I gotta say is I like how Dusty was showing us the definition of what a douchebag was.
Yeah, so Pumpkinhead, do you understand? Like, so when Dave had that discussion with him, I was getting frustrated because I was like, no, I could have whooped him in this debate. So I basically had like a meta debate inside this debate, and I was like, I'm just gonna beat his ass on this point too. And what did I do? I demonstrated how he's a douchebag objectively by Christian standards, right?
Yep.
So,
yep, you did, dude. That was great. Was part. He's like, I'm not a douchebag. He's like, dude, you're literally showing us you're being a douchebag.
Well, even if we omit that he's showing us that he's a douchebag right now, I can use another example for how he put Andrew Wilson's face on Cuck Hunt in Andrew Wilson's 8 Orthodox, like how I led him down this path and dragged him through that, and then like showed him that. So it's like I had to get revenge for Dave too. So it's like all you guys, here's the thing I'll tell everybody on the panel. AJ, if somebody comes for you because you're one of my moderators, I'll step in and defend you if I got like. Because I feel like I have some debate skin in the game. If any one of you guys are attacked and I feel like it's unjustified, I will go ahead and whoop their ass in said debate too, like I defended Dave in this debate too. Sidebar, that's kind of what I did too. So,
yeah, it shows you're a better person than him, dude.
Yeah, a lot better. And here's the thing. Guess what? He, Knucklehead Tomato, she's talking bad about Vic. Look at how he's doing over there, right? His channel's doing great. Andrew Wilson, she talked about. He was on Joe Rogan,
Yeah,
like
that was
shout
crazy.
out.
What's
Go on, Andrew. Let's go.
Yeah, Andrew is killing it, bro.
He is.
Rob's channel's taking off. And here's the best part about Andrew, like, because my brother was at the event with Anna Kasparian and Pearl. Things, and he met Rob Noor. And so he's like, hey. So the thing about people like Andrew, Rob, whatever, they're such good people that like the good people that they keep around them, when they benefit, everyone benefits. Like Andrew, he's talked about how he is he helps people. He's good-hearted to a fault. You know what I'm saying? You can see it with like the whole Sarah thing where he stuck his neck out for people. He's got it chopped off. You know what I'm saying? Which really, really sucks. But when people like Andrew, Marte, Rob win, everyone wins. Because look at what you guys are actually trying to do in the debate space and the political space, all this other stuff. But yeah, man. Oh, I was gonna say, he was talking about the cost of this.
There is no cost.
There is no cost.
If I tell people, here's the reason why I say there's no cost. If I tell people in the nation, because we did this before, I think, who was it? Hulk Hogan. Somebody came out and they were like saying, "Hey, we should be a more fit nation," and we rolled out a campaign. Who was that? I forgot who it was.
I think
you remember that, right?
In the 80s, eat your vitamins and all that other stuff.
Or was it Arnold Schwarzenegger? It was somebody who was like the mascot of this fitness.
Yeah.
Fitness propagandization that we rolled out. That can also co-opt a mandate. So if we do this and we have a healthier nation, walking outside with your loved one for 30 minutes is free. Doing like 10 push-ups a night doesn't cost money. So all these things that we're proposing are simple things in changing the culture, moving the needle on culture. That's all I'm asking for, a mandate. Nobody's being forced to do this. We're incentivizing people through a mandate to do this. There's a difference.
If it costs money, then you wouldn't see much poorer countries in better shape than us.
Yeah.
Think about it. Like, I remember the very first time. So I'm from Seattle, and my wrestling team, there was these three Russian guys. They were transfer students. They walked on our wrestling team, and I had never seen kettlebells. Like, I saw kettlebells in like 1996. Now everyone has them, but they showed me their gym in like their hometown in Russia. Marte, rusty iron bars, heavy bands, kettlebells. And they were shredded. You don't need equipment to work out and get in shape.
Don't. Inmates.
Matter of fact, we used to have a. Sorry.
Oh, same thing with inmates. They took all the weights away, and guess what? These people are leaving with six packs and they're making water bags. They're becoming creative but here's the thing though. It's the culture that has changed when we go to the prison. You can't remove that from the culture. Yeah, they got time on their hands, but what have they done? They've increased productivity because they don't have as many distractions. The reason why it's hard to fight against this is because we have this thing in front of our face and we're distracted all the time. Now we're forced to sit on couches. But if we have propagandization through this thing that people are brainwashed through, we can do this in the inverse I would say propagandize people through the same thing that makes people lazy and turn it for a force for good.
Well, we also used to have mandatory physical fitness because there was so much more manual labor jobs. Think about in Africa and Southeast Asia. That's why they still have traditional gender roles, since the majority of ways to make money are back-breaking labor, just like in the United States. And over the last 40 years, all the manufacturing jobs have gone overseas. You know what I'm saying? And people don't work in farms much, whatever. But we used to just buy the nature of our work, stay in shape. I would say this. You ever eat a lumberjack breakfast?
It sounds good.
No,
I don't think I have. If I did, I probably couldn't recall.
You guys have been to IHOP, right? It's lumberjack breakfast. It's like 2 sausages, 2 pieces of bacon, 2 pieces of ham, pancakes, eggs, and toast. It's the biggest breakfast they have. Why? Because lumberjacks used to eat as much calories as possible and then go chop down trees, which is the hardest job there is. The West is the only place where we eat lumberjack breakfast and then don't go chop down trees. You understand?
Yeah,
so
that's true.
We eat 1,800 calories and then don't do anything. So it's the diet, it's the sitting around in offices all damn day, and just and what you had said, you touched on that this knucklehead, he wouldn't even try and talk about.
So one thing I'll say, because Dave brought up a comment saying that the whole reason why I didn't argue of the objectivity of a douchebag is because he admitted he was subjectively a douchebag. It kind of makes it objective. But here's the thing, though, is that with guys like Dusty, you don't give them any W's, even that W. You don't give them an inch, because what they're going to do is never make you live it down. And you're going to have to eat that for the rest of the time. Like if I do another debate, that's the W that these guys are going to hold over your head. So don't give them any room. Don't give them an inch. In this whole debate that I had with Dusty, when it came to like the subjectivity of this, notice how I didn't concede at any point. And I said, nope, because the objectivity of the Christian standard refutes anything that you're saying, even though that this could be subjective. You're objectively a douchebag, which refutes everything that you could say, which isn't a W in any regard. Like, you have to never give these guys an inch. When it comes to debating these people, you need to stomp the shit out of their ideology. Otherwise, they'll feel like there's still some life in it and they can still utter this nonsense to other people. That's just my point. Now, that's my subjective opinion. If you want to see subjectivity, that's it.
Yeah, I just think that you talk about big pharma and Pepsi and Coca-Cola. You have to admit that there's an Italian saying called "che bono," who benefits. If you always want to figure out who is what. I just did a stream on women and ADHD and how all of a sudden they can't get any more money out of diagnosing young boys with ADHD. So now all the college age women all of a sudden have ADHD. The amount of diagnoses have gone up, 300-400%, and now the legal stimulants industry is a $13 billion industry. Ritalin,
right.
Adderall.
So that goes to my point. Remember Pumpkinhead? You guys had like the ESPN thing, and you guys were going to say that he was going to use authoritarianism. Remember that, Pumpkinhead?
You can't even spell authoritarianism.
So what I was going to say is it's authoritarianism in the inverse, because you don't have a choice for people that put chemicals in your food. So now you're subject to obesity because now you're the person that's taking all these additives. And what's the thing, Jay, that they put in those foods that purposely make you hungry? That's authoritarianism by his regard, by accepting obesity as an epidemic and propagandizing yourself to eat McDonald's all the time. I forgot what the chemical is, but it literally makes you hungry. That's authoritarianism. But when I tell people walking 30 minutes a day, it's suggestive by this thing that I roll out, which is the reverse of authoritarian. We're fighting big pharma and companies and fighting people from being diabetic. We're actually fighting authoritarianism on the other regard. But Dusty would never let me take the argument that far because we got stuck in his rut of like contradictions and shit. So
I'll tell you the thing about it is that you hear about food deserts and blah blah blah, but you look at like black people, right? Why is it that Africans and Jamaicans come here and live in the same neighborhoods and they're thin? Because they eat and cook their native foods. They go to the African market, cook food every day, don't eat fast food. They're more active. How is it you go to Baltimore and you see Black Americans are big as crap, but then Winston's family from Jamaica, they're all skinny.
That's because Well, if you look at black culture, like people are okay with eating pig's feet and hog mugs and chitlins and stuff. That's been ingrained in black culture. So we've accepted part and parcel and bought onto shit that we eat all the time. So I do want to address something that a chatter said right now. Samurai 25 says, but Marte, that's something I can't do. My wrist is too effed up for a push-up. Glad I can lift weights though. But here's the thing though, with this mandate that I roll out, it would also be a campaign for, I would say with education, personal trainers like me would volunteer our services and time and say, you know what, I'm going to sacrifice money. So it's not a cost. It's a sacrifice that I'm willing to accept, thus being a volunteership. So if I say this, I can say, well, these are the workarounds. If you can't do this because of risk, there's devices we can do. And this is what you can do. You can do a reverse push-up. You can use bands, like all this. And now I'm informing a populace on how to teach other people. Now you're handing generations this product that they can use and recycle as educational materials. And Dusty contradicting himself. He said, well, no, you're not giving them a product as a personal trainer. And I'm like, no, this is literally a product that personal trainers give people in a form of education and training packages. You're not giving when I say that, it's like he was thinking of a physical product. A product doesn't have to be physical. If I give you if I give you an education for a physical training package or a training package, you don't see it, feel it, touch it or whatever, but you bought a product, right? So it's like Dusty.
It's a deliverable. You know
Dusty was an idiot because I'm like, you're the economics major here, but I'm bodying you on this. This is stupid.
But even then, what's wrong with? So, for instance, I always say that there should be mandatory civil service, not military. People can choose to go, but it would be nice if they had a thing where once you turned 18, male and females would go either do county, state, federal service of some kind. They would do like a 3-month boot camp, do their training based on some testing, right? And then either have to go all the way to a different part of the United States. So if you're from California, then you got to go to Maine. If you're from Maine, you got to go to Georgia, or they send you somewhere internationally, right? You
That's
do that
true.
For 2 years, then you would be in shape because of PTE, which would set you up for success, and then you'd have a job and experience. I'm telling you, it would totally work out, and those are the healthy habits that you can build earlier on in life.
Mr. Constantine brings up a good point. One really easy thing would be to have business allocate a certain amount of time per week for the employees to work out, walk, and run. To be honest, this should happen considering we have PE in school. I try to get to this point too, but then there was so much ammo on my end, but I couldn't get to it because Dusty kept hitting certain walls. He hit this wall of like, where are you going to get the money? And then when I proved that with you have cost cutting and saving from people not calling off from sick days, notice how he said PTO when I said sick. When I'm saying sick days, you're saving the company money because now you have more productive people that show up, produce more in a bigger labor force. And he's like, you're going to have less people employed. I'm like, well, if you have a more in shape population, you're going to have more employable people, right? And it's like he kept walking into these walls. But here's the thing though, that Wickmoto brings up is that, he kept bringing up gay stuff. He kept saying, Marte, you're gay. And I'm like, you're reverting to this all the time. But when we go to your chat and and when we talk about product, he brings YouTube shorts about me with my shirt off and constantly talks about me in bodybuilding. I'm like, since you guys talk about me being gay most of the time on your YouTube shorts when I get measured or when I get mentioned, isn't that gay to talk about a person's past in their sexual proclivity being a guy? That's more gay, right? So you kept proving that.
Wait. He's trying to say that because you're a bodybuilder, you're gay?
Yeah.
No, he was saying because of my past doing solo work in solo industries and stuff like that, the solo work, right? But he kept harping on this, but he produces content with me 10 years ago with me shirtless doing bodybuilding. And he keeps harping on how gay that is, but I never mentioned him.
Solo work?
What's that?
Wait, so because you used to do content for your bodybuilding channel, he says that you're gay.
Well, he says that I'm gay because I'm also doing bodybuilding as well too. He says that's gay, but
see, all right. This is like that one idiot who was trying to say that you were debating some other moron who was trying to say the same thing. That is the ultimate cope because he doesn't have the discipline or the drive or the knowledge to get anywhere near the physique that you have. If that is not the biggest cope that I've ever heard anyone say, is to objectively look at a guy that's in the shape that you're in and try and say you're gay because you have a really good physique. That'd be like...
But here's my point, though, Jay, is that if you go to his YouTube shorts, there are more YouTube shorts with me with my shirt off that he's talking about than most females that talk to me.
That's sad.
I think it's jealousy, bro.
It is right, but even if it is jealousy, you're still talking about a guy's sexual orientation and making that the hot topic. That's weird.
He was making it really, really out for like some gay stuff because he would not nonstop talk about that. It's like
that'd be like me saying, "Oh, I would just never."
Hey, what's up, Tyler?
I would never choose to sleep with Rihanna. I don't have a choice. He's trying to say he's trying to disrespect you for your bodybuilding when it's something that he could never do, aspire to. It's just not even in his. So those who can't always try and find a way to hate on it. And this is this new like TikTok brain where dudes act like women and hate on other dudes and instead of being inspired by them, you know? That's crazy.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, Pumpkinhead. I just want to kind of have you confirm this. Remember when I told Dusty, like he was sending me kissy faces in the chat? What did he say? Yeah, I did that, right?
Yeah, he did. He totally said he did that. He's literally on this whole gay march for Marte for some reason.
Yeah.
It's like Brian with Rob and Marte with Dusty. I honestly, I don't get it. It's like he's really creeps me out when he starts that cut. And then it was like almost like maybe 2 minutes of him just talking about the gay stuff about you. I'm like, dude, shut up and talk about the debate. We know you're gay. We all know you're gay, Dusty. Like, just leave Marte alone. He's not gay. You ain't going to get him.
Yeah, this is crazy. So Dave does bring up a good point. He did make a GIF. There was what was it? I forgot what, these TikTok trends that come out. We had a trend where I was like scrubbing my shelf shirtless in the shower and stuff, dancing. It was like a really funny thing that I did, right? But Dusty clipped that and plays that during streams all the time of me in the shower, like shirtless. Like, and I'm like, why are you playing this picture of a guy shirtless all the time in your chat? This is gay.
It's very gay.
The best thing that you can do is just Dusty, whatever his name is, he should be invisible to you from now on. You guys are in two completely different lanes and realms. Like you're doing positive things, you're structured, you're disciplined, and you're moving towards big things. And he's been making videos for what 7-8 years. He has like 3,000 subs. He's a clown.
So we have, speaking of clowns, a Trippy Cast. I'm not calling you a clown. I'm just saying objectively, the cartoon version looks like a clown. If I bring you up on my panel, can you not like say the N-word and try to do anything? Because I will never do TOS on your channel. Can you give me like a signal that you agree to these terms?
I wouldn't trust it.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I won't trust it.
Okay, Trippy Cast. My hand's gonna be on the remove button. I'm good faith. I don't do this to him. I don't do this to anybody in the Paddleverse. I'll lay you up for just 1 second, or actually a minute to see. Just please be good faith.
Of course, I'm good faith. I'm on YouTube myself. I'm not going to like try to get you in trouble with TLS.
Because I wouldn't do that to you, man. Of course not. As much as I don't like Dusty, I wouldn't even do this to him, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm just using my normal avatar I always use.
I got once. Dude try he tried to straight up play some corn on my thing, and I had to click him off really fast. And there was like 1 second of it. I thought
that makes sense.
Would
so Trippy, what input do you have? I'm curious.
Well, I don't know. I've just been hearing like the aftermath. I was live while you guys were doing the debate, so I didn't exactly hear everything. But I mean, like, what's up with calling him gay after the stream? Like, what's going on there?
So
some thumbnails.
This is why I say that. The reason why I say that is because I never bring up Dusty's past or do any personal attacks towards him. All of this is in response to him inquiring about my sexual orientation and constantly inquiring about my past. For one, he makes memes of me shirtless all the time. The last two mentions that I've shown with him was like in relation to homosexuality. It's constantly mentioned on his end, but I never talk about his drug dealer past or make any big fuss about any of that stuff. But yet it's constantly being mentioned from his side. I don't know why the homosexuality is constantly being mentioned from his side towards me, but the inverse doesn't happen towards me from him or to him.
Well, you're in the bodybuilding community, and a lot of those guys are kind of like they kind of go both ways, or they go specifically very much one way.
Yeah, but that's an assumption. Like we would to look at Arnold Schwarzenegger, Kai Green. I'm very well known in those communities, but I don't see a lot of people becoming gay and changing their orientation because of a sport. I don't know how that's tangential.
His name is Arnold Schwarzenegger, Blue and Green and Bronzenberger. You got to get the full name. But
yeah, but even if that's the case, but how does that prove that a sport can change your sexual orientation or proclivity?
I don't think that it's the sport at all. I think it's just more like
I can admit to that.
Are into that already.
That it's not a sport. I turned pro in 3 world-class sports.
Well, I think I've heard. I also heard that you have kind of like a little bit of a side career, like you're a politician.
I mean, I was going to run in like 2 years. Yeah.
Oh, in like 2 years. I thought you were already running. So, like, I don't know like your whole past or nothing. I'm not here to like, bring all of that up.
Well, Dusty, he's like, if you go to his shorts, there are like videos of me doing like TikTok things back in the day, little funny, goofy things. It was funny back in the day when I made it, but I've changed my life since then. I've been baptized and all this, but Dusty revels in that. Like it's like he constantly brings that up, the whole gay thing. I never bring up people's sexual orientations and all that. All of this that I'm making is a response to his mentions of me being gay somehow. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, I mean, like, how are you going to run for office, be a politician if you had to use ChatGPT to make your arguments for you?
You mean one thing, one debate?
It should be none thing. It should never be a thing. Like you should be able to make your arguments off the top of your head. You shouldn't even need notes.
So Trippy, he admitted to using AI during our debate and then told me that I can't use Grok, but he just did that in the debate. I can clip that for you if you want to see that.
I kind of do. That'd be cool. Like, don't go out of your way.
He literally contradicted himself. So by your logic, he's failing too, and thus everybody else is too.
Are you sure it wasn't a joke? Because like people make jokes, and sometimes when you're trying to protect your own,
he wasn't joking. He wasn't joking at the time. He was actually looking up data and reading it off of AI during a debate.
Well, sometimes when you're trying to protect your own like self-image or your public image, you'll go through all sorts of hoops, and you'll end up making it so that a joke isn't a joke anymore. You see what I'm saying? I've been around a lot of people that did that.
Do you understand, though, that doesn't refute the fact that he used AI during a debate?
I don't know. Did he actually do it, or did he just tell you that he did so that you'd have something to trip out about? That's nice.
And then I asked him again, and he doubled down on that.
Some people call me AI. I made my own shit in Photoshop. So
yeah, but you realize that doesn't disprove what I just said, right? So when you say things like... and here's the thing I'll tell you, TrippyCast. If I'm running for state, and I'm running for a state office, by the way, too, in 2 years. If I'm running for state office, do you think people can say he can't run because he used Grok in a debate before? Do you think that would be something plausible to disqualify me for a public election?
No, but I will tell you that people will look at the fact that you've been a live streamer and they'll go, I can't take this guy seriously trying to run for fucking office after he's been online, constantly talking about how other men are gay or...
I don't talk about how other men are gay. That would be the inverse. He's the one doing that. Have you not heard the thing that I said the last 8 minutes? That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I heard you just fine, but it sounds like a lot of weird latching onto a specific thing so that you can just protect yourself from that one allegation.
No, I'm not. It's not protecting. What I'm doing is I'm addressing claims that other people make that are faulty and not substantiated.
You're not substantiating your claim either, though.
No, I can substantiate my claim. So when I asked him for evidence and he doesn't bring that up, what does that do?
When he doesn't bring up the evidence that he didn't know he was supposed to be prepared with?
No, that's not what I said. If he's telling me that I'm gay and I ask him for proof or evidence and he doesn't bring any of this up, what does that do?
It makes the situation not something you should worry about, right?
Right, which means that his claims are unsubstantiated, right? So I'm allowed to address my accuser and say that, hey, there's no evidence, which is what any politician running for office would do. You know, this is what people do all the time when they're running for office and somebody accuses them, hey, your policy's faulty and you've done this in your personal life. They'll probably address it, right? That's normative for people in politics to do that.
No, actually,
right?
it's normal for them to obfuscate and change the topic and all of that shit.
Well, yeah, that can possibly happen too. But what I'm also saying is also true too. If I address something and prove it wrong, guess what I'm doing? I'm clearing the air and becoming more transparent.
Do you know what this Streisand effect is?
Look, Chippycast, we can walk in circles all night.
Don't get outsmarted by a cartoon.
The whole debate. So
yeah, you sat there and screamed at Dusty the entire debate and made yourself look like a fool, didn't you? You're doing a cope stream right now to try to, be calm and act like you were the one in the right. I get it.
So if it's a cope stream, I'm coping about winning a debate?
I don't know if you're coping about winning a debate or if debates on YouTube can even be won.
So you don't know. You're making another assumptive claim.
If you would let me finish the sentence.
Claim you made, Trippy.
See, like, this isn't going to work in politics. You're going to need some training.
This is the third assumptive claim you made. And you're telling me it's not going to work in politics, but you're not telling me how it's not going to work because you've already failed.
It's not going to work because you're coming off like a big fat fucking baby. You're coming off like a little short, wide-shouldered baby. That's what you're coming off like.
World-class athlete in 3 sports who's licensed in 2 things and also helps kids at underprivileged kids schools is a baby somehow. Yeah,
sure. That's all fine and dandy, but you can say you've got awards. I don't see them.
They're not awards. This is status. This is like me being a pro athlete, going to schools and helping kids. I'm using my position to actually benefit society. How's that bad?
Cool. Yeah. Well, you're again making a claim with no proof. I mean, you could sit there. You do that a lot. I literally
have photos and videos of all this. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
hey, man, I'm not going to sit here and argue like EBT did. I saw parts
EBT
of
got
that.
bodied on my chat, by the way. If you want to bring him up, he got destroyed. Don't do that.
No, because you sat there and tried to call him a pedophile.
Oh, and you're going to use
that's a good go-to. That's
PDF.
a good go-to. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, we just had an agreement that you're also failing too.
Oh no! Don't sit here and try to claim TOS.
You're Trippy Cast. You're. This is a big L right now.
Oh, looky here, short man.
So when we agreed to this, I said, "Will you not do this?" And then you did the thing.
That's not even on purpose. You act like that shit's on purpose so that you have a reason.
Something tangential to the subject, you're now talking about height and
look. You just want this. Do you just want this? Here, you can have it. But the fact of the matter is, you're going to come up with any excuse that you can to get me off of the camera because I'm making you look like a fucking tard.
No,
and that is not TOS, by the way. And I know it's not TOS.
How am I looking like a tard when there was literally a poll?
Yeah.
Because you're sitting there and you're acting as if I'm making you shake in your boots because I brought up the fact that you're sitting here coping.
He's not
coping. In reality, all you had to do, you go live, you don't talk about the fact that you just got your ass handed to you because you couldn't stop fucking screaming.
Did I? So if I talk, did I talk about the fact that the people in his chat, or did I talk about other things like the fitness mandate I rolled out?
By the fact that there's multiple people saying that they had to turn the stream off because there was a certain guy named Marte screaming so loud that the show was actually unwatchable. How was I wrong in the debate?
How did I lose the debate besides your decibel argument that you're using?
By the fact that you're doing this. And you have to argue about the whole debate, and you have to break it down, and you have to act like you won.
The debate?
You didn't lose or win because it's YouTube. They're not actual debates. Don't you realize this?
How did I lose my
unserious shit?
How did I lose my point? What points did I bomb on?
When you lose your composure, you lose the argument. That's how blood sports
works.
So
what points? We're talking about the argument, not the decibels. So if you take the decibels out of this, as far as like the logic, when I presented my argument in the entailment of my argument, what points was I wrong about?
What points did you talk about?
Oh shit! So you didn't watch?
I told you that I wasn't even fucking watching because I was live.
This is bad, bro.
I was looking at the chat reaction of what you did.
Something that you don't even know about.
So how?
Well, then, okay. Hey man, you want to have the debate again with me right now? 5 minutes.
You're literally losing on the political debate, the position. If you're using it,
I am not debating.
Shoulders.
I'm not even a guest on here. I wasn't asked to come on. There is no debate. But you act like you're what? Like some kind of king of debating? Like, big deal. So you think you won an argument on YouTube.
I was a king.
It doesn't get you anything. It doesn't get you anywhere. And then
you're
you go
making all
onto a
these
stream.
Assertions. So
and you're looking like an idiot because you're just trying to talk over me instead of actually hearing what I have to say. But whatever, dude. Go ahead. Your show.
No good arguments.
I haven't had to make an
I just let him
argument.
talk.
I haven't had to make an argument. No, you only allow me to talk because I brought up the fact that you kept talking over me.
Wait, you said I talked over you, and then you said I allowed
You
you
have the
to
mental
talk. Which one is
fortitude
true?
of a child. No, you didn't even hear what I had to say. You're just waiting for me to finish.
If I allowed you to talk, but I'm not letting you to talk, which one's true if both of them
The only
contradict
reason
each
that you
other?
shut the fuck up for a few seconds was because I said that you wouldn't.
Trippy, which one is true?
Evidence right there when I keep talking and you're like, Trippy. You're not listening. You're waiting for me to finish. You're like a fucking 12-year-old child. So are you an adult that could actually hold office, or is somebody with a fucking microphone and a news network behind them going to make you trip like this?
And you think you can hold office?
No, I never said I could.
He's asking me the question. So you're talking about an ex-law enforcement officer, ex-federal agent who's a pro athlete and helps kids. What would be the conflict of me running for office, Trippy?
That sounds laughable. That sounds like you're sitting there going, you know what? I drive NASCAR because I used to be a cop. That's ridiculous. You're like, oh, I can hold office because I was in what?
Trippy. So if I was somebody who promoted a public service as a federal agent, protected the public, and also knew the bylaws and also policy as it affects my district and also on a federal mandate, rolling this out, right? Because we talked about federal mandates, and then me as a pro athlete helping out underprivileged kids, none of this would be relatable to the public.
I never said
That's
it would be
laughable,
relatable
right?
to the
That's
public. I'm
laughable.
telling you right now that you don't know how to talk to someone else and you don't know how to handle shit. You don't know how to actually have a conversation because you just want to be a fiery little spitfire. You want to sit there and go,
Can you tell me how any of that was wrong and couldn't be applicable to running for office, Trippy?
How many whats?
So I'll say it again. Can you tell me how me not helping with public service in the past and helping underprivileged kids not look good running for office? How would that go against me and be laughable?
Well, I never said that either. I said
no. You compared this to NASCAR, which was a non sequitur. Can you tell me how
what
this
you're doing on YouTube?
Can you tell me how this is laughable? Because you said it was laughable.
It is laughable. The fact that you think that people are going to take you seriously after you have done nothing with your little YouTube. But
you think they're just going to look at my YouTube?
On YouTube, they're definitely going to look at your YouTube. Do you think they're not going to look at your YouTube?
Do you think I'm not an active pro athlete helping kids rebuild gyms right now?
That doesn't matter. When all people would have to do is go online and hear about how you have that whole, playing with yourself video.
So it is true that I'm actively helping kids with underprivileged schools build gyms. You don't think that the public would look at this?
I don't know if that's true. You're telling me that it's true. You
Pumpkinhead,
actively,
I can show you video and all the footage of me doing this and helping kids out.
That's fine. Do you think that the YouTube is going to be beneficial, or do you think that it's going to hurt?
Yours, but I can prove it.
Do you think YouTube is going to be beneficial or hurt running for office? Have you put any thought into that idea at all?
It's not about what I think. It's about the image and about my stances that I hold.
So you think that if you get enough views on your version of YouTube,
not about
that
views.
It's just going to look good enough?
Not about views. We're talking about real life. So if I shut down YouTube, does my life reflect somebody who can run for office right now?
The outside of YouTube, yes. I'm sure that you could probably, hopefully, I hope you're able to run for office. I'm not trying to stop you from doing so.
I mean,
I'm just pointing out.
You're just one vote. You could with your one vote, but that's just one vote.
It wouldn't be a vote. But I don't do that kind of thing to people. Why would I do that kind of thing to people? Why would I point out the fact that you have a YouTube and other people have made videos, calling out you doing adult videos and things like that to the people, the constituents, and the folks that might want to see how you're represented on the internet? Like, you do know that somebody will do that to you.
Yeah,
and
I already
most
know.
likely, all the videos that I've heard of or been shown by other folk that are against you are going to be very bad on a career like a politician, especially
That's
now.
fine. I've already reconciled all this stuff and I already have a contingency plan for this.
That's good.
Do you have anything else besides that?
I just wonder how you feel about it. That's all. Like, do you think the YouTube thing is going to do anything for it or against it? That's all. That's the long and short of it.
I feel indifferent about this. I feel like as long as I'm firm, fair, and consistent about my political views and Christian ethics, I don't think it's a bad thing.
Christian ethics. Okay, we could talk about some Christian ethics. Like, are you part of the Crucible?
No,
No?
I'm not being paid by the Crucible. I'm just an orbiter of the Crucible. That's it.
Oh, okay, well, that's kind of what I meant when I mean part of. Because I talked to Andrew himself, and he told me that the only member of the Crucible is Andrew.
It's him. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's only him.
Except for, of course, we all know that Rob is too, because he actually pulls in a paycheck. Sorry, I was picking something up. He actually pulls in a paycheck from from Andrew.
What's this got to do with anything we're talking about, Trippy?
Well, you said Christian ethics.
Yeah, I don't have to be a part of the Crucible to be an Orthodox Christian.
You don't. So
Right.
in Orthodox
You're
Christianity,
not making any sense right now, Trippy. Can you clear this up for me? How this makes any sense to the
you're going to
subject?
keep saying I don't make any sense. Oh, Trippy doesn't make any sense. He doesn't make any sense, guys. He doesn't make any sense. Why are you coping so hard? That's still cope. You're not letting me
cope,
actually
it's to
get to the
point
fucking
out
point.
that being an Orthodox
of
Christian,
anything.
not being a part of the Crucible, doesn't make me a Christian.
Look at here, man.
Just by
All
that.
You're already doing it. You
Doing
don't have
what?
to talk over me and get loud
making
and
sense?
make up excuses and shit, because I know that Andrew wanted to separate from your channel. I know that. But that's okay. You can have your own
I
thing.
had
You
a
don't have to
conversation
actually
with
have your
Andrew,
whole
and
identity.
He never told me that.
Good. Maybe he doesn't want to tell you
Can
directly
you?
because he's not that mean or
So,
something. I don't know.
okay. So now you're just you're absent his mind. You're just making shit up now.
Yeah, I know. Like, look at you getting all frustrated over there.
I'm not frustrated.
Yeah, you
I'm
are.
actually allowing you on my channel. If I was frustrated, I'd probably drop you, but I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Well, that's just too bad, isn't it? You want to pretend that you're not frustrated because you don't want to look bad in front of your audience. That's okay. I get it. You seem like one of those guys that doesn't ever want to look bad in front of an audience, but you have enough stuff
have
out
you
there.
ever seen me frustrated in a debate? I was a little bit louder, but have you ever previously
Yeah.
seen me frustrated in any debate?
Yeah.
Which one?
It's a good
Which
question,
one?
man. All I had to do was rewind a little bit of Dusty's.
Which
You
one?
were-
Which debate
you were
besides this
rah,
one?
rah, 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 and nobody could
So-
actually
so
hear
Trippy,
anybody else.
Which debate besides this one have you seen me frustrated?
So you admit it.
Which debate besides this one have you seen me frustrated?
I haven't watched much of your stuff, to be honest, man.
You
I
don't
barely even
know.
know your name.
See, you don't know. You're just making shit up again.
Did I say that it was a bunch of streams and that's all you ever do?
No, you said
No,
you
I
said you
didn't.
do this during debate.
You did this already today during debate.
Today, I
So,
can admit, today was
if it's
probably one of
happened
the
once-
first times ever in a debate that I've been frustrated. Yeah, I'll admit
I've
that.
gotten
'cause I don't
frustrated
like
on
Dusty.
here in the past, man. Like, that's okay.
Right.
That's
So
okay.
it's not consistent, and I don't display a pattern of this. So you're unable
I
to
can
prove this
respect you
one
admitting
debate.
it.
You're going to use an anecdote. This debate is an anecdote. You realize that, right?
It is. Like, you guys have
Yes,
debated
that's
in
one
the past,
anecdote.
right?
That's a fallacy already. Yes.
You guys have debated in the past a few times, right? Like on different channels or something?
Yeah, but
I
I wasn't
know you have like a
frustrated with
history.
Dusty in the past. I wasn't. I was actually calm and collected in all my. As a matter of fact, Trippy, I'll give you $500 if you show that I was pissed off and screaming in any other debate besides this.
That might take me a minute. I
That's in
will
front of
take
my
you up
whole
on the
stream.
offer if I
Matter
can
of fact,
find
my
it.
whole stream, if you're listening, hold me accountable. If I was ever pissed off and really emotional in any previous debate, hold me to it. $500 to TrippyCast if this is like a pattern of behavior with me.
Well, if it's like, has he been trolling you and like bugging you for a long time?
Yes.
Because I really don't know. Like, I don't ask
He
these
has.
questions.
He tags me in videos calling me gay and alluding to the fact that he thinks I'm gay all the time. Yeah, it's human nature for people to have breaking points and threshold breakers. Yes.
Yes, it is. It is. I know.
Right.
'Cause, well, yeah. I mean, like, it's the internet. People do that to just get the reaction, right? And,
Yeah,
like,
Dusty
it's
has a drama
2026.
channel. That's all he has, to be honest with you. It's mostly what he does, just drama channel.
Okay. Well, it's like, dude, it's 2026. If you were gay, you'd just be proud of it. You'd be fine with it, whatever. Or just never
No, I
mention
wouldn't be
it.
fine
Like,
with
who
that.
cares?
Would that align with Christian ethics if I was
Well,
gay?
I'm not saying you specifically, but
Right.
you could be. You see what I'm saying? Like, you could be if you weren't.
Well, we're talking about me. Who else would we be talking about, Trippy?
Well, I'm just saying, like, in oh my God, hypothetical. Sorry, kind of lost the word. Hypothetically,
I think
if
lost
we
is
were
the word here that
in
we
a
need to
different
really.
universe.
Lost is
and it
doing
was
a lot of
different
heavy lifting in
version
this
of you.
conversation, Trippy.
Looky here, dude. What I'm saying is, if there was a hypothetical different universe version of you that were, and you weren't like Orthodox Christian in the way that we define it here in this universe, then
What kind of
maybe
conversation
you
are
would
we
be okay-
having now?
Oh my
you're
God,
just
you
making,
can't
you're
even
just
look.
ranting right now.
All right,
You know
you're
what?
acting like a fucking dipshit right now. You can't hold the concept of there being a different version of you that would be okay with being
What
gay.
has that-
I'm not saying
Trippy.
that your current version of you is okay with being gay.
Trippy, what
You're
the
being
fuck does that have
ridiculous
to
as
do
fuck
with
right
his
now.
claim of right now? What does that have to do with right now? and
I
Dustin's
said,
actions
listen,
towards me?
listen, open up your ears for a hot second. I said if there was a different version of you that
That
wasn't
has
Orthodox
nothing to do with
Christian,
what Dusty's done
that
to
you
me
could
on
be
the
okay
internet.
with being gay.
That has
That's
nothing
it.
to do with Dusty's
That's
actions.
it. What
in-
is so wrong with being gay? Now you're starting to make me think that
no,
that's
there's
a possibility.
lot wrong with being gay.
Oh,
You're
yeah?
talking about genetic dead ends?
That's
yes,
fine.
There's a lot wrong with being gay. Yes.
Okay, come on. Explain more of it to me. Like, what's
We
up?
have a
You
birth
think
rate. We have a birth rate deficit right now. Are gay people adding to it, or are they having to outsource to straight people to produce more gay people?
Obviously, they'd have to outsource. That's a stupid fucking question.
Fuck, that's a major
like, geez,
problem
dude,
we're
do you
dealing
think
with,
that there's
right?
so many gay people on the planet that we're gonna have like this future where we can't reproduce because
a
there's too
major
many
problem
gays?
we're dealing with. Is that not a
Are
problem
you
right now,
afraid of
Trippy?
gays? Like, what are
Trippy,
you,
is
some
that-
kind
is
of
that
fucking
not a
modern day
problem that
gay
we're dealing with
basher?
right now?
Like, what is the point, dude? Like, oh, I'm gonna be against gay people. Well, that'll be really good for my career. Like, what is it? You think that being an
Do you
Orthodox
think, well,
Christian
hold on.
is giving you some kind of
Trump
internet
run
clout?
on gay ethics? Did Trump run on supporting the LGBT or gay community?
Yeah, Trump was
No,
actually
he didn't.
okay. Yes, he
No,
was. He was
didn't.
the
And is
first
he now a
president.
president?
Dude, you don't know what you're fucking talking about because Trump was actually
Trump
the first.
run on this term on gay ethics and using the gay majority?
Wow, that's a specific question. No,
No, because you're
But when
talking about
he
a
ran the
specific
first
populace,
time,
gay people. We're talking about gay
hey,
people.
hey,
No,
hey,
you're saying-
Marte.
You're
hey,
saying I can't run
Hey,
on being
Miss
anti-gay.
Ruiz.
Trump ran on being anti-gay.
no, he didn't run on anti any gay.
Did he
ran on
promote gay?
anti-transgender
Did he?
and
Are transgender
anti-trans
people gay?
kids.
Are
He said
transgender
he
people
didn't
gay?
want trans kids, idiot. Now
Are
Trump
trans
was the
people gay?
Trump was the first president who
Can you
was
answer a
okay
question?
with gay marriage.
Trippy, are
Can you
trans people gay?
actually accept the fact that you didn't know that?
Trippy, are trans people gay?
Yeah.
Okay,
They're
so he
dudes
ran
that dress
anti-gay.
like
He's
women.
anti-LGBT. He was
Dear
anti-gay.
God, man. Like, what do you think you're
This is
talking to?
crazy, bro.
Trump, the first time Trump
Oh,
ran for
you
president,
said
he was
Trump-
the
hold on,
first
Trippy.
ever president that was
Trippy.
okay with gay marriage with his
Trippy.
first term. You didn't
You're
even
saying
know
that
that.
Trump was not anti-gay, but he's anti-LGBTQ, which you say is gay, which is anti-gay.
That is not
You realize that, right?
LGBTQ. You say LGBTQ. You know what that stands for? Only
You-
the
no, I'm
T
talking
in
about
that
trans
is
people.
trans.
Trans people are part of LGBTQ. What's the T part?
It's not LGBTQ. It's just the T.
What's T? What's the T in
Good
LGBTQ?
God, dude. It's only the T.
What's the T part?
It's all just G anyway, but it's still
What's the
only
T
the T.
part?
It's
Trippy,
still
what's the T
only the
part?
T. This isn't even an argument. You're asking me the
What's
same
T?
stupid
What's
shit,
the
and I
T?
already answered your question.
Is the T part gay?
Hey, is the T part gay, guys? Yeah, the T part's
Okay,
gay,
so
but it
Trump
doesn't
was
mean every
anti-gay,
gay
right?
person,
I mean,
you
against
stupid
the T's,
ass.
right?
You are negative a fucking brain cell, dude. You're sitting
So
here. He
if
was
he's anti-T, he's anti-gay,
anti-LGBTQ.
right? You've admitted this.
He didn't say he was anti-gay at any point during his run
No,
at all.
logically, if he's anti-T, is he anti-gay?
If that's the thing that you're going to run out to, then I
Trippy.
guess that's what you believe.
Trippy,
But
Trippy.
he
If
was
he's anti-T,
anti-trans kid. He was
if
trying to
he's
stop
anti
them from
the
trying to
T's,
give.
is he anti-gay?
My God, dude, you really do just do this with everything, don't you? You're frustrated and you want to talk over me.
I'm not frustrated because
No,
you
you're
don't know how to
holding
get out
your
of this
composure
corner
in
right
front
now.
of the camera. It's not anything. You don't have me held by anything. It's not
Yeah, because
anti-gay.
you can't answer for this. Trump ran on anti-gay.
Okay, listen.
He did.
Listen, kid. All
He
right.
ran on anti-gay. Yeah.
He did
ad
not
homs
run
don't
on
really help. It
anti-gay.
doesn't
All
work on
right,
me,
show me a
Trippy.
clip of him being like, "Gay people are bad. You
Do I have
shouldn't
to
be
say
gay."
gay people are bad to run on anti-gay
Show me one clip of him
campaigns?
saying it's
Wait,
the
hold on,
gays.
Trippy. Can I run?
Trippy. Marte.
Can I run on an anti-gay campaign without outwardly saying gay people
The
are
whole
bad?
campaign was anti-trans, huh?
Can I run a campaign being anti-gay without saying gay people are bad?
I don't know. Can you? I don't think you know the answer to your
I
own
can
question.
do this. So Trippy, you're not really making a lot of sense now.
No,
Trippy.
you're not making sense.
Trippy,
yes,
debate is
listen,
not your
Marte.
lane.
Listen,
This is insane.
instead of blah 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 blah. Marte, yes, trans people are
Trippy,
gay.
this is bad, bro. This
Trans
is
people
not
are
a good
gay.
showing
Are
for
all
me,
gay
bro.
people trans?
What were you
No,
saying?
they're not. Are they?
Are they what?
Just answer the question. Are all trans people gay? Yes. Yes, right?
Trippy.
Listen,
Trippy.
dude. Yes, Marte.
I would
Yes,
say,
what?
yes, I'll say all trans people are gay.
Okay, all trans people are gay. Are all gay people trans?
You know, one thing can work, but it can't work in
change
inverse.
change what I'm asking. Change it. Just say yes or no. Are all gay people transgender? No? Yes? Which is
No,
the
they're
answer?
two different things. But all trans
Exactly.
people are gay.
Exactly. So you can be anti-trans without being anti-gay.
No.
Yes?
If I don't like trans
Yes, you
people,
can.
I'm anti-gay regardless because they're all gay.
Okay, if that's what you're going to fucking fool
proves my
yourself into
point,
believing.
Trippy.
But not all gay people are trans, so you're not anti-gay. You're only anti-trans. There's two different things
so
happening here.
Can I be anti-gay and hate a subgroup of gay people? Does that still make me anti-gay?
It doesn't make you anti-gay. It just means
Yes, it
you're
does.
anti that subgroup of people. That's like saying that.
So
Look,
Trippy,
Marte.
do you think Trump is anti-gay by saying I don't want LGBTQ to be spread as an ideology? Do you think that's anti-gay?
It's not anti-gay because LGBTQ did become an ideology. It's not.
Wait,
just
no,
a
he ran
lifestyle
against
at this point.
He ran against the ideology. Is that anti-gay?
The ideology and the identity are not two of the same. They are not
No,
the same
he
thing.
ran against the ideology regardless. Is that anti-gay?
Yeah, you can
answer
run
the question?
against fucking socialism and
Trippy, can
still
you answer
be
the
fucking.
question? You're running.
I did
You're running.
answer
Can
the
you answer
fucking question, idiot.
You're
if
running.
you're not willing to accept the answer, that's
Can
on
you
you.
answer the question?
I
If
did
I'm
answer the question.
LGBTQ, is that anti-gay?
It's not anti-gay. It's anti the ideology. In the case
No,
what you just
that's
stated, that it
anti-gay.
is
If
the
you're against the
ideology.
Is gay? Can gay be an ideology? And it is an ideology.
Is it a lifestyle or an ideology?
No, is it an ideology? Regardless,
At this point, LGBTQ could be considered an ideology,
It's an
without it being an
ideology.
identity.
Regardless, it's
now
an
you're not
ideology.
making the distinction between
You
it
can't
being
be
an
gay without
ideology
having
or an
an
identity.
ideology.
This is what you're doing right now. You're just talking while I talk, so nobody can hear what I'm saying.
Oh gosh. All right.
You
yes,
don't know how
we
to
said wood
answer the
chipper. I
question that
agree,
I'm
bro.
asking, so you're just going to throw a fit and act like a big fucking ninny. That's why I told you this will never work in politics.
Sure. You haven't
What are you doing,
demonstrated
turning me
how
down
I
in
would
the
be a bad fit
StreamYard?
for politics. I'm still waiting to hear this.
Dude, we just been going round and round because you want to go round and round and act like that's the argument. You're over
Well,
here
because
like,
you've
no,
contradicted yourself three times
let me,
throughout this
let me
conversation,
fucking, let me quote you. No. LGBTQ is an ideology that he ran against. That means he's against LGBTQ people, which means he's against gays.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, he was
Yeah,
against
he
the
is against
ideology.
gays, yeah.
He was against the brainwashing of children into believing that this is what they should be at such young ages. He wasn't
Isn't
saying
that anti-gay
people-
to do that? That's anti-gay.
No, it's not. It's
It
pro
is
children.
anti-gay. Yes.
It's good for the kids to not have to brainwash them into thinking that they're one thing when they're at such young ages.
Which
He's
is not
saying
brainwashing them into thinking that they're gay. That's anti-gay.
it's not anti-gay. It's anti-brainwash.
This is
It's
fucking
anti.
stupid. Trippy,
No, it's actually
I'm gonna
correct,
be-
and
I'm
you
gonna
are
throw you
being.
an ad hom. You're a fucking idiot, bro. I'm just gonna be
Dude,
honest. You're a
the
fucking
one that's
retard, bro.
acting ridiculous. Like you're acting as if he said, "Nope, we shouldn't have any gay
Trippy,
people, no matter what the
you
age."
don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're
You
a
don't know
fucking
what
idiot.
you're
I'm just gonna
talking
say it,
about.
bro.
You're just not even listening in the slightest. You're
because
just sitting there going,
you're
"No, you're
contradicting
wrong,
yourself.
dude." You're being
literally
a fucking
contradicting yourself
moron.
the whole fucking
No
time.
wonder you follow people like Andrew Wilson when he can't argue against anybody either and throws a
You mean
fit
the
when
guy
people mention
literally
that he has a
the
family.
guy that was on Joe Rogan Experience today? When's your favorite debater going on Joe Rogan?
My favorite debater going on Rogan. You realize Rogan isn't something that defines my
You're gonna
life,
go ahead
right?
and just defame him, one of the biggest podcasts on the planet. Yeah, go ahead, do it.
I'm not going to defame him because I couldn't enough if I even tried because I don't have a show anywhere near his size, and neither do you or Andrew Wilson.
Wait,
And
hold
all
on.
anybody
Andrew
has to
Wilson
do-
was on his show regardless.
I don't care. Anytime
Okay.
anybody talks to
Well, hold
Andrew,
on. You
all they
care
have to
enough
do
see Andrew Wilson all
oh my
this
God.
other stuff, but he was on one of the biggest podcasts in the world, which proves
Cool,
your
good
whole
for
thing null
him.
and void.
Good
Andrew
for
Wilson is
him.
important enough to be on that podcast.
All right,
which is
fine.
substantial.
We're not talking about him, are we? But let's go
You
ahead and
just
talk
brought
about
up
him.
Andrew Wilson.
Since you want to talk about him so
You
bad,
said I
how about
hang around guys like Andrew Wilson. You brought him up, and then you said we're not talking about him. That's the fifth contradiction you said.
No, it's not. And if you want to rewind in the stream and go ahead and cut clips about me contradicting myself while you're
Yeah,
screaming
this is
over
like
me,
the
you go
fifth
right the
contradiction. You
fuck
said-
ahead.
You said you want to hang around Andrew Wilson, and then you said in the same breath,
Yeah,
we're not
you want to
talking
be
about
around
Wilson.
Andrew Wilson. You called
Is
yourself
that
an
a
Andrew
contradiction?
Wilson orbiter earlier in this live stream.
You-
Earlier,
which
not
you
even
brought
like
up.
20 minutes ago.
Okay, we're walking around in circles.
Okay.
Do you have any last words, Trippy?
Last words. He's threatening to kick me off the live stream. Oh no,
Trippy,
Look,
I gotta
dude.
go. I'm actually moving residences right now. So
Yeah, I'm sure that you have an excuse to not be talking to me because I
not
made
an
you look like a fucking
Same thing Dusty
fool.
said when I had to go piss.
The
which
next
is
time that I
crazy.
talk
guys
with
always
you
pull us out of the
and
hat.
you act like this again, it's
Trippy, this is
Dude.
boring to me. Trippy, do you
No,
have
you're an
anything to
idiot
say?
and you don't
Last
know
words?
what an argument is. And you're trying to what? You're trying to argue some stupid bullshit. Well, I help kids and I do this and that, and that's going to be fine for my career. Hopefully you do
It
You win
is.
your
How's
office.
that
I
bad
hope
for
you
my career?
win.
Is
I
that
hope you
bad?
win your office, dude. I hope you do fucking exceptionally well, right? Like, I'm not here to say that you shouldn't run. I'm here. I asked my
Wait, hold
question
on.
about.
You're saying that I can't run because of certain things, and then you're saying
No,
I
I
shouldn't
think
run.
that if you
That's
use
number
this
6
exact,
right now.
I'm telling you that if you use the exact logic that you've used with me tonight to try to run, you're going to fail.
So hold on. Would you consider everything like me getting into public schools and talking to administration to do this a form of political savvy to get in there, do this?
Yeah.
Does it take
Sure.
political savvy to do that?
That weird sentence that you just said, what was that exactly? What are you trying to explain to me? Like, you went into,
Is there
you helped
politics
kids.
when it comes to working with kids and around administration to be around minors and all this other stuff to work with them?
It'll look positive for your career, yeah.
Right. There's politics. So how would it not transfer and me to map this onto politics if I can talk to other people who
What
are
I'm trying to tell you.
responsible for our community? If
What
I
I'm
can
trying
do
to tell
that,
you.
I can map this onto everything else too, right?
You're not going to listen, but what I'm trying to tell you is that if you continue to argue the way that you did with me tonight, just me, in the last like 10, 15
Well,
minutes,
it's because you're not really making a lot of sense.
because you won't
You're
listen.
honestly not.
And you
This is
have
a-
no
this is
argument
a
except for
contradiction
gay
you've
kids
already
or
uttered.
trans kids or trans people are gay, so that's anti-gay. No, dude. You don't
Yeah,
have any
that is-
concept
that is
of
anti-
what.
Anyways, all right.
You're not
hey,
even
I've
taking the
allowed you to say
outside
last words. You don't
into
have
what
last
your
words, though.
opinion is. You have no opinions. You're fucking brain rot. You're sitting here at 5'2", whatever the fuck you are. You look tiny.
5'5".
You claim that you're some kind of bodybuilder. I'm 6'2".
I'm an IFBB pro. How's that claiming that I'm a bodybuilder when I'm
What
a
is IFBB?
pro?
I'll ask you that stuff outside of stream. I don't need you to explain every portion of your life.
So if I'm
But
a pro bodybuilder, how is
I don't
that
think
just
you
claiming
are a
I'm a
pro
bodybuilder when
bodybuilder.
that's objectively true?
I don't think you are. At least not currently.
You don't
How many
think an
years ago
IFBB
was it?
pro bodybuilder is a bodybuilder?
How many years ago was it?
I'm currently training to qualify for the Mr. Olympia right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. I mean,
All this shit is like easily debunked. Bro, you're horrible at
you
this.
do
Anyways,
know you run for office, and all they're going to do is look up your internet career, and they're going to see all this terrible shit, like all this,
Yeah.
like you on
they'll
adult
say, hey, we
websites
need a
playing
guy
with
that's gonna
yourself.
fight for our policies.
You on
in our-
adult websites playing with
We-
yourself. Who knows what kind of
Sure.
people are looking at that? You might
I
have been
have a
jerking it for
contingency
some
plan for
dudes.
that. You got anything else for me?
I think you're in the closet. You are so anti-gay. It's like you're trying to hide from the from the claim. It's like, oh my god, I gotta be anti-gay.
You
I'm
telling me I'm
Orthodox
trying to hide
Christian.
is not demonstrating that I'm trying to hide. When I'm publicly allowing you to be on my platform, how's that hiding?
Okay, what in Orthodox Christianity makes that belief structure anti-gay?
Wait, what are you saying? What the fuck are you saying?
I just said what in Orthodox Christianity means that ideology would make you anti-gay. Like, where is it stated in there that you have to
Me
be
being
anti-gay?
against, you do realize that in Orthodoxy, I don't need to talk about the internet to know certain things on the internet are bad, even though the internet
I
isn't
didn't even
mentioned in the
mention the
Bible,
internet.
right?
I didn't
Because
even
it's
mention
not
it.
obeyed in the Bible, we can clearly see that
I
through
asked you
tradition,
a plain and
what's
simple
inherently bad or
question.
good.
What inside of Orthodox Christianity means that you have to be anti-gay? Simple question.
No man shall lay with another man.
And where is that said?
It's in the Bible. It's literally
In the
Scripture.
Bible doesn't tell me where in the Bible it is. You should know if you're going to follow it so strictly.
Because I'm not doing an exegesis. I don't have permission from my church to do an exegesis on Scripture.
Okay.
Notice how I'm
you don't know
adhering
what
to the
part
faith,
of the
even though I'm
Bible
being
it's
generous
in.
and charitable in this conversation
But
with
you'll
you.
quote it. Like, you'll quote it, but you don't know where in the Bible it is. So you're not
No,
acquainted
I'm
with
not
the
going
actual
to
scripture
get into an
well enough.
exegesis with you. I don't. So I'm
You're not
disciplined
acquainted
enough
with
with my church
the-
to not get into this.
You,
I don't.
you're
debate
just not
theology
acquainted
with
with the Bible well enough to actually know where the thing that
All
you're
right,
going to follow
anyways,
so
hey, I'm
strictly
gonna
is.
let you go, man.
Yeah, you
This
got to
is
kick
really
me now.
bad. Oh, this is horrible. Anyways, dude's getting kicked. This was crazy, man. I tried. Very good patience. He literally said, where in the Bible does it say that, you should be anti-gay? And I'm just like, this is all throughout scripture and this is through church tradition and all that. All right. I can allow somebody else to come up. If you guys want to come up, I get the links right there. Tyler, if you want to come up, man, maybe you can help me decompress a little bit. He told me that I was pissed and all this. None of that makes sense. Tyler, I tried to have a conversation with him. Did I not? Tyler, I don't know if you're talking or you're on mute or I don't know. So, I don't understand. Trippy says, learn how to listen before arguing back. You weren't really saying anything substantial. That was an unproductive conversation. That's why I did that. Really, really unproductive, bro. That's super unproductive. And you contradicted yourself like 6 times. I was counting. Literally. Hey, Tyler or Isaac, can you talk? Actively got you on the panel. Wait, is this Tyler? Okay, back to me, I guess. Let me see real quick. Tyler, what's up, man? See, you're in the chat. I want to see if I can be on one of your panels. I tried to get up there earlier. The link's in the chat if you want to jump up. Hold on real quick. Marte, I got a question from Gridwin asking if you want to go to his channel and talk about fitness stuff. Do you want the... Yeah. Send me the link, man. True, if Marte is so small, why don't you guys do a live stream together in the gym? See if you could... No, he couldn't. Trippy could not. I've beaten world record holders before. Like I said, I turned pro in 3 world-class sports. Well, technically 2. One of them I participated in because you can't turn pro in World Strongman. You can only participate in it because that's not a thing to turn pro in that, but technically 2 world-class sports. Yeah, just it's Grid. Ask Grid if he has an open panel. I'll jump on. I got like 10 minutes, maybe something like that. I can jump on. Let me open up this chat. I'm going to peruse Gridwin's channel to see. Oh, okay. Tag debunks atheism. Planet Peterson. Okay, they're having a debate on Speakeasy channel. And what is this? Powder Dusty is having a channel right now. Look at this real quick. Let me show you guys this real quick. Like when I tell you Dusty's gay, he's literally got a video of he's shirtless on his channel right now.
I think those are still up. I want to get to
critique African American.
Like, how is this not gay? They're constantly looking at me shirtless all the time over there. And this is like a video like 15 years ago that I did. But I don't know why they keep constantly going back to shirt pictures of me. Constantly. So let's take that out of here real quick. So let me get out of that real quick. You guys saw that, right? So when I showed you, like, Trippy was asking me literally, he was like, well, why do you keep bringing up gay stuff? Because every time I turn around, they're mentioning me without a shirt on or my body or something like, and these are dudes doing that. So it's like, if I'm getting mentioned in clips that Dusty's always doing, this is why. None of this is coming from me. You guys saw the evidence of people looking at me without shirts on and all this, and they're talking about how I look, and these are dudes doing this. These are guys doing that. And then Trippy was saying, well, why are you always talking about gay stuff? It's because it's in response to what you guys saw right now. That's what that is. To me, it doesn't really make any sense. So Trippy says, manlet, Wikimoto. To me, it's like, and this is the problem with this rhetoric. When I worked as an agent, nobody said he's a manlet. He can't do this. I was literally dumping drug lords on the ground with cuffs. Like, I was literally doing that. I was making arrests. We were doing all this. And on the world stage, I was beating world record holders. I was the guy that could run through walls, and I could still do that. Like, I literally have a coach helping prep me right now. Nobody would be like, well, he's a manlet. It was a federal government agent that was a pro athlete. You could say that. I mean, what was Captain America anyways? He's an agent that worked for the government, right? By extension, a superhuman. I'm not calling myself a superhuman by any regard, but I was a professional athlete that was in law enforcement. How many of those do you see, right? Trippy's going to negate this and just be like, well, he just, because of his height, I'm even if we talked about my 5'5" stature, federal agent, less than 1% of the population is a pro athlete in 2 world-class sports, beat world record holders, currently help kids out, running for office in 2 years. Where's the bad at? Like, where's the bad? Like, what is Trippy doing to help society out here right now? Other than just a YouTube career, because if I turn this off in real life, I'm a superhero to kids. In real life, we look in real life. If you map onto what I do in real life and have accomplished, you'd probably say that's Captain America. Literally put down bad guys in the past, beat world record holders, still trying to qualify for the Olympia. And I have time to debate other people and detractors on the internet. I don't know how I do this, and I'm going through school right now. It's a lot of shit. If I told somebody that I was 5'5" and I beat world record holders in the past, turned pro in 2 world-class sports, and I was a federal agent, somebody would say you're lying. You're describing Captain America or some other bullshit, right? Crazy stuff, right? This is just people pulling shit out of their ass. I don't really understand. Anyways, I want to do my whole Christ is God bit, but you guys know what it is, what the deal is. But objectively, I won the debate because of the poll. I didn't really hear a strong argument for Dusty right now. And here's the thing, though. Remember when I pulled up Dusty's stream and they had a video of me with my shirt off? Trippy said I was having a cope stream. What are they doing on their side? They're not having a cope stream on their side when they're focused on my body and my physique. I'm living rent-free in Dusty's mind. I'm going to go ahead and do the Menard debate, the Mr. Work debate, and all this. This is behind me. That's another defeat. There's a poll that came out. Rent-free, Dusty, rent-free. This is the last I'm going to mention it. I'm going to move on. I put out like 2 diss tracks because I had to respond. Funny. I'm not going to be harping on Dusty. Meanwhile, Dusty's going to be harping on me on his stream and on his channel. That's it. The Dusty Cope stream is happening right now. But Trippy's going to tell me that I'm coping, but he's got a whole panel talking about me. He literally lost the debate. So Trippy's like, you're coping after the debate. You mean after this objective win? What is it? 81%? Hold on. Let's go to this real quick. Oh, not 81%. 71%. Right? 71 to 29%, 173 votes. It's not like chump change for votes. 71%. So if I'm having a cope stream, I suppose I can cope about winning. Maybe if we look at the numbers, I'll eat that. I can take that concession. I'm coping about winning a debate. I'll say that. I don't mind that. That's fine. Anyways, I told you guys what would happen. I was confident about my position in this debate. Did my research on the paradoxical nature for him to say it would be a burden on the system, and I proved that it wasn't a burden. It would actually free up money because you'd have less people sick and all this. Anyways, I can go down this whole diatribe about this. But yeah, I don't know. What did you guys think about the debate? Let me know in the comments. Hopefully it was entertaining for you guys. Hopefully I defended my position pretty well when it came to this riffraff that I had to deal with. Every so often, I'm going to be dealing with detractors like Dusty. I'm going to call out people like 10th Man and Beth, I beat her in a debate. That debate where I destroyed her is on my channel somewhere. I might do like a review of the debate that I beat Beth in just to call her out and just say, hey, do you want to run this debate back? Good sportsmanship, right? And then Dusty was saying, I'm glad you showed up and didn't cower out of this debate. No, that's not true. I've actually tried to engage in debate with him, but a lot of this has been ambush shit that he's tried on his end. I'll bow out of that by not giving him content. That's different. While watching Marte shirtless, LOL. Yeah, I know. They're watching me shirtless on their stream right now, having a cope about that, which is super gay. They're doing a review on old content I did do without a shirt. And it's like 15 years ago. Me talking when I had a different mindset back then. I'm leaving it up because I think it just shows the improvement and dramatic changes that I made post baptism and everything else, making a move towards Christ. That's all. Cope stream of shirt Marte sound pretty gay. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty gay. I don't know why. Trippy says that I'm having a Cope stream. None of my it says Menar's goat is wifey on my name. Yeah, I wrote that. That was supposed to be when I got on the panel with Menar. I mean, this is true, objectively. Marte, answer my question. You Coper, Grid One, yes or no? Yes. Is Grid One going to let me on his panel? Where's the link at? If you guys have me on Discord, I can show up. Yes, if you're Samurai, if you're 6'5", yeah, by an inch. Not by an inch, 6'5". Yeah, I'm definitely shorter than you. I'm 6'5", he's shorter than me. Yeah, you're definitely taller than me, bro. Let me see if I could pull this up on my YouTube channel because I can't do it on Streamlabs. I'll show up and see if he'll let me on. Hold on, let me get to this Marte thing real quick. See if I can pull the link up here. If not, send it to me on Discord. Where's this thing? Studio Talk. Okay, here it goes. It's popping up. Talk Studio. This is crazy. Okay. Share screen. He has like it's not Streamlabs, it's something else. Do you really want me to answer that question right now?
Anybody got an Marte? The question was, for all these people who are so okay with importing all of these illegal immigrants en masse, thousands, hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, whatever, that have, that have a low IQ. The average IQ of a Somali, for example, is 67. The average IQ of an American is 97. It's a 30-point spread. And at the end of the day, what jobs do you think that those people are doing that are so valuable here that we are taking jobs away from Americans, that we are using up our resources, costing tons of federal and state dollars? What benefit is a mass of 67 IQ people doing us?
Can I give you the liberal answer?
Yeah. Give me any answer would be
this
great.
This is the liberal answer, and this is true. And you could see this, and they'll actually admit this, but they're never going to say this. They're going to frame their verbiage differently. This is how it amounts to a pseudo slave class, because if you compare this with like slavery back in the day, they considered blacks to be low IQ. And guess what happens? You're going to be low IQ and you don't provide education to a certain subset of individuals. And guess what happens? It degrades education and value and culture. So when a culture comes in and they're willing to do jobs that you don't do, you in a sense create a pseudo slave class that are coming in that basically does the jobs that you don't want to do. To me, this is a conflation that I'm making right now, because they're fine with this. They're fine with subjugating people because they're less ignorant, will obey more commands and do all this because they're grateful for the freedom, but they don't enhance our country because they don't add to any society. They're trashing their countries and coming to ours from that.
Yeah, they don't. That's a great leftist answer. Really good job, Marte.
That's a
Andrew,
liberal answer. You
Tiana-
wanted to, I would tell you.
I know. It's a great job. It was really a great job. Andrew, I understand you're in a bar, so you can't hear shit. And having a nightcap, so I got to type. Somebody type out that it was an easy win, but it was basically that they were just yelling at each other, and because they don't like each other, I guess. And I don't know. It was weird.
So no, hold on.
But it was an easy win.
Let me reconcile this for you. There's a reason. So hold on. Let me get to the flow.
I know why you don't like Dusty. I get it. I understand.
We do know that.
He's doing a cope stream right now with me with my shirt off from 15 years ago, which is pretty. I don't know how straight it is for individuals to be talking about somebody's body for like 3 hours in a cope stream, but
I mean,
Please, let's not do the gay stuff anymore.
He's got to.
Please.
I mean, he's got to keep.
I've already said no more. I don't want to talk about the gay stuff anymore.
Yeah,
Please.
I agree.
I'm not
You know
really.
what? I can see.
No.
I agree on all this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Look, it's all good. I'm not.
I'm
you
with
know.
you
I.
on that.
Yeah. I don't. And Mr. Work, do you have your mic up yet?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, brother. What's up, man?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something first to the whole thing with the migrants, and then we can get back to the shooting, or I don't know if that's DOS, the event with ICE. I'll call it that.
Sure. Yeah. What's your position on that?
On the ICE events or the migrant thing?
Oh, we can do the ICE event.
Okay.
Either way, I mean, I honestly don't care.
Okay, so I'll actually do the migrant thing because I think
Yeah,
there's
go ahead.
something we're missing here. So when it comes to the whole migrant situation, I think we shouldn't be forced or tasked with having to take in people due to economic situations or whatever the problem they're having at their own country. But here's the caveat I would add to that. I think the U.S. Foreign policy has led to a lot of collapse of these nations. And it's one of those
That's
things
true.
where if the U.S. gets involved in like government building, at that point it takes on some of the responsibility as to the outcome of that country. So it's one of those things like,
Yeah, sorry.
well, a lot of those migrants we see coming from South America are actually coming from countries that were couped previously by the
Yeah.
U.S. So Guatemala, El Salvador. So it's one of those things where in the world where the U.S. never played a hand and just let those countries to their own demise or whatever they want to do, I would say, yeah, we have zero obligation to help anybody from these countries. But if we go in and collapse their government and then those people flee elsewhere, it's like at that point, I feel like we have a moral obligation. On top of that, if you take in the Christian perspective of it, South
Yeah.
America is the last bastion of Christianity, which is why the Pope also focuses a lot on South America when it comes to missionary trips. And it's one of
Okay.
those things where.
But
if,
I guess I'm having a
if
hard
I
time
may.
following your logic here. So, again, what benefit is it to Americans
Yeah, so
to import all of
when-
these people here I know what the left says is that Ahimsa actually illustrated this by saying that, well, we need them to do these jobs, but they're not doing the jobs. As a matter of fact, just using Minnesota as an example, I didn't do this earlier, but
I didn't say that about Somalians.
Right.
but Yeah.
And I understood where you were coming from. I just want that they're the smallest amount. Like I don't even care about those people at this moment. But when we talk about this immigration issue, just picking on Minnesota for a moment, because we do have the data for that pretty at hand. 80% of the Somalis that are in the United States, in Minnesota, are on some form of welfare or public funding. 80%. Statewide, the entire rest of Minnesota is 2% on welfare. So you can't tell. There's no benefit. There's nothing for the United States in this. Now, I understand. And I was having a little bit of trouble hearing you. I had some other stuff going on, and so I want to make sure I heard you right. But you basically said that because these people are having trouble in their countries, we and some of that we may or may not have had anything to do with those problems. We need to bring them here.
Well, I don't think there's any ambiguity in it, right? So it's not that we may or may have not something to do with it. We know there are documented cases of where the U.S. has played a role in toppling a lot of these governments in South America. I know we're talking about Venezuela, or you're talking about Somalians, but most of the actual illegal immigrants are from
we
South
we didn't topple the Syrian government. We didn't topple the. We did not topple the.
We did
Sudanese
actually have a hand in the toppling
we didn't
of
have
Syria.
anything to do with Somalia, and those are the three leading immigrants currently. We didn't have anything to do with that.
Yeah, well, we did have a role in Syria, but Somalia, I'm not too familiar with the history of Somalia, but I know most of the immigrants in the United States are from South America. Do you
Israel
agree
just
with that?
actually recognized Somalia has been in a civil war for a very long time, and Israel just recognized one faction of it as being the actual Somali government or whatever. So,
Who's typing?
But at any rate, I don't have survivor's guilt, and I don't believe that those people need to come here. We already send multiple billions of dollars in aid to basically every country on the planet, and those are American tax dollars, and we shouldn't do that. I would much rather send bombs than bandages at this point. Myself,
Agreed.
that's just me.
You keep talking about Somalia, but do you recognize that most of the illegal immigrants in the United States are from South America? Do you acknowledge that?
Well, certainly some are, sure. I don't recognize that all of them are. I think we have a massive number of Chinese have come over. We've got Israelis, which are, and a lot of them are Christian Israelis. We have Iraqis, Iranians. We've got a lot of people that have come up through this. Yes, you're correct. They came up through the southern border. But according to immigration, I'm going back 3 or 4 years. There were very few Mexicans or El Salvadorans or Venezuelans coming up. We certainly have done nothing for El Salvador. We have no responsibility in toppling any government in El Salvador. As a matter of fact, we've reinforced it, and we've spent a shit ton of money down there. And if you want to use Venezuela as an example, the people fled Chavez. We didn't have shit to do with that. Like, we have no responsibility there. Zero.
Well, so great. We're kind of going all over the place. I'm
trying to answer all of your points. Your points were that we as Americans owe the world something, and I'm telling you that no, we fucking don't.
Yeah. So,
Hold on, Mark. I just want to make sure we get this factual claim.
Sure.
An answer to. So most of the illegal immigrants in the United States, Greg, you're saying you don't agree that most of them are from South America.
I think they came through South America, but I don't believe they are South American.
Okay. So, I mean, that is,
Where
something
are they
that's
from then?
right.
Well, most Somalis came through South America. Where do you think they?
Oh, gotcha.
Well, some of them come from Canada too, and they just get trafficked in.
They do
Yeah, it
come
would
through.
make more
They
sense.
are now coming through Canada, but initially they mostly. And I'm going back years with this. Like, I'm not saying like this past year. So.
Afghanis also came through Mexico. A lot of different immigrations coming through.
Yes,
through
that's
Mexico.
very true.
Yeah, so here's the thing though, most of the illegal migrants here are actually from South America, and that's something that people could fact check. But the reason I think it's important
I'm
to
from South America. I know a couple of things about South America. You said that we are the
I thought you were
majority
from
Christian
Mexico.
country. Well,
No,
it's south.
he's
Well, it's out of the
Okay.
border, and I can read and
South of America.
you know, all of it is Mexico. Okay, the province of Uruguay and the province of Argentina is also Mexico. So every single time you mention
South America, it's not
Mexico is all America except America. Okay, that's all of it is Mexico except America.
I'm a contrarian.
Yes.
So,
when you look at the region and you look at what kind of policies and what kind of politics were invading all of that region and why they're in the shit they are, is because they were taking a bunch of different policies, especially coming from the USSR and by proxy from France, yeah, because, French are idiots. But
Yes, they are.
yes, they are. So if you look at the actual thing, it's not like they were following Christian principles and they're following Christian principles, especially when it comes to their governments. So I don't know why do you even mention that they're supposed to be Christians? Like, do you think the cartels are Christians?
I mean, I would love to answer that. I just want to stick with Greg here, and then I can get to the Christian part of it.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
So the whole point in terms of the moral obligation here is, if you look at South America, the countries that were coming, at one point, people were thinking it was Mexicans coming in, but it was mostly people that were passing through Mexico to get into the United States from Guatemala, El Salvador.
Right.
And these countries did get toppled. It's one of those things where
I've already said that's where they're coming from. Okay, so you're maintaining that the majority of, and which is wrong, but I'll even if I grant that the majority of them are coming from those countries, we did not destabilize that region. We didn't do anything in El Salvador. We haven't been down in Ecuador. We've not been anywhere in South America for many, many years. That's why Chavez was able to operate in his way. So we don't owe them shit. As a matter of fact, Obama and Biden both. Hold on, Biden. I just call him O'Biden, but Obama and Biden both, each in their terms, promoted the what they call them? They wouldn't call them trains. They were like these long caravans of people coming up through South America, through Central America, into Mexico, and then they would get bus rides from Mexico to the American border. And so I really don't understand why you think that we owe them anything. And this is you keep telling me that all these people came from there. Yes, sure, I'll concede that. Why do I owe them shit? We didn't cause those problems. Hugo Chavez, the moron down in Colombia, I can't think of his name right now. Which Colombia is now stabilizing. El Salvador is now stabilizing. Brazil is now stabilizing, which obviously it's still a shithole, but it is stabilizing. Why? What has that got to do with us that we owe them the ability to come here illegally and then stay here illegally? You just please answer that part of the question, because you keep just telling me that we owe that it's our fault.
Well, here's the thing, Grid. When you frame it like that, you're assuming what you're saying to be factual, and it's just not. So, have you heard of General Smedley Butler?
I'm sorry. I'm still getting over the fact. What am I not factually correct about?
Yeah. So General Smedley Butler, who was a general under, I believe it was FDR, wrote a book called "War is a Racket," and basically he talked about how the United States played a hand in destabilizing South America and overthrowing.
Like 50 years ago. What has that got to do with the past 10 years?
Yeah, well, 50 years. I mean, that's pretty relevant when you talk about, the development of
it's country, not. Right? It's absolutely not fucking relevant. This is a kind of bullshit that centrists and leftists pull all the time, and I'm not going to allow it here. Here's the thing. 20 years ago, we tried to stabilize the region, and we got thrown out of Colombia because of the drug cartels. We've been down there and tried to help. We did Panama. We fucking tried to stabilize Panama, and that blew up in our fucking face with Noriega, right? Yeah. So I don't want to hear shit that we owe South America anything. If anything, South America owes us wartime reparations for the men that we sent down there that died on their soil protecting them, not us. And the fact that you think that South America has South Americans have any leeway here is hilarious.
Hilarious. I mean, we can agree to disagree. I think destabilizing and overthrowing a government, even if it was 50 years ago, does significantly impact the future of that country moving forward. So we can agree there's an impasse there. However, when you say there's no benefit we're getting, right, and you're talking about an economic benefit and you're talking about cash, you're like, well,
social, economic, any benefit. Name me a benefit that we get from having these people here illegally.
Yeah, so here's the benefit, and this also addresses Emmett's point as well, getting back to the whole Christianity aspect of it. South America, like I said, is the last bastion of Christianity. 80% of the population there are identify as Christian. What we do see is that the first generation people that do come here do tend to vote or identify very conservatively. So a benefit that we would get if you believe in the idea of a Christian nation would be a return back to more Christian principles, being that those people are devoutly Christian. However, I think
they can't vote because they came here illegally. B, I actually reject the fact that you say that most of them are Christian. Although I will say that a large number of them are. I don't think that most of them are. And I'm gonna kind of. This is not a pivot. It's just kind of a kind of an addendum here. The thing is that the U.S., Britain, France, and Germany all put a metric ass ton of money into South America, building plantations, oil refineries, oil rigs. They did gold exploration. And what happened is that those nations took that shit away, okay? And they killed people. They killed Americans. They cost American corporations, which provide jobs to Americans, a metric assload of money. And I don't want to hear any of this nonsense about how we owe them anything. And I honestly don't give a shit because I have enough good people here. I need people here to do better. I don't need to bring in people that I don't know, that I don't vet. What you're asking me to agree with is that because they are Christian, and I don't know that, but let's just hand wave it. You want me to hand wave all of this shit, no vetting, no proper procedure, none of that. Whereas when we have someone come from China or Japan or Korea, they're vetted, they're investigated. There's all of these loops, all of these things that they have to do. A Canadian fucking can't come here. And you want me to go along with allowing people who hate America, who
in South America?
Yeah, I think they hate America. And they traditionally they've been a real problem for us. Historically, you want me to allow those people into the country.
Yeah, and so it's absolutely a straw man. So it's a good straw man at that. I give you that. But I never
straw man. That's what you're saying. You're saying they're Christian and they'll vote.
Yeah, but when did I say they should come here without being vetted? You see how you interject?
Yeah, because we're talking about illegal immigrants. Did you miss that whole part of the conversation?
Yeah, and do you understand that illegal immigrants, there are policies at times to actually legalize them?
Yeah, we're not fucking doing amnesty. That's bullshit. No,
So that would require a vetting process, right? If we're talking about amnesty.
Yeah, it's I got the perfect vetting process. It exists already. Do you want to hear about it? It's called deportation.
Actually, if they're
every
Christian,
time it's tried, it works every single time.
If they're Christian, then you don't want them, if they're going to stay Christian, to come into this country, because I've seen that with a lot of people who immigrate from Mexico. They actually acclimate to our culture and then lose their whole Christian identity. So they probably are, if they want to stay Christian, better off staying out of this country, because we're not reproducing ourselves, unlike the other countries that are still sticking with Christianity that are south of the border.
Interestingly enough, if we were a little more Christian and we quit aborting humans, we are at replacement rate. Shockingly.
If that's the thing, we're not doing that though. And so when people come up here and they are coming from Christian countries, unfortunately, they acclimate to our standards and values.
Because they're criminals. Because they can't be, if they were Christian, they would, by definition, they're fucking criminals. They came across the border illegally. That you are a criminal when you do that. If you are going to, if you're truly Christian, you're going to do it the right way.
I mean, everybody's criminals. There was a report by somebody who said, like, the average American breaks 3 to 4
hours. Yeah, I've read that many times.
My ancestors stole from my other ancestors that were native. I mean, that's criminal. You know,
right.
But,
I mean, my great grandmother was full blood, and she was apparently a hell of a woman. Only got to meet her one time, and I don't remember it because I was like 2. But it's cool.
Yeah.
Right, but Grid, do you see how you're saying, and you tried to go back to the whole, we don't owe these countries, but
we don't owe them anything.
Well, I just want to keep on top of the benefit, right? The perceived benefit, because you're like, well, what could be possible?
You've not illustrated a perceived benefit. I said I allowed that if I were to concede that this could be a benefit, we don't need it, and we need to deport them back to where they are now.
Well, Grid, that wasn't your original question, though. You said what benefit? I presented a benefit, and you're saying, well, I don't think it's valuable. Well, that wasn't the question, right? Because then you would have said,
but I disagree
that it's a benefit. I disagree that
you
you've
wrong
not
too.
illustrated a benefit.
Well, you don't think a more Christian nation would be a benefit? A Christian nation?
But they
Of
acclimate to
people
our
who came here
culture.
illegally? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, let's say they were all illegal, but let's say they were all devout Christians. You think that would be
that does not, honestly, they need to go.
so legal? Everybody's legal, but everybody's secular, and nobody believes in God. That would be a better nation.
You're like moving the
That's what we've got.
Isn't that a false dichotomy?
Yeah,
right
he's
there?
moving
It
the
is a
goalposts.
false
You're moving the
dichotomy. It's
goalposts.
okay.
Yeah, sounds like a problem.
It's okay. I'll entertain it. So I would rather have. So all right, here's the deal. And while I'm personally a Christian, I don't require everyone around me to be a Christian. I'm not Emmett over there. Emmett is a hardliner. He's like one step away from a Jesuit, to be honest with you. But
What? Wait a second. I've been nice to you.
That's crazy.
Okay. If you want to engage with my arguments another time, we can do it.
Hey, Grid.
I'm sorry, I have to.
Everybody's authoritarian until it's about
Emmett
going
would
to
be
church. Okay, but fine.
Emmett would literally be the guy like going out to find the heretics.
I was only over here because somebody told me they were talking about fitness and you had fitness questions for me, and then
We were, and Mr. Work had a couple of points. I'm sorry, we'll get back to it. I promise.
What's up, Glenn?
I just wanted to engage with him on this. That's been. I mean, it's. I am kind of being a little hard on him, but not by much. I do think that I would rather have law-abiding secularists than law-breaking Christians.
No, I agree. I think we should have a moratorium on immigration, even legal immigration, for a while. That's what I think.
Wait, but Grid, you also conceded the fact that you've read the reports that basically the average American breaks, I think it's like 3 to 4 laws or something every day.
I've read the theory that was put forth that the average that the law is so convoluted in the United States that the average human commits 3 felonies a day without knowing it. That's what they're actually trying to say.
Too.
Yes, I mean the populace is all criminals according to your definition. If they break the law.
But if you walk, hold on, stop. That, sir, is fallacious. What I said is they walked across a border. They're a fucking criminal. They came here illegally on purpose.
Yeah.
They knew they were breaking the law.
Yep.
So take that ship back to the dock and let's start again.
Well, how's that fallacious?
I didn't know I broke the
Because
law.
you're saying they're lawbreakers, right? Is the issue that they're criminals, or is it the issue that they broke a specific law? Which one?
The issue is that they're here illegally.
Yes.
Well, can you just answer with a yes or no? Is it that they're criminals in general, or that they broke the specific law?
I literally just said it's that they're here illegally.
So, Mr. Work,
Okay.
can I go to any other country and do this?
No, you cannot.
Can I do this
Can
in
you go-
any other
even
country?
Mexico.
outside the
You can go to
US, and that'd
Mexico
be
and do that.
accepted.
I mean, just because I don't know of any other country doesn't mean
you
it's
don't, because there isn't one that exists for you. The United States,
know,
for some reason, oddly allows this.
Yeah, okay.
In the last administration, we did.
Marte
China
is
has
right.
invested. China has invested in most of Africa. Do you think
Yeah,
all
so
of
let me-
Africa should be able to go to China to work illegally?
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I'm not saying, I don't even think, honestly, if it was up to me and I was king of the world, people wouldn't be coming here illegally.
Yeah, but that's
and we
the
wouldn't be
fictitious claim
interfering with their
would be
country.
if.
Everybody
Hold on,
would be
I
legal.
can only hear one at a time, guys. Come on. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
go
my
ahead.
thing is, if it was up to me, people wouldn't be coming here illegally, and we wouldn't be involved in foreign countries' policies.
You're
Right.
really
Everybody-
moving the goalposts. and
I'm
you're
a
making an
non-interventionist.
anecdote, appeal to emotion right now. That's all that is, right?
Well, no, it's fine.
What?
That's
I
what
agree with him.
is right now.
I'm a non-interventionist. We're on the same page on that point. The problem is that they are here and they needed to be deported. If they come back, that's fine as long as they do it legally. I have a question for you. I'm going to give you a very specific example. Do you know? You probably don't, but maybe you do. That you, as an American, I'm assuming you're an American citizen. Are you Canadian by chance?
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to connect my headset.
Okay, I'll give you a second. Marte, we'll get right back to the fitness discussion. I had high hopes for your debate. I had such high hopes, but it just ended up being you and Dusty yelling at each other because you don't like each other, and that was terrible.
Well, no.
Too many gay jokes too.
And gay
It was like
jokes.
a really bad breakup. It was like really bad.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. Yeah.
When that's not what happened. Here's why. I don't get emotional in debates, but prior to this debate, he was doing like hit pieces on me the whole time, and everybody's got that threshold where they break and they're limiting,
Yeah.
their limits, right?
Yeah, I know.
I have.
I'm not. That's not a critic. That's not a. It's not criticism of you, man. It's not criticism. It's just an observation.
No,
I just wanted
that's
Ebony and
fair.
Ivory to get along.
Great, that's fair. But here's the problem.
Ebony and
So Glenn, that's not even the correct statement either. When he's attacking Andrew Wilson and attacking Christians, calling them cucks and all this, like it's not just me.
He came over here last night and called me a cuck.
Like he scattershots and does all this. It's very fallacious. And then when I go into a debate, he doesn't answer questions. That's very frustrating. When I ask him like 5 questions in a row and won't answer anything.
That was mutual. I saw mutual of that. Yeah.
That wasn't mutual. It was more.
You guys were
on his
both
side.
answering with questions. You both would answer your questions with other questions. That was very frustrating watching both of you.
No.
Yeah, I saw that.
Guys,
Both of you.
let me check with Mr. Work. Are you back? I kind of want to wrap this up.
Yeah.
All right. So you're American or are you Canadian? What are you?
Yeah, I'm American.
Okay, you're American. All right. So did you know that if you just really wanted to move to Mexico, you could not do that?
Yep, I'm aware of that.
You're aware of that. So that even if they allowed you to move there to the capital city of whatever Mexico, what is it? It's not. It's not Mexico City anymore. They renamed it. I forget what it is. Doesn't matter.
Even they rename it to Mexico City in Spanish, so Mexico City is fine.
Okay. Even if you moved to Mexico City and had a job there, married a woman there, assuming you're not already married, because that would be bad, but possibly legal in Mexico. I'm not sure. Even if you did
it would
that,
be legal. There's actual laws when it comes to
all right.
And there are being demonstrations and there are being like riots on Mexico because there is American citizens living there winning, they make dollars, so they have more purchasing power and they're gentrifying the city. That's what they're saying. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I mean, Mexico is so based, you can go to jail for practicing witchcraft. That's how Christian they are.
Right. So if you go to Mexico, you can never, even if you married a local citizen, you could never become a Mexican citizen. Ever. You would always be an American on a visa. You would never have permanent. You might be able to get permanent residency, but I don't even think they allow that. And yet, we as Americans are perfectly willing to let any of them come here without even papers. Don't care. We're fine. And that's a serious problem for me, right? I'm a non-interventionist, but I'm also an isolationist. I don't believe anybody should come in our borders. I don't think we should let Canadians. Fuck those guys.
So we shouldn't be in Ukraine. We shouldn't be in Vietnam.
We absolutely should not be in Ukraine.
We shouldn't be in any of these bullshit countries, right?
I think we agree, Grid. So here's where we differ, though, because we agree on being isolationists and not having to deal with these problems. But would you agree to the fact that if we do decide to intervene in a situation, the outcome of that situation, we do bear some moral responsibility for, right?
No.
I mean, I would have to. I mean, obviously, it's situated.
Let me put it this way. To make it a little more easier to understand. Our action as the U.S., we bear no moral responsibility for the consequences of our action.
Well, okay, hold on. So if we're talking, let's, and I'm going to pick on World War II as an example because we obviously won that motherfucker. We owned Germany. We owned Japan. Those were ours. We owned a big chunk of China. We probably could have called in all of the money the UK owed us and owned England too, but we didn't. It was okay. My point is that instead of doing the right thing and keeping that shit and making it America 2, America 3, America 4, America Far West, we didn't do that. We gave that shit back, and that was wrong. That was wrong of us. That's what we did wrong, is that we didn't make them Americans to start with, and we didn't fuck them up when we had we didn't fuck them up hard enough when we had the chance. And now we're paying the dividends on that check that we wrote back then. Because we as Americans are not conquerors for whatever fucking reason. I think we're wrong, but we're not.
Exactly.
And we do not keep what we kill. It's just like Venezuela. What we ought do in Venezuela is go down there like we did, take back our shit, which we kind of did, and then own Venezuela, and it become and look, this is actually see if you agree with me on this. Let's say that we went down, we get Maduro, we own Venezuela, the people love us, everything's great. We go down to the title office and register the title on it. We get the deed, everything's cool. And what we do is we make that America light. It's a territory. It's not a state. It's a territory, but it's still America. And then we can relocate all of the illegals to Venezuela, which is still America. So we've not deported them. Still America, but it's a territory. They have no voting rights. They have none of this. What do you think about that?
Too much work.
Too much work.
It sounds like
it goes against my Christian ethics, though. I think forming second-class citizens. I think we're all the same in the eyes of God.
Puerto Ricans don't have.
I was actually going to bring that up as an example. So it's one of those things where. I thought you were
Our
actually going to
IRS
say
is there. They got our money.
British Virgin. We own the British Virgin Islands, which are technically U.S. Virgin Islands. They don't have voting rights. We own that shit.
Our IRS
US.
is in Puerto Rico. Our IRS is in Puerto Rico, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So here's my only problem with when it comes to
residents. They're not citizens.
When it comes to the imperialism and the exploitation of other groups of people. Yeah. My only problem with that is there was a wise man that said, those who live by the sword will die by the sword. I think that's exactly what he's talking about. Where basically, if you have a group of people going around using force to capture others, there's going to be a price to pay for that.
Well, what the problem is we lived by the sword, we won, and we didn't make the other people die by the sword. That was a problem. So,
well, I mean, you could argue. You could argue
die by the sword, not those who force people to die by the sword by those that live.
So Mr. Work, I got a question.
Yeah, but
Are you Christian? Because you're telling me about Christian ethics. Are you Christian?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so then you would know Christianity generally asks believers to respect.
Not going far.
So you would generally know that Christianity asks believers to respect and submit to governing authorities. You know that's in Scripture, right?
Yep.
So
that's in Romans, right?
This is paying taxes and obeying laws. So when you say it goes against Scripture, how do you reconcile that?
Well, because what Jesus also said to give to the less of thee, right? And the Good Samaritan.
If we can't afford to do that due to a detriment in our nation because there's infiltration and breaking down of cultural laws in society, we can't afford to do that, right? Is that also supported by Scripture?
If we can't afford to do that, well, and you see, here's where we talk about the framing, right?
So hold on. When I say
here's where we talk about the framing. You're presenting this as a
when I say afford to, I'm not talking about finances. I'm talking about keeping our culture and our traditions.
Also, then that brings us back to the whole issue where Grid once said there's no perceived benefit. If you acknowledge these South American countries to be more Christian, which they are, and I like how Grid tried to say, well, I'm just going to assume that it's actually correct that South American countries
do we have an
more
American
Christian.
Standard that we want to uphold, such as the congressional status of the Constitution and the Christian culture, as far as Christians obeying like Christmas and even these pagan holidays and all that? Is there a standardized culture that we have in America that we don't want to break down?
I think there is a cultural identity of America.
There's a cultural identity. What does it mean to be an American? Does that carry a cultural implication?
Yeah, it does. A lot of it based off of Christian values, right?
Right. Do they have a different standard that they uphold to that is different from Americans?
Yeah, they play soccer.
Yeah.
Well, not just that, but there's a different cultural standard that they're bringing in. So would that slightly warp and change our traditional culture?
Well, so here's the thing. You know that to be a case factually because they celebrate a lot of the same Christian holidays. The Pope actually travels to South America. Most of these people are
This is so moving the goalposts for everywhere, though. I mean, you say that it's a moral argument. You say it's a moral argument. It's a moral argument. You're saying it's a moral. You did. You did earlier.
No,
not you, Marte.
It was you.
Not you.
Marte, not you. She's talking about Mr. Work.
Gotcha.
You know
Yeah.
it's bad when
Thank you.
him just calling you out.
Anybody making an attack is going to be on me, Marte. Nobody's going to attack you on this panel, so you don't got to worry about it.
I might.
Against everybody. You know
I have attacked him. I've told her that she was not.
Yeah.
We'll push back against you if you have like a wrong opinion. He's
Yeah.
actually universal when it comes to this. So yeah.
Marte,
I
think
know.
about
That
KFC.
once said, don't think I came
the
to bring
fuck?
peace to Earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword.
Yeah. Matter of fact, Emmett and Glenn Lawrence pushed back against me. I've had debates against these people. What are you saying? Like, this is crazy. Yeah.
Well, Grit,
But
so
I'm
here's
just
my
saying.
so
Okay.
Grit's issue is that they broke one specific law, and that was coming here illegally, right? So,
Yeah, what's the
outside of
punishment
that-
for that law?
I mean, you tell me, Grit, what do you think the punishment is?
Deportation.
Deportation?
Yeah.
So, Grit, if let's say in Cuba, here's a good example with Cuba, right?
Yeah.
So we overthrew Batista and we installed Fidel Castro. And then, the people of Cuba
No.
were.
No, that's not how that happened.
That is fact. So
We did not do that.
Grid, are you saying that's not factually accurate, Grid?
I'm saying that it's a very good spin on what happened. Castro came to power after he killed a bunch of people. Him and Che Guevara.
And who trained his group to overthrow Batista? It was the CIA.
I'm sure the CIA was probably involved in somehow. It's what the CIA does. But when you say we overthrew Batista, that makes it sound like we sent gunboats down there.
No. The CIA trained and helped Fidel Castro overthrow Batista.
Castro did it. Castro wanted to do it. Castro simply needed the methodology to do it. And at the time, Castro was at least seeming to be pliable.
Well,
And
I mean,
he was not- he ended
The
up not
CIA
being pliable.
plotted to kill Castro like multiple times.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
he
we
didn't
also
put these
did
guys after they put
They
him in power.
would've.
That's the problem. Basically,
They
the government
would've
put him
if they
in power,
wanted to.
and Castro turned out to be a bad guy, and then it's like, well, we should have not done that. This has happened multiple times. Not
Sure,
just with
but again, don't you? I enjoy
thanks for
it.
having me up.
I
I gotta
enjoy the
jump.
moxie. I enjoy
Bye.
the moxie that you tried to. You said, well, we.
Well, Grid, we did, right?
We did not. No, we did not. We trained some people to do some things, but we didn't. We did not do it. Wait.
We helped overthrow Batista.
Didn't we back Batista for a long time, and we just kind of like stopped backing him?
Yeah,
we
I
didn't.
think it was
Look it up. Look it up.
back
Yeah.
then.
So during the war, we were buddies with Batista, and then he.
58.
We used to have the problem is that my personal opinion is or my observation. It's not an opinion because I wasn't there, but my observation is that the way and obviously a lot of this is information from the CIA, so yeah, take it for what it's worth. Batista started to lean in directions we didn't like, especially with the idea of the corporations and the all the tourism and everything that we had down there. But Castro seemed to be a better bet. Batista was like, what's the right word here? Not off the rails. But
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to look too far to see how this occurred. And you can look in the Middle East where we were helping, I think fractions.
Sure,
of ISIS
sure. The CIA's done a
overthrow.
lot of stupid shit, and we need to quit doing that.
Well, yep, I agree. That's my whole issue, Grid.
Yeah,
that
but,
we do that,
but who gives
we don't want
again? You're talking about something that happened in damn near antiquity, and I don't care. What I'm dealing with is what's happened over the last 5 years. Okay, now sure, Castro coming to power was ass for Cuba. It completely wrecked their economy. Dole, which was one of the largest corporations in the U.S. at the time. It was as big as some oil companies. Dole was thrown out of Cuba. Damn near went bankrupt. They were also thrown out of Venezuela. I don't know if you knew that. So they have a long history of having their executives I think off in foreign countries. So I would not go to work for the Dole Corporation. Just saying. But we lost a shit ton of money down there. Kennedy was given some, I think, personally bad advice regarding how to deal with Cuba and the Cuban Missile Crisis and the sinking of now I can't think of the name of the fucking boat. It's like right there, but I can't think of it. Remember the Maine? Yeah, the Maine sunk in Havana Harbor. All of that stuff was obviously meant to sour the U.S. on Cuba so that we would not be in the way so that the Russians could put missiles in Cuba. All of this stuff. This is all ancient history. This has nothing to do with what I'm sure you're going to say is the Cuban refugees that we welcomed in Florida, right? I'm sure that's where you were going with it. I was alive during that. I remember watching the videos of the boats landing on the Florida coast, and worse, the pictures from the Coast Guard, the videos from the Coast Guard of the ships that didn't quite make it. I'm sure my buddy Cleaner remembers those as well. And hell, he was probably there. I think he was CIA, to be honest.
And what did we get out of that? We didn't even get Cuban cigars.
No, actually, what we did get something out of that. We did get something out of that. So the Cubans that came here, because they hate communism so bad, they hate communism so much that they become very, very good conservatives.
Well, Grid, that's the whole. But Grid, hold on, Grid. Stop. Pause it right there.
Sure.
So you're saying the Cubans that hated communism so bad became good conservatives, and that was a benefit, right? You just said that?
Yeah.
That's generally how it goes.
But hold on. You understand the difference?
I just want to finish this point. How come when I said that the people from South America, which are more Christian than people in America, which is why the Pope so focuses on South America, declared the last master
because they're not refugees.
Well, they claim different. Some of them claim political refugee. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not. They can claim it all they want, but they're not.
Well, who's the arbiter of that? Is it you, Grid, or is it the court?
Well, I would believe the court, but no court's ruled on it because not one of the fuckers have stood in front of a court. But yet the Cubans did. And a lot of the Cubans were sent back. You don't remember that, I'm assuming. But a lot of the Cubans were turned away and sent back. And they actually had to literally touch the shore. They had to get out of the water in Florida.
Well, they were sent back because Castro emptied his prisons and sent them to the United States. Basically, the insane asylum, the prisons, he would put them on boats and send them.
And then we sent those people back because they were what? Not refugees.
Well, so here's the thing, though, Grid. If we're saying
and you know why we knew that they weren't refugees? Because we vetted them.
But Grid, here's the thing. If you say ideological alignment is a benefit, right? People that hate communism was a benefit to the United States, then you would also have to acknowledge that people who are predominantly Christian have laws against practicing witchcraft in their country would be a benefit because they ideologically align with the Christian values of the United States.
You cannot ideologically align with me if you break the law to enter the country. You keep glossing over this point, and I'm not going to let you. If they came to the border and they camped out at the border and they said, hey, we're good Christians and we want to come to America, please let us.
Well, so
and they were processed and they were processed in and they were vetted properly, not an online app, not through just turnstiles, but they were properly vetted, like the Cubans were. I'm glad you brought up the Cubans, and I knew that that's where you were going with it, and that's a great example of how it's supposed to work. The Cubans didn't come here, land in Florida, get shipped to Minneapolis, and given a truckload of money to just walk around with. No, the Cubans went to fucking jail.
No, they didn't.
They did. They were. An internment center.
The problem with what you were saying, you were saying that like you would assume that people who are coming from these Christian nations would typically be more conservative or more on the political aspect that America would want, right? But the thing is,
we know this for a fact. We know this for a fact.
We don't know this for a fact. Actually, we don't.
Because the polling shows
if you would shut your hole long enough for me to finish the sentence, you'd hear what I have to say.
Lean conservative. First generation migrants lean conservative. Yes, so we do know this for a fact.
When you're done interrupting and being an asshat.
Well, go ahead. We do know this for a fact.
Can I finish my fucking sentence now?
Like the fact doesn't exist. So go
Can
ahead.
I finish my sentence now? I was attempting to say a sentence and you interrupted like a douchebag.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry I had to correct you on your point. It was misinformed.
Yeah,
so
I don't even know what you were trying to say because I didn't bother listening to you because you fucking interrupted me disrespectfully.
Okay, so let me repeat it again. So we do know that the people that come
are you done? You done? Can I say what I was?
Gentlemen,
would like to finish my thought if it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Cleaner.
So it doesn't actually line up all the time where your religious beliefs, your theocracy, things like that line up with political aspects that we would like to be representative of that religion. All right, that doesn't always line up. There is a larger majority that I would say when people are coming from other countries in the past, but not in the recent past. In the past 20 years, that's shifted quite a bit. It doesn't matter what religion you are. This westernization of the whole fucking world has happened across all religions. Now, there are some hardcore religions, some that are more close to their original concepts. I would say more of the Orthodox type religions and things like that, yes, you could probably expect a higher outcome of people who are conservative or for them to align with their original political leanings of the religion, right? But that's not something that we can say in the past 20 years because it's changed so much with the westernization of the world.
Well, so here's the thing. So if you're talking about orthodoxy and you're talking about like the foundational Christian religions, Catholicism is also part of that as well. And these countries are predominantly Catholic. So that kind of disproves your whole thing that you just said there.
No, it doesn't. All you're saying is they're not one religion, they're a different religion, but that doesn't mean a damn thing. What I'm telling you right now is the westernization that's happened all over the world has affected all religions. It's not just a specific religion or anything like that. So you cannot assume a political leaning based upon someone's religion,
especially when they live in a socialist country.
Well, here's the thing. So it is factual. We do know what their leaning is already. That's why.
Okay. You keep saying it's factual. How many Democrats are Catholic?
Well, great. That's my whole argument, right? So I just want to repeat this, right? Mm-hmm. We do know the polling shows that the first generation people who migrate here and become legal and are able to vote conservatively. We do know that. We do know that South American countries predominantly are Christian. Not just Christian, not just like the Protestant Reformed.
I understand your thought process. You've said it many times, you're not going to get past the simple fact that they come here illegally, they do not get vetted, and therefore they need to be deported. Beyond that, I don't really care about anything else. I don't care because I know that yes, sure. It tends to be that way, but that's irrelevant to me. Especially when when the largest, you keep saying that the predominant number of immigrants, illegal immigrants coming from the South, with maybe is true, are from these South American countries, and and you are maintaining that they are predominantly Catholic. Okay, but when we look at the what was it, 2 million or 3 million immigrants that occupied New York City, what was the Roosevelt Hotel or whatever. Multiple hotels, they all came through the South, and none of them were Christian, and they were all fucking criminals, and they were literally gangs. So you were trying to blow smoke so far up all our asses that we can't even breathe anymore. Cleaner's having to light a cigarette so we can get fresh smoke. And
well, Greg, here's the thing. I think we have to acknowledge that the reason I brought this up is to speak to the fact that you said there's no perceived benefit. I presented one. Now, if you want to say, well, it doesn't matter because they should come here legally. I don't believe
there's a benefit there. You've said that there's potentially a benefit. Okay, I will even go along with potentially there's a benefit there. But
okay,
you can't show me the benefit. You can't show me where these first generation immigrants have influenced an election in the United States.
Well, that wasn't my argument. But Grit, here's the thing. If we agree that there was a benefit, right?
Then what's the political point?
It's a whole different argument. And I actually think they should be vetted. I'm not saying people shouldn't be vetted. But you're saying, what is the benefit for having a lot of people come here and migrate here? And that was the benefit I presented. So now if you want to talk to present your
then I will simply say that I don't see your I don't see your analysis as in any way factual, correct, or maybe even plausible. If that were the case, which it isn't, obviously, then we would see the results of that. We do not. What we actually see the results of is massive crime anywhere these illegals are. Okay, massive uptick in crime and a lot of gang crime, especially from the people from South America. So while you are trying to tell me that they're all good Christians, I'm going to say that we have no example of that, and I have no reason to believe what you're telling me. Now, if you can give me a reason to believe that there is even a wisp of a chance that what you're saying is correct, then maybe I can listen to you, but I don't believe it.
Well, Grit, I think the reason you don't believe it is because you're not accepting some factual claims at face value here, which we can easily just look up. Like the first one being the illegal migrants here, most of them are from South America or Mexico. Like
they come through South America. They do not come from South America. That is there's no way that that's true. There's absolutely no way that that's true. When we know that Haitians, the Somalis, Syrians, Chinese, a lot of different people are coming here. Pakistani, Afghani, literally it's a fucking hodgepodge of people, and very few people from South America. Percentage.
Marte said he used to work for ICE, I think. Is that accurate, Marte?
No, I work for DEA.
Okay, Marte. Most of the people here illegally, are they Hispanic in origin from South America or Mexico?
That just depends from one administration that changed to the next. So, I mean, that would be a whole.
So, what administration would it be something different? You tell me that.
So that would be a whole different discussion. I originally was on here not to talk about my ex job or occupation, but I mean,
Marte doesn't want to make you look bad, Grid. He doesn't want to say the fact here.
No, that's not what it is.
He just wants to talk about fitness. I promised him a fitness argument, and he's not getting it.
Yeah,
but I just want to can I just ask okay, why do you think that we owe any other people that want to come here illegally a place to live? Like why?
Okay, yeah. That's okay. So we can jump to that argument, but then we just have to all acknowledge that we're putting an end to the perceived benefit argument. Okay.
I'm just wondering why.
No. I don't want to put an end to the perceived benefit argument because I can already tell you right now, you're defeated on face value. All right. The fact that they came here illegally means they are not a good Catholic or a good Christian, because within their own Bible, their God tells them they are supposed to follow the laws of the land when it doesn't conflict with the laws of the religion. There is no religion doctrine that tells them they have to break the law and come into our country illegally. They have broken the law. So they're not a good religious person, based on that face value right there. So you want to talk about face value? Right. There you go.
Yeah. So if the United States passed a law that everybody has to have orgies and be sinful, we would have to follow that, right? Because it's the law, and that's what the Bible says.
You're adding what ifs. You're adding what ifs, and we're talking about face value factuals because that's what you wanted to go to was face value factual.
Hold on. This argument's dead. This argument's dead because according to the Migration Policy Institute and other sources, the South Americans constitute 12% of the illegal immigration.
And what about Mexicans? You have to add them because technically Mexicans aren't South American.
Wait a second. You said that Mexicans were in South America a moment ago, okay?
No, I'm grouping them
You
together.
said that, okay? Just saying.
Yeah, they're
As
not.
the Mexican here, just letting you
Part
know.
of the South American continent,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah. Whoa. You said that, okay?
That's actually
Basically, Emmett, what he's saying is all y'all look alike.
Well, technically,
so that's
all
actually
of America is
also
Mexico,
decreased
okay?
to 30 to 40%.
Okay, yeah. So even then, that would be a majority of the migrants, right?
No,
If we add
40% is
That's not how
less than a
percentages
majority.
work, but okay.
51% would be a majority. 40% is
No,
less than a majority. So again, you're factually wrong
And
because you
this
don't
is
understand simple
hold
math.
on. I'm still looking, and it's still declining.
Yeah,
Mexicans are still declining. All right, well, hold on. I believe the numbers from Mexico, they're including the diversity such as Venezuela, Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador.
Yeah, they include a lot of other places other than just Mexico.
Yeah, the Mexican
And,
data
yeah.
seems very weird.
It's,
So here's
because of the way they did the polling. They classed Latinos as one, and then
Alright, hold
whenever they put the poll out, they
Yeah,
try
just
to separate
fucking
it out. But
Hispanics. They're not-
it's
Yeah.
a loose poll. They do the best they can, but it's a loose poll.
Basically, they divided them in two groups. You listen to mariachi or reggaeton.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I just want to help Planer out here with some of his logical deduction. So even if they don't constitute over 50% of the migrant groups, if they're still 40%, and the second highest one is like,
Marte, you owe me that.
But it's not. It's two separate studies, and the study that I gave you for the Mexicans are they're not Mexican. They're not doing it by nationality. They're basically just saying Hispanic.
Yeah, which is why I tried to group them by saying Mexico and South America.
Okay,
Basically,
so
it's Hispanic.
as a percentage, Hispanic, it doesn't give me a. Well, actually, let me see if I can find a different table because this is. It's a fucking tables. Now Mexicans do make up 63%.
Why you look at upgrade? Marte's being really black right now.
I do think though that this is all beside the point. We've already understood that because they came here illegally, they're not. We can't assume that they're staying true to their religion and being 100% with their religion. So since we're done with that one, and you've already been blown out on that one.
We're not done.
Actually,
All right. Hold on. So I'm gonna. So according to the data I have, right, 52% of immigrants are Hispanic, but South American, it's under 12%. And you said South American, not Mexican. I'm not adding Mexican in because we all know that a large number of the Mexicans that come over are fucking criminals. So I'm not. I don't even want to hear that bullshit.
I did include Mexico, and that's why I said witchcraft is illegal in Mexico, because I was also pointing out that Mexico also has a strong Christian nation as well. So I did.
Yeah, sure. All the cocaine runners that literally supports their entire economy are great.
That's Colombia.
Hey,
That's
you
Colombia.
know what else is illegal in Mexico? Crossing the border illegally. That's illegal in Mexico, but every fucking one of them did it.
Okay, Cleaner, I promise, Cleaner. I'm going to address you. I just want to point out the fact that, look, now we're starting to come to agreement on the factuals that I said, which was that most of the migrants here were Hispanic, either Mexican.
No, that's not what you said. You said South America, specifically South America, and not Mexico. You even made fun of Emmett when Emmett said that he was Mexican. I forget what you said, Emmett, because honestly, I couldn't hear you. But you said the South American countries, which are Christian, which you even named them off: Ecuador, Colombia,
And Mexico. I said Mexico made witchcraft illegal.
I'm gonna go and leave real quick. I just want to say something. Lastly, the last thing I want to say. So, just so you know, the cartels, they practice witchcraft, and I don't remember any of them ever getting in trouble for that. In fact, most of them are in government. So your point is kind of mute when it comes to the idea that they're so base because they have anti-witchcraft.
Yeah, Mexicans are definitely not
witchcraft rituals with a new president, and you can see them online. Okay, so completely wrong on that
Mexico,
aspect.
if you call the cops and say that your neighbor is practicing witchcraft, your neighbor can get arrested. They're that serious about
It never happened. Okay, there's places where
maybe
you
in
can
Mexico
buy
City,
shit.
but I'm telling you that we're not getting the cream of the crop of the Mexicans. Anyway,
I'm gonna leave. Thanks so much.
I mean, I'm not going to accept any of your argument based on this because I don't believe that Mexicans come here and vote for conservatives. We have 30 fucking years of data showing that they don't vote for conservatives.
Yeah,
Well,
just like the JJs. I'm gonna go ahead and leave. So thanks so much for having me on, Grid. Good
Thanks
to
for
see
coming by,
you.
Emmett.
Good to see you, Cleaner. Good to see you, Mate.
Yeah, I kind of want to get back to the fitness topic. But
Take it easy, Emmett. Oh, by the way, tell your Uncle Paco and say what's up.
Okay, I will. A good one.
Great, come on, man. Don't just because you're getting bodied on it doesn't mean you got.
I'm not getting bodied on it. You're getting bodied on it. You literally say one thing and then you have to say another to conflate it.
I was right.
Okay,
Great, but you know
show me.
right.
All right.
Great. I still
We have literally 30 years of illegal immigration that's grown year after year after year after year, and a lot of it is from Mexico. Sure, you cannot even make the claim with a straight face that Mexicans vote for conservatives.
Yeah, they do.
In California.
The earlier generations
Sure
of
as fuck don't in California, where most of them
definitely
are.
don't in California.
Hey, Mr. Work, can you do me a favor? Can you nail down your goalpost somewhere? Because you shifted that motherfucker like 100 times.
Yeah, why did we allow him here?
I don't. This is hilarious.
I just want to know why we should let him here. Like what? Why?
Oh, I thought it was very interesting to start with. I still think it's interesting.
I Glenn's question was a really good one, and I would like to know, what source do you use for the differential between give and take to show that we owe some country or some set of people or culture or whatnot something? Where is the source that you have that shows that we owe somebody something?
Okay, look, and I'm happy jumping to that argument, but I just want to recap that we're moving away from the perceived benefit, and I think I demonstrated a perceived benefit.
There is no
you didn't benefit. You didn't demonstrate a perceived benefit.
Hold on. Hold the phone. So I'm looking at election data right now because you said you made a very specific claim. Finally, 23% of foreign-born registered Latinos identify as Republican. That's not a majority, sir. Not even close. You were wrong, factually wrong.
Well, I said they lean conservative.
You said they vote conservative. You didn't say they lean conservative. You said they will vote conservative. That's why we want them here. No, they don't vote conservative.
Trump made headway with the Hispanic population. Right?
Yeah, they got it up to a whopping 43%.
If they're illegal, they aren't voting anyway. And if they are, they're doing it illegally, so they're breaking the law again.
So again, you've lost, admit defeat, and move on to the next point, because every single time I go, because I was taking you on your word and just hoping we could have a clear back and forth.
No, they do lean conservative, though. They're against ABs, which I don't want to say the word, but they do hold a lot of conservative principles. They're against ABs.
But they don't vote conservative.
But Grit, the whole thing was about
23%. That means over 75% voted liberal. That voted.
You keep shifting your point.
Why do you think that's the case, Grit?
Why do I think that's the case? Because they get free shit. Because liberals tell them to come here. I'm just being honest with you, man. You're fucked in the head on this issue. You are fucked in the head on this issue. You can say that as a Christian, you want these people to come here. I don't disagree. I want them to come here legally. And you know what I also want? I want the ones that will actually vote conservative if that's the way they're going to vote. But you've been blowing smoke up my ass for almost a fucking hour now, trying to tell me this and constantly shifting the goalpost and constantly, and you move from South America to South America, Mexico, and all this other nonsense. And yet you are factually incorrect. You know that you're incorrect. You are simply trying to make a point that there's some perceived value, and there's not. They're a net negative on the system as a
Okay, I don't know what's going on, man. I was actually not even paying attention. I was like, I don't know what's going on, but I think he kicked me from the chat. Maybe he did. Who knows? Maybe he kicked me. I don't blame him if he kicked me from the chat. Says you are not a part of the broadcast yet. The host can see you and add you to the broadcast anytime. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, man, I was actually in this mod. I'm actually in the Discord looking at this conversation about the debate. All right, let me go ahead and get out of that real quick. Let me see. Yeah, man. I was not in this whole chat the whole time. They were talking about that. I wanted to talk about fitness, sports, or something like that, but totally checked out, man. I forgot this whole stream was even here. I was hungry, started eating, and I'm just like, bro, this is crazy. Glenn Lawrence was like, please don't leave the chat. Don't leave. We need to talk to you about this fitness stuff. But the whole time, did fitness ever get brought up in the last 30 minutes? How long was I in there? And they didn't talk about anything. It was just, the whole chat was Mr. Work and Grid going back and forth. That's all it was. And there's nothing for me here. I was bored out of my mind, to be honest with you. There was no content for me here. I'm sorry I had to put you guys through this. I honestly apologizing because I had to put you guys through it. That was totally BS of me. That's my L. I'll take this L for tonight. But as far as the whole Dusty thing, let me know what you guys thought. Did I do a decent job? Did I defend the position as best as I could? I tried to. But I don't know. Crazy. Yeah, man. Crucible Crusader says, a bit boring to me. Yeah, bro. I was not here. I was checked out. So, of course, Grid would boot me from this whole panel because I was not invested in this whole panel at all. I just got there. What is this? 5.5 hours I'm on here. And next thing I'm on a panel where I'm just an ornament. Like Grid, here's the thing though. Grid had literally asked me to be here. And then when I show up, there was no involvement. Like, why am I here if you're asking me to be here to just spectate? I like being involved. If I'm not involved, why am I here? That's the crazy thing. I don't understand what was going on. Nope, definitely wasn't about fitness. I know, man. I wanted to decompress about the debate. Instead, I started hearing about politics and all this stuff. I don't know. All good, Marte. Thought you did great in the debate. Thanks, man. Do you still do Twitter Spaces? They're boring to me, to be honest with you. I go to Twitter Spaces, and what it is it sounds like a conference call. When I go to Twitter, it's a glorified conference call. I'm just hearing voices of people who don't have the courage, balls, or guts to see me on a stream and do a debate because you can hide. And I'm just talking to avatars. To me, that got boring over time. In YouTube, the engagement's more genuine. You can't hide. You have to dox your face, and I have to see what you mean. Mr. Work does this all the time. So it feels like if I talk to people that were just avatars like Mr. Work while revealing my face and my identity, who I am, and I'm just talking to him, it would get boring fast because I don't know what he looks like. He can cheat in a debate because I can't see him looking up stuff or whatever. What's up, man? Real World Radio. How's it going, man?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. Hey, I really did enjoy the debate. I know it went off the rails several times. I did want to say just a few light comments I thought was pretty interesting. I noticed how your opponent tonight, if you really want to even call him that, kind of went off the rails and lost his shit during the Q&A section. I mean, those questions really rattled him. Just the questions from the peanut gallery.
Yeah.
Thought that was pretty interesting. Like when I brought up the example to reinforce the men going the fitness men going around to schools. They went around to my school.
They were
He
called
had
the
a problem
Power
with
Team.
that.
I think that was one of the names of one of the people. The
Yeah.
teams.
They would break like
Phone
cinder
books.
blocks and bricks,
Rip
and
phone
stuff like
books and
that.
stuff, right? Same thing, right?
Yeah. And so
Yeah.
it's funny, I one of them actually autographed one of the bricks pieces that they broke. They put my name on it. That was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
In the middle school to do that. And that very, very good guys. And their stories were very moving too. Shows how they came to Christ. They went through their own struggles where it forced them to kind of look at themselves and make a life change. Really good testimonials.
Yeah, but
And then
you notice how I brought that example up and he didn't engage with it?
yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
so clearly that was an example of people merely volunteering to show up to schools, and they were changing and propagandizing the students and kids. Now they're more fitness minded. They were saying, well, how can I rip that up? Well, guess what you talked about? You talked about nutrition, fitness, and you saw the muscles and all this. To me, that would also be instituted through a national mandate. But when I brought up this example, he glossed over it, didn't even count it. He was like, well, they didn't go to my school. Well, that remedies that. If I have a national fitness mandate, well, guess what we're going to have more of? Your school may have more of a opportunity to get a visit, because obviously we need to promote it if they looked over your school, right? That answers that. So it's like, he didn't even engage in any of this.
And
Crazy
then
stuff.
when I had made the statement, I made a statement on a super about how one of the companies I worked for before, which is a national branded company, had purchased another company, and that made our insurance rates go up because the other company that we purchased was in the South, and their group rate was much higher than ours, so we had to absorb that cost. Our leadership did a campaign where it was they gave us all pedometers. They gave us access to websites about fitness, food, consumption, intake. And it took less than 2 years. We lowered our group rate to what it was prior to us purchasing that other company. And, that was a net benefit for all of us. I had a cheaper copay. The company was cheaper on their insurance end of it. And then now you have healthier people. And so, when I had shared that and you had jumped on that, that really had it hit a nerve with Dusty. I was like, well, okay, here it is. I gave you a clean example. Offline, I'll tell you who the company was to you. You'll like it.
Yeah.
It was like another example where he kind of lost his composure during the Q&A section. I was like wondering, I'm like, here it is. He's professing that he's doing so great. And then when you take stuff at the peanut gallery, the guy's losing his head.
Well, if you notice, when you did bring up your comment, I then said, hey, the chatter, let's go back to what he said. And you notice how Dusty started evading from that. So it's like, there were questions. The woman on the panel with grids was saying that both of us were being evasive. I didn't see much evasion on my end. I literally was calling him out and saying, can you answer a question? And you never heard Dusty argue if I can answer his questions as much as I asked him that, right?
Well, what I think from her perspective, because watching it from my little place in the peanut gallery was, there were questions that he chose not to engage with because for whatever reason, and then there were questions he asked you that weren't pertinent to the conversation specifically. But what they were were reframing, and then you chose not to go into those avenues. Like, hey, this is what we're talking about. This is where the fight is, not over there.
Yeah,
and so
that's
by
what I
her
did. I kind of tried
perspective,
to
that would
redirect
be
it back to
evasion
the
by
prompt.
her thought process.
So Dusty wanted to change the prompt by the reframing to how national mandates would ruin the nation financially. And I'm like, that wasn't the prompt. And he kept trying to reframe it to that. And I'm like, no, let me show you how it's going to benefit us as a whole. The military industrial complex isn't getting admission as much because the physical standards are failing. So the recruitment rates are plummeting. And also I brought up the police standards and also brought up homes as far as kids being raised, not on diabetes or anything like that, because of EBT programs, people are making more horrible choices. And then when he said, where are they doing that at? And I was like, well, play the intro again. They played the intro. He saw this and then he acted like he didn't see it again. So I was like, dude, this dude's evading so much in the debate. That's just my opinion.
When and just to kind of dovetail off of what you just said right now, when I brought up the comment about mandates, about how a federal mandate or a national mandate, he's thinking something's very draconian. He had a thought process in mind. I think he messed up, to be honest, because it's like the debate is it's a very precise endeavor, right? And I think he messed up because he took the prompt and he just whatever he meant. I think he should have feathered out what a mandate was prior to his argument, because when I put the super in the chat there saying, a mandate that's it's just a federal mandate that reaches all states. It could be very specific. It doesn't need to hit everyone. It could be very limited in its grouping. And right. I thought the shot, when you went right to the shot, that's a perfect example. That affected everyone in every state that worked for the federal government or a state institution that had mandated that they take a shot. And then, that doesn't mean that in the private market or someone who works for themselves had to do the same thing. And he did not want to engage in that. He wanted to go back to enforcement, cost. And it's funny because it's like, okay, well, you got him on the, front end cost versus back end profit. If you work for and I made the comment with Workaholics on this one. If I own an ag company and let's say I grow celery or strawberries or whatever the hell it is, until I bring that product to market and I actually sell it, everything I do is an upfront cost.
That's what I talked about when companies are in the red at first. And I was like, this is almost across the board. This is universal that people are going to have to front cost. But I'm like, in the interim, in the end, you're going to have a reduction nationally, because in the back end, where are we going to get this money from? Oh, the savings from people not calling off sick, not that much from health insurance coverage from us, the taxpayers burdening with the system of obese people and all that. And I brought up all that, but it's like, so here's the problem with Dusty's whole argument as well, too. This is another thing that you brought up. So when he did bring up the national mandate, he contradicted himself and he said, it's not a mandate when you do this and that. And then he said, it's only a temporary mandate. Well, hold on. Wouldn't a temporary mandate still be a mandate? And I said that to him in the debate.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, bro, come on.
And
this is bad.
And when someone says we have a mandate, there's different ways to take that mandate. Like if I were to make a national campaign, I go, I'm going to campaign that all kids from this age to this age need to be active for at least this much a day, for this many times a week. And this is a mandate I'm putting forward in this campaign. A mandate can be many things. And I think that's where Dusty went wrong. I think that was his downfall. And I think when he tried to reframe what a mandate was mid debate, I think he knew he fucked up.
He didn't do well with that, because even then I brought up people opting out of mandates. They do this all the time. So if you never want to pay federal taxes, you don't have to work. These people opt out. They either go into poverty. They either opt in and say, I'm going to take EBT as a person relying on the taxpayer by not working at all. These people opt out of paying federal taxes. So we have plenty of people that opt out. When I brought this in, he said, no, he wiggled around this. And I'm like, how are you so slippery and evasive? So I brought up that example. I brought up people opting out with the stabby jabby. Like there's several examples I brought up, and I'm like, hold on. So this shows that this mandating thing can be fixed or not fixed, because states can also decline a mandate as well too. Like let's say that Texas refused to co-op with the stabby jabby thing. They can do this and we can leave it up to the states, but nationally it doesn't mean that there's still not a national mandate to do so. States can refuse, right?
Yeah,
right.
His narrow scope for what a mandate was something that's signed and sealed across the president's desk with basically it felt like he wanted to equate it to the IRS and taxes and tax evasion. And not every mandate goes that far. Not every mandate is as wide reaching. And mandates, and I said it in the super, they could be very specific and limited in what they do. It just means it crosses from edge to edge of this country, and he was really quick on that. And and so I had made the comment to Kulvik, I'd say, here comes the rage. I was kind of laughing a little bit because almost every one of my supers he had raged on.
That was crazy.
When I made the comment about methadone, here comes methadone Pope Dusty, he got really upset and was like, "Oh, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna honor my supers. I'm gonna honor my supers." Started injecting. I go, "Dude, what a piece of work." He's like, "Oh, we're gonna just read every single one." Well, I have a responsibility to the guys in my chat. I'm like, well, yeah, you could always mute yourself during a break and bring up your guys. Why do you have to go and shove your supers on someone else's channel?
Right, but that brings up another point. So I appreciate it, Reedman. Reedman says Marte's getting better and better at debate. I wouldn't know if I'm getting better or not or whatever because I'm on the inside looking in. You guys are on the outside looking in, so you guys have more of a wider understanding of like if I'm improving in debate or not. But here's the thing, though, that Dusty actually bombed on. When it came to 2 points, Dusty bombed when it came to trying to regulate Vic's channel, and he literally told him, he said, "No, you're reading only your super chats. I should read mine too." And then I asked Dusty, I said, on any other channel in any other debate, do they say we're going to have a segment where this debater can read off their super chat debates? That never happens. And I said, "Do you do this on your channel?" He said, "I don't know. I don't do it." And I said, "Does Sarah do this on her channel?" "I don't know." So he was like avoiding that. He got bodied on that topic. Here's the second topic, because there was like meta debates that we had in the after panel. When I brought up the fact that he's a douchebag objectively, and then I compared this to an unchanging Christian standard where Christians are being called cucks, and this is an alignment, whether or not it's unsavory on my side or not is irrelevant, because there's a firm, fair, and consistent standard to Christianity where we don't allow cucks, and we don't like that. That's unsavory. Now, I also did tell him, like, just because my chat can be entertained by something you think is unsavory can happen. That's just entertainment. But when you talk about objective standards that are unchanging, let's look at orthodoxy. Oh, and the man that you painted as a cuck is an Orthodox Christian. So we look at an unchanging standard. Objectively, you're a douchebag because of this. So it's like bombed with that, bombed with trying to regulate Vic's chats and all this. And I'm just like, bro, you're taking L after L, and this was bad. That's just my subjective opinion on that.
Yeah, and and that was my super as well. I was like batting 4 for 4.
Yeah, it was crazy because, like, when I asked him, I said, "Hey, can you answer a question? Because you're answering questions with questions. Can you answer this?" And then he said, "Well, you're not answering." And then I answered his question. And then, like you said, when it was not tangential to the subject, and I was like, okay, this is something else unrelated to the topic. I said, what does this have to do? Like, I actually explained, either if I didn't answer a question, I explained why I didn't want to do this and how it was nonsensical to ask this or whatever, or what does that have to do with it? Like, that's an answer, because I don't understand the relevance. Like, I felt like I was the one that kept trying to go back to the prompt when he was like, let me find another way around the prompt. That's what I feel like the whole debate was.
Yeah. And just to kind of put an end to it too, it's like Dusty did something, and then I noticed that Trippy did the same thing. They do the double speak where they hit both sides of one topic.
Yeah.
Yes, you are, but no, you're not. And then, but you're stupid. But here it is. Here's another topic. Yes, you are, but no, you're not. And then when you called him on it, and the guy goes, "Well, I don't know. I don't know."
Yeah, I did.
I don't know.
That's the thing, though. When Trippy came up, I was like, I hope that he doesn't like try to like say the N-word or do anything like that. If he wasn't doing that, I was willing to give him the space to engage us. And then he said, "Marte, you're emotional. You're doing this. You're not allowing anything to happen." But then when I allowed him the time to be on my channel and chat, it was disproving his whole claim by me allowing him the opportunity to talk. When he said, "You're not allowing me to talk," but I haven't booted you. And then when I told him, I was like, do you actually have an argument for me this whole time when we're on here? It was like he contradicted himself 6 different times. When we talked about this, he said, well, Trippy said one thing. He said, well, Marte, you're never going to be good for office and do this. And then when I painted things, well, because if you're running for office, you have to look good in the public eye. There's one thing, right? But you also have to be of service to other people. Can you show me one thing other than this whole thing in my past that I've been forgiven for, or whatever, that would be optics nightmare? He couldn't provide anything. And I'm just like asking him for a rational reason of why would I be bad for running? The smart thing that he could have said was like, well, Marte, I think you're wrong on this policy. If you run on that policy, something like this, that would have been better. But instead, he was like grasping at straws. Well, bodybuilding is gay, all this other stuff. And I'm like, that's not why somebody would not lose a run for a seat.
Yeah, I mean, it's specifically just it's like rage bait. I'm gonna throw stuff at you, see what sticks. I'm gonna use both sides of it. So that just seems to be his takeaway. I'm sure he went back to the channel, high-fived his guys, and went from there. So it's like,
well, he's backstage right now. I feel like I'm not going to get a good faith discussion with him, because when I did Trippy, I know you're listening right now because you're in the back room right now. But Trippy, when I talked to you and I tried to have a straight up good faith conversation with you, you were saying I was over talking you and all this. Well, let's say that I grant this, that the over talking did happen. Well, what Real World is saying is there was a lot of double speak that was happening when you're saying, well, you're not going to run good for office, but then you didn't provide any good substantial reasons why anything I'm doing would cancel any votes. Then you went to, well, online, do you think debates are good? Well, I'm like, well, we debate in politics. You don't think I would debate against a running mate? So how would that be any different from my behavior online? I would do the same thing and defend the same principles in belief systems that I have in these debates that I would do on the public forum, as far as like behind a podium or running for office. So I don't understand. Like, it was almost like you were trying, Trippy, to try to say, is there any weakness here where I can show why Marte wouldn't run for governor, even though I don't have a reason? I'm just asserting he couldn't be good. I just don't understand that approach.
Yeah, they got that. There's that saying, just don't feed the trolls. Let's move past it. It is what it is. But I know I thought it was pretty entertaining tonight. I will say this: Dusty was entertaining. You were entertaining. I did enjoy it.
I'm glad somebody thought Dusty was entertaining. I didn't think he was entertaining at all.
Well,
but
I thought it was
that's
entertaining.
because I'm in the cage with him.
He got really
fighting,
entertaining on the Q&A section. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that was very interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So Sarah was stream sniping the debate that I had with Dusty. And then, not to mention that, but Dusty was talking about me with my shirt off for a very long period of time. But then Trippy was like, well, you keep talking about gay stuff. Well, this is in response to him showing me with my shirt off numerous times and then tagging me with my shirt off numerous amount of times and then talking about me. That's a response. I have a threshold. Like, I don't bring up Dusty unless I get tired of Dusty bringing me up. And then that's when I do this. It's just a response to my threshold breaker that Dusty always seems to try to get my attention all the time. That's all this is.
Yeah. I mean, they make a supposition, they make a claim, and then they build around it and they go from there. And it's their own peanut gallery. So, I mean, that's the great thing about YouTube and the internet. There's an endless amount of people to talk to. And you very well may interact with them again in the future. You never know, things might change. But it's like I wouldn't put too much stock on it, because they're not losing sleep over it, and I don't think you should either.
No, I'm not losing sleep. That's why I let Trippy up for as long as he did. I think people would normally get pissed off. Trippy was also saying, well, you're getting emotional and I'm like, that's not emotional. Like in the Dusty debate, maybe I got passionate. But when it comes to emotion, like I've been a law enforcement officer before this for like 13 years. Like, to temper your emotions comes part and parcel of what we do, because we have I would say a secondary weapon and a first weapon. We had our Glocks and stuff issued, but it's like, you can't be an emotional person overtly and then work in law enforcement. And then you also can't be emotional like when you're getting into the arena of sports, because that ends up undoing you too, because critical thinking goes down in logic when you're emotional. And then for me to run for office, like, this is actually helping me to run for office, because if I can formulate a proper argument and approach to determine response, I can then have enough repetition and practice to where I get on a podium and defend my positions, whether or not it's ideological or religious position against an opponent running for office. I've already did the groundwork in these debates to prepare for these political debates in real life.
Hey, just a quick question, just the thought process. When it comes to TOS and stuff, what are you allowed to talk about? For example, like with law enforcement, are you allowed to talk about like firearms, or I mean, how restrictive is the TOS for this platform?
Well, I didn't really look at the like as far as TOS. I know there are things I hear, and I'm going to be honest with you. I'm woefully ignorant when it comes to the things that aren't exactly obvious. I know the baby deletion. I say that because I think the word is TOS, but then I go on other platforms and I hear people say that, you know, the F word, the F slur. I know that that's TOS, but then I go to watch Andrew Wilson on the Joe Rogan Experience, which is also on YouTube, played out. Joe Rogan said the word and then Andrew said the word. And I'm like, well, hold on. This is very confusing because there's not a consistent standard, but think about it like this.
I don't think they're monetized on YouTube. I think he gets plenty of his money elsewhere. I don't think that's a concern for them.
But think about it like this. Let's say he's not monetized on YouTube, right?
Mhm.
Let's agree with that. Let's concede with this, right? Would it not like also like, because this is like a bit of housekeeping too. Like, let's say I wasn't monetized on YouTube and Clear Channel or SiriusXM pays me a lot of money, but I know I'm also being streamed by another person's platform who is monetized, but I'm going to use that language which would demonetize their like, you see what I'm saying? So in effect, there would be like a response to somebody else's channel who is monetized. That's the thing that I also look at too.
I've met guys that run channels that do multiple service streams where they have different outlets. Like they'll do Rumble, they'll do YouTube, they'll do Facebook, they'll do multiple outlets, and they'll actually have they got someone with a censor button that they can throw on there for specifically, like say Facebook. Like Facebook's TOS is pretty restrictive in a lot of ways. So like you have to schedule a live event with Facebook. Now YouTube, you can go live any time you want. Rumble's kind of the same way, but you don't get, it's a different type of return. But you know, I've seen channels get shut down over small things. Like they'll show a clip from you know, Bill Maher saying something. It's like a 6-second clip. HBO would go and shut down that stream. They'll put a strike against them on YouTube. Now they can. That's something that they can fix really quick. At the same time, when Facebook gets shut down, there goes their entire revenue stream for that night. So it's interesting how things are set up that way.
Well, it's weird how it's set up because before this debate I wanted to do this debate with Dusty, there was a scene from Family Guy where Peter Griffin was holding a fat people's meeting and like everybody was out of breath and he tried to have a conversation with them, but they were so distracted on their fat activities. He turned around and then he turned his back and they were all eating snacks and farting and burping. And he said, put the snacks away. We're having a fat anonymous meeting or something like that. And then they were all like so sluggish, they couldn't even respond. But as soon as I included that and uploaded it to YouTube, it automatically gave me like, it said it's not a strike, but it's like going to demonetize the video. And I'm like, damn, I can't even show that. But here's the question that I have.
Were you fat shaming?
Maybe you got the answer for this. Like, why can I do a commentary video on a music video and do commentary on something that would normally be like demonetized as long as I'm doing commentary on this? But then when I show something that I would want to do commentary on, like it's like they pick and choose what you can pick that's like demonetizing your channel. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you know, when freedom of use stuff, I mean, there's people that have dived into this a lot more. I'm sure it's not a very complicated topic, but it's just something that I'm not too familiar with. I've seen people use freedom of use claims. You know, like what is it? 3H. You know, like when he had his bait trap for people using his content.
Yeah, like Ethan Klein. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. And here's the thing, I'm not a big Ethan Klein fan. There's times that, you know, I think he's funny and then times I go, well, he's not, you know, but that's with life. That's with everything. So he's obviously very successful in what he does. So I won't jump on him for that. But yeah, I mean,
here's the third part that I also have a question with too. So when I showed up on Jubilee, I did the debate on Jubilee. like Trippy Cast will be like, well, you used Grok during them. I'm like, well, I'm not using this during Jubilee or any IRL debates yet. I'm destroying these guys. Like Brian Johnson on Jubilee. The person who is the casting producer of the show, whatever her name is, like an Indian woman, she basically said, we're not going to let you back up and debate Brian Johnson. I said, why not? She was like, because it doesn't look like we're giving him a fair opportunity. And I was like, what does that even mean? And the guy was like, I think she said that you're destroying this guy. And this is a billionaire that has to look like he's proving some kind of point too. Like, we can't just bombard him with what you have. And I'm just like, that doesn't make any sense. But my point with the Jubilee thing is that even if I'm on Jubilee, somehow I get a channel strike when it's me talking. How is that not my content too? That part is crazy too.
Yeah, I don't know how litigious their copyright department is. I when it comes to Jubilee, it's like a lot of producers, even for these online based shows, they usually have a degree in some type of sociology or psychology, how things get perceived. So they usually have their own equation that they fit when they produce their stuff for maximum benefit. So it's not surprising that they would pull something like that in that event. Not saying that's right or it's completely fair, but that's something that I've seen a lot of different outlets do, where they will protect their interests by augmenting the show in a certain way, and they'll keep it 90% of what they originally wanted. I'm not approving of it. I'm just saying that's just what a lot of outlets do.
Yeah, I mean, put it like this. I haven't been on the YouTube space in a very long time, and people are, would say things like, well, how does YouTube fare for you? It's been pretty good. I've been on ESPN. I've been interviewed by a lot of sportscasters. When it comes to, people always look at me, they're like, well, bodybuilding, gay, and all this, that tends to be the only things they say. And they're like, what do you think about bodybuilding? Well, I got a Nike contract and turned pro in Super League, but nobody ever wants to bring up this. That's where I was beating world record holders and all this. And I'm like, nobody ever brings up any of the other sports I turned pro in, maybe because it's kind of obscure, even though I did have a Nike contract and with Super League. But it's like, when I bring all these things up, they don't want to bring that up. They just want to only talk about bodybuilding. And it's like, my whole point with saying this is like, everybody wants to throw shots at why Marte's bad, but they can never tell me why morally anything I'm doing is wrong, right? Or how I'm not being a proper Orthodox Christian. Like, it's all preferences. Everything that they say that's bad about what I do is just I feel or I think. It's never like it is claimed. Like, it is bad that you're actively doing this or whatever. They have to reach like 15 years ago. Like, and I'm just like, okay, is there anything that's an is claim? Like, do you have an ought claimed? Ought I change something I'm doing right now? That would be a better argument. Like, hey, the way that you're debating this and that could change because you're wrong about this. Okay, if they can logically demonstrate how I'm debating is wrong or what I'm debating is wrong, or maybe my lifestyle or actively how I'm betraying Christian ethics or something like that, that would be more tangential to say this is why Marte shouldn't run for office or something like that. But the only ammunition they have is like 15 years ago, you had your shirt off on a stream for YouTube when in this industry, you're like, and I'm just like, yeah, I get it. But by your metric, that means that no Christian baptism means nothing to any Christian out there. Therefore, like, it doesn't do anything because they're still beholden to 15 years ago. Like, that's crazy. So that's all.
And people change over time anyway. I mean, that's just part of life. And I try to, it's like, for example, let's say, you and I have a similar opponent, which I'm sure we do actually have a couple crossover. I afford them enough grace that's been afforded to me in my lifetime. About who I was 20 years ago and who I am today. Even becoming Orthodox and getting baptized and walking the path in your faith. There's a reason why they say, you put your faith in God, man will let you down every time. We're just flesh, no one's perfect. But there's a difference when it comes to that grace given is like, is someone actively trying to do better? When they realize they did something wrong, do they rationale and reason it out and realize, okay, this is what I should have done versus this is what I'm going to continue to keep doing. There are pitfalls. And so when some of the people that you'll debate or you come across, they have yet to have those conversations with themselves, or they had, and they don't argue in good faith, or they're purposely being deceitful. It's kind of hard to interact with those people and write them off. But it's like, I also at the same time, I've also seen, like Andrew has done both dog walk to people, and then also showed them some grace and restraint. So it's like case by case. So I that's why when someone brings up someone's past from 20 years ago that maybe wasn't who you are, hey, I have a brother that was a lady killer back in the day, and the guy would throw a nail at anything that moved. Well, he's Christian today. He's married, has kids, and he's a very loving father and a protector of the virtue of women. Could I say that about the guy 20 years ago? Absolutely not. It's just we grow, and hopefully you grow in Christ. So not to put too fine of a pin on that.
Yeah, I hope to grow in Christ as well, too. I'm not like the best debater in the world, even though people are saying I'm getting better. I can acknowledge that, but you'll never hear me say I'm the best debater on the planet. Like, trust me, Andrew Wilson is like Michael Jordan right now. I'm like a 2, and he's like 98 right now, as far as like a scale of 1 to 100. I think I'm a D-level debater, to be honest with you. To be honest, like, that's just my own opinion. So this is the thing that I want to talk about is like, whenever you do something, whether or not it's 15 years in the past or, something that you've done a long time ago, you're always going to currently be this regardless, whether or not it's 20 years ago in the past or whatever. And this is the thing that I want to get at. Like, if my opposition, like let's say Dusty and all them were there, and some woman was interested in talking to me, they could never tell me this is why Marte would be a bad husband for you. As far as like something active, like they'll never say, well, actively, this is what he is doing or whatever. They could never do this. It's grasping at straws. What they would then do is say everything that's a preference. Well, 15 years ago, he did do this or whatever, this and that. I think anything else, barring like PDF stuff with kids or something like that, a woman's going to be like, yeah, whatever. Like naturally, they're just going to be like, whatever. So he did solo work or whatever. But absent any of this, if you go into an Orthodox church, you're going to be like, is he baptized? Because there's like a process of 2-year catechumen of me having to go through all this before I even get baptized, which is different from any other denomination to even get here. So there's like levels of understanding. So if my opposition had to talk to a woman, you would have to understand, like, what could they say to dissuade a woman from telling me I would be a bad husband for her? Like, they would be reaching and doing some massive reach to say, I don't know. Like, I think Marte's a liar, but then you'd have to demonstrate how I'm lying. And then you'd have to give like a 15-minute expose to explain. If it takes you 15 minutes to explain how I'm lying, yeah, bro, she checked out of the conversation 2 minutes ago and probably walk in my direction. I don't know. That's just me.
Yeah. No, I hear that. So you have an upcoming debate, from what I heard, right? You have another one coming?
I got several debates. I have one on Cool Vic's channel. I think it's me versus... Well, there's several. There's one that's going to happen with First Amendment that's getting presented to him. That's hasn't been confirmed yet. But the ones that are confirmed so far is me versus Minar and Mr. Work. Mr. Work's on Grid's channel right now, which to be honest, I was kind of bored. I got checked out, and I think he booted me from the panel. But me versus those two, so it's a 1v2. And then the debate after that is me versus Agent Smith, who's, I guess, a mega liberal in saying that ICE is a net negative for the United States. And I'm saying ICE is a net positive. So that's the debate.
Yeah.
I think I have several other debates. I need to go back to my DMs to set them up, but that's where I'm at right now.
Hey, do you mind if we just kind of just talk a little bit about ICE, some of the stuff if you're okay with that? Just a couple.
Yeah, I don't mind if we gloss over like surface level stuff, because I'm
sure.
Yeah.
So, it's funny is a lot of people get, and in my own family too. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff in the past 10 years that talk about a house divided. I've had, parents, siblings, and now kids that they're divided widely. It's like trying to be the voice of reason, to know the person, their position that they're taking. So you don't just say that they're evil, because there's usually a thought process behind it when someone says they're for something or against something, and if you get better understanding, it's it's better. over across the board. The thing with the ICE though, it's like funny. They handle so much more than just deportations. It's immigration-based crime. There's a whole bunch of stuff that they handle. I'm from a state where sex trafficking is huge, and we had in 2015 or so. It's a sting that ended. It was an investigation that started in San Diego, went to LA, went up through Bakersfield, went up through Fresno, went up to Stockton, and it went all the way up to Sacramento. And they caught 300 guys, men that were traffickers. And the ringleader was a 35-year-old guy from Tulare, California. And it was a multi-agency endeavor. It took a lot of people working together. And when these people come across the borders and they're being trafficked, you need someone like ICE, like Border Patrol, to do their job.
And HSI, who I was a part of, yeah,
Homeland Security for sure. And you need an overreaching apparatus that's going to be able to do that. Now, when someone says that they don't need ICE, okay, so let's say before ICE existed, what did we call them before?
Immigration, people called it, immigration, think customs.
I remember, people like INS, people are like, they had different words and
just
terminologies for things.
Before.
So I'm like, when we came out with Homeland Security, and we came out with these new terms, new apparatus allowed us to share information and made them more effective. And I'm in a state that has 39-40 million people. When TPUSA came out with their numbers when it came to immigration, people that were not here legally, however they got here. In some cases, it was 10 million. They had put it closer to 20 million. That's half the population of California if it was all restricted just to California. LA has 19 million people in it. So that's a pretty big number. I know on the other channel when they were talking about South America and where they're coming from, all that stuff. I understand that. I mean, I get it. It depends where you go, where the issues are. For example, LA has a big problem with ICE apparently. Same thing with certain parts of San Francisco, but across the state, you don't really have big issues with ICE. The Salinas Valley, which is a huge producer of goods that goes across the United States and international for what we grow, you think because of all the migrant workers, we'd have ICE running up and down Central California, like scooping up people left and right, but that wasn't the case. It was in Bakersfield, but not for the rest of the state. So
I think now we have such a problem right now because it wasn't enforced in the last administration. Believe it or not, like when I used to walk into work, because we have like briefing that we're supposed to do, and then we get debriefed at the end of shift and all this. There's like a shit ton of paperwork. It's probably the worst part of the job. But when we did there was an administrative change that you saw when they had this big ass picture right before you get in the briefing room, and it's the commander in chief. I remember walking up and I saw Obama and I was like, oh gosh. And then when the Trump photo came up, I was like, yes, at least. And you notice that there was a stark policy change within even the structure of what we had. And I'm just like, okay, when this policy change rolled out, now all of a sudden there's more allowances on our end so that we can curtail some of this happening. So it's like, okay, so we can do this. It was like that. So it's like, if you think about it, in briefing, like you're handed a packet, and when they give you this, it's almost like when you look at it, Escape Fire, it's got like the suspect's name, their stats, these are their contacts, all this. Like we have that data packet that we go out there with, and we know exactly who we're apprehending. The public doesn't know any of this. They think we're just wrangling up randoms on the street. No, we know exactly who, because there's been research, basically reconnaissance. We know who they hang out with, all this. Like we have to get all this intel because we have to articulate the justification for this arrest. And people don't know the hours that go behind apprehending these people. Matter of fact, there was a time we were apprehending somebody, and it was a PDF. It was one of these guys. There are people that got in the way of this happening, and I'm just like, for the life of me, I'm just like surrounded by people, and you don't know who's the threat, because these people could be aiding and smuggling in this person or trying to get this PDF into the country, and they could have aided him. Maybe they got a shank or something like that. But we also talked about this all the time. I'm not going on a tangent right now, but scene safety as an officer or as an agent was extremely important. And the reason why is because we have bystanders that can also ruin a potential crime scene. They don't understand what an active investigation is. It's a fact-finding environment that we have to enable to where we're not creating casualties, bystanders who are innocent, and people impeding with our progress. So when people blockade traffic and all this, we were taught to stop the threat and eliminate the threat. So when you're shooting somebody, I'm running through this real quick. When you're shooting somebody and you see a head and somebody's behind a wheel, you're going to take a headshot, because we're taught center mass to shoot this, and we shoot to stop the person, whether it's a 3,000-pound weapon or they're reaching in their pocket. We don't know. You're not going to be waiting to find out, because the people that wait to find out are like the agent who got his finger bitten off. And it's like, this is why scene safety is extremely important. You get the people out of this so that way we conduct an investigation. But if you don't do this, you enable so much to ruin a potential crime scene, to ruin an active investigation. And then not to mention that you don't know who's complicit in what this PDF is going to do, or even if they were associates or housed him or any of this stuff. So it's like, we're reducing liabilities when we do this. But now when we got agitators, here's my belief system. I think that if you're a protester and you're in the United States and you're being funded to riot or do any of this stuff, you should be charged with treason. That's a that's an act of treason if you are burning cities, assaulting law enforcement, or anything like this, and then we find out you are a paid agitator, you should automatically be tried for treason. I think that's the change that I would make too.
And just to kind of, I want to dovetail on that and also kind of talk about a second thing real quick that's related to that. Talk about treason and whatnot. I don't see how Tim Walz isn't culpable in some of the actions that's taking place in
he is. I believe
in Minnesota.
He is.
Because how do you say you tell your people that this group he basically said they were foreign to Minnesota. They're foreign entities. They're outside actors, and that he riled his people up. They were already upset, and he said, "We got to resist them. You got to go out there." A lot of these politicians and people too online, these keyboard warriors, they'll send your kids out in that environment to get shot and killed, but they won't do it themselves. They're cowards. They're hypocrites.
Well, we have to think about it from the optics of like how they look at things, because if you look at these guys who are keyboard warriors, they're going to talk tough as shit behind these keyboards, and then if you look at them, I'm just like, man, this guy would never say this to my face. The problem with this is it's the same trope that we've uttered throughout various administrations, even the Trump administration, where people would complain if there's an active war zone and we're sending soldiers, they'll say, well, politicians will go in themselves and do this. Well, we know that politicians are going to they're going to send your sons. They're not going to send their sons to war or active duty doing this. Well, that's been a trope as long as like time itself. But railing, kind of tying this in real quick, I think that when he talks about active agitators being foreign entities and all this, and I don't know how I'm not involved in this, it's your house. You mean to tell me that you don't regulate things and you allow anything in your house? You are complicit, because if this is happening and you're basically like Brian
He does
Johnson
allow
in Chicago,
anything in his house.
Right.
And it's funny. He's rested on his laurels.
for everything that goes in his house. Because Brian Johnson in Chicago, for example, was somebody that was saying, I'm having anti-ICE zones, things like this. You're complicit because of this. Newsom's complicit because when we had the people waving Mexican flags, he told his police to step aside. That's complicit as well, too. When this whole learning center thing happened, and then Tim Walz said, I don't know anything about this. He knew, like breadcrumb trails lead back to this. Like, I can't really prove this, but we've seen enough to where we can use inductive reasoning to say, most likely it's you, bro. This is crazy.
Oh, well, let's expand on that real quick, specifically around Tim Walz. So Tim Walz is a guy, in my estimate, anything goes, just about. As long as it doesn't upset the apple cart, anything goes with this guy. And I think he's someone that it's interesting to see where his mindset is, because he says things that are counter to what he does. And just to throw it out there, I want to ask you a question. This isn't something that, I don't think you should convict off of someone, because this is obviously their relationship with God, whether they're saved or not, or Christian or not. But you
Yeah.
can take a look at someone's outward signs, their works, and judge them by their works. At least to go, well, maybe this guy isn't really in line with Christ. He says himself he's a Christian, some type of like Lutheran of some sort. He is like a lifelong Christian. Do you know what happened late last year, with him receiving a plaque that's sitting in the Capitol building? Do you know what plaque I'm talking about?
Yeah, that was the satanic people supporting him, right?
Yeah, the Democratic Satanists
Yeah,
for
Democratic
allowing
Satanists
the
were
spread of
congratulating him on
Satanism
the plaque.
across
Yeah,
the state of Tim Walz State.
yeah, they were
And
congratulating him on the plaque.
and
Yeah.
they throw up a table, and it's in the Capitol building. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, so you say you're an institutionalized Christian, whether it's a sewing circle Christian, in the pew Christian, or an actual, you live your life by those standards. The different type of churchgoers versus Christians, right?
Well, that would be a
Um,
performative contradiction if he accepted the plaque and allows it
Well,
its
he didn't.
standing presence.
Okay. So in fairness, they didn't present it to him, but they did make the plaque honoring him for that, and it sits now in that state's Capitol building, and he's the governor of it.
Right. But here's the problem, though. So, like, let's say, and I know this is going to be an extreme example. Like, let's say if I have a PDF that's graping a child, around the corner, and I do nothing and I take no inaction. It was in my presence, but I could have prevented this from happening. Is this kind of like a act of omission that makes me complicit? To some regard. If I could have taken action and didn't.
Okay. Well,
So if he allowed this, and he has the power of his office and his position to remove this because it's a bad optical nightmare for him, and he doesn't do this,
what does that
there's
tell you
too much
about that
allowance there
state?
for me to even accept
Don't
this.
you think that state, the people of that state would have been like, what the heck?
Well, of course, that's my question entirely. Like, what you allow is what will continue. If he does this and doesn't use his position of authority to say, hey, we're going to denounce this and I'm going to remove this and take action, it's just allowance to some regard. One could see that and perceive it that way, right?
And yeah, and kind of just to shoot off this for a second, as far as actions being incompatible with sentiments, here it is. He railed against ICE, and then he had state police helping protesters later the same day of just recently, when he had railed against ICE. And then you find out in post that there was a conversation between him and POTUS. And at some point, he had to make the decision, okay, I got to make sure the state police is there doing something, because this is only going to get worse. And it's a tacit admission that what he wasn't doing, that he should have done, is now starting to happen because it's gotten so bad. He was ready to let another law enforcement group take the bad rap for something because he didn't agree with it politically or socially or morally, but now he's forced to deal with it. He's now sending state law enforcement to help out and push back on some of these protesters and crowds.
Yeah, now he's going to sweep it under the rug when it's convenient for him, when all of a sudden he knows that a lot of what he has at stake is in jeopardy. This is very common. And I think that he's been a contrarian for so long, but it doesn't reconcile any of this pattern of behavior he's displayed leading up from learning centers to this plaque that he's received. And there's actually more than this. But yeah, I agree.
And then which I thought was really interesting as well is, so that's going on in his state. And he's, again, saying how bad ICE is, how bad ICE is, how bad ICE is. Okay, so let's bring up Trinidad Agua. You have this group, were you apprised, or were you aware of the Las Vegas interaction that law enforcement had bringing down one of their strongholds?
Yeah, you're talking about the thing that led to the hotel incident?
Yeah. They arrested 80 Trinidad Agua members.
Yeah.
Found out that they were running a casino. They had
Yep.
they had the businesses illicit around the casino that you can imagine, and they were also using that to funnel money to buy properties across the United States. It is a transcontinental, transnational organization.
Yeah,
And
you're
at that
talking
time,
about.
across the United States, they had rounded up over 800 of those members.
Well, this is a hand-to-hand operation. I guarantee you. Guess what's happening right now? A lot of people are basically traders, and I'm not talking about illegal immigrants or anything like that. We're talking about there has to be complicit people in suits allowing this to happen as well too. Of course, this is kind of speculative at this point, but how can this happen on such a wide scale without anybody else knowing this? People talk too much for this not to happen and for people not to be bribed. And that's why I think integrity is important, especially when you're law enforcement. Well, I think that we've had bad actors internally allow this to happen. Otherwise, it would have been as far reaching as it has been.
Yeah. And unfortunately, when the shooting happened over in Minnesota, you had another shooting that happened in Portland with a Trinidad Agua guy that attacked an officer, and they shot and killed him. And it happened the same week as the good shooting, and I got virtually zero coverage, virtually zero. And it was a very similar interaction where you had someone interacting with that same law agency, and the outcome was the same with someone getting shot, but they chose to focus on one state and not the other. And I think it's funny that he was Trinidad Agua. Okay, let's just let's not talk about him. Let's go after the two ladies in the car that with that interaction.
Well,
and I think it's manufactured to a point where the outrage is selective and manufactured.
Well, this is the reason why I think it's artificially manufactured as well, too. The reason why it's artificially manufactured is because nobody's ever talking about the learning centers anymore and the children that are not existent. And then here's the other thing. If these children were basically taken down from these daycare centers and removed, where are the complaining parents about their childcare that all of a sudden came up missing?
Yeah.
How come I'm not hearing an uproar from parents saying I no longer have a place for daycare to drop these kids off at? You would have thought there would have been a public outcry, but guess what's happening? We're no longer talking about that. We're talking about shootings now and this whole ICE thing. So yes, I do believe it's manufactured because of that. It's almost like the classical shell game politically that's happened. We're seeing that right now in real time. Before, if you think this is the first time it's happening, which I don't think you believe that, but I think anybody out there in YouTube land that's watching this, I believe that this has been a continuing game of succession from one administration to the next of sorts for people to say, all right, let me avert your eyes to this over here. And somewhat of sorts, I think that's part and parcel with what's happening as well, too.
Yeah. And not to drag this out any further, but you had made a comment, there's someone in suits that's accepting of this behavior and this interactions. Just to throw it out there, on a larger scale, that when they had made the claim 320,000 kids went missing during a 3-year period that were trafficked across our southern border, and that that Border Patrol was instructed to hand over unverified parents, whether they belong to the kids or not, were instructed to hand them over, and some of the kids were coming across the border with Sharpie phone numbers for them to call. It was a human trafficking event that happened over the span of 3 years, and I think Mayorkas has hell to pay, but he got his marching orders too, and there was an administration in at that time that was accepting of it. And so, yeah, I think you're absolutely right when you say that there was someone in a suit or suits plural that were accepting of this behavior.
Otherwise, it never would have grown to the level that it has been, especially when we talk about the hotel shooting and all this and extending far wide. This actually ended up to the degree of some of this happening in Florida as well, too. Far wide and reaching as an operation. For this to happen, if we think about extrapolating this, there's no way that nobody took money on this side of the border and said, we're going to allow this to happen, because an operation this massive going undetected is insane. Like, I wouldn't, that's skeptical not to think that would happen.
And you know what's funny? They had one of our generals sent his sister down there to go help and aid with the border crisis, and a general's sister was threatened. Was threatened with being arrested. Had she not, and was told to leave the processing building. She went down there. Her husband's Chilean. She speaks Spanish and English. She was the perfect person to be there and help find out information about these kids to get them where they needed to go. And she was escorted from the building. So if they could do that to a general's sister, a standing general, you know, and he sent her down there with the express purpose of finding out what was going on, that tells you that the general feels that they're being lied to. So at the upper echelons of our own government. So, you know, there is distrust there. Not to go too far deep into it, but just put a cap on that one.
I remember I was recently, and I know this is kind of off topic, but it's still kind of like closely related to this. So, you know, when you leave a job and you see like email alerts for your old job that happens, has that ever happened to you?
Yeah.
So I left, and next thing you know, I had all these alerts saying, hey, there's a position available for HSI and all this. And I was like, bro, this is crazy. Like, so I know my opposition says this a lot, but going back to this, it's like, there are people like, I debated people like Body Chalk Outline and all these other people. There was a guy named EBT. They're saying, well, nobody would let you leave a position or fire you from a position because you're openly debating politics on a public forum and becoming a public figure. Yes, they would. Myron Gaines has also worked for HSI too. And he's talked about this at length, where whenever he wanted to get into podcasting, they basically tapped his shoulder so many times. And he was like, yeah, this is implausible. This is going to happen, because we can't do that. Like, and that's the thing though, when we're in mind you, I had an investigation on me when I was in. So I got 2 weeks paid off because I took a picture of our canines and I took a picture of our forensics. And then I took some pictures at work that you could tell if you were like on the outside looking in, you'd be like, that's just a dog in a kennel. That's just a wall and it looks like a morgue or something like that. It was our forensics. And then you have another picture showing something else. They would have been like, you know what? I don't even know what the hell that is, but they pulled me in an office at work and were like, you're showing pictures of work at social media. And I'm like, you can't even tell that that's that. They made me go through my whole Instagram and took all of this off. So if I can't even post any of that, it's like, of course they wouldn't let me do this. So I don't know. In matter of fact, I would tell my opposition, show me anybody that works through HSI or ICE that's a public figure on social media doing random debates. It doesn't exist. You won't be employed anymore. I knew this was going to happen, but I proceeded to keep doing this because I was like burnt out at the time. But anyways, yeah.
Yeah, no, they have their own spokespersons. They have their own representation. They don't want to be, they don't want any backbiting or misrepresentation. Or when they need to be quiet, they need to make sure that no one is speaking when they absolutely need to be quiet. You know, there's a lot of people out there that forget that a lot of the job that you know a federal agency has is not being vocal. You know, they don't need to comment on everything. They have a certain mandate that they're following. Another mandate, where they have a responsibility and they have duties that are outlined for them to fulfill. And that doesn't mean that they share everything. You know, they have their own internal hierarchy that they report to. And so that's totally understandable what you just said.
We do.
You know, and so, yeah, those are reasons. You know, it's funny. Oh man, this is so funny. When you see these social media people in other countries and like it's someone that's actively serving in a position that you go, oh, that's either a psyop or they're making some really bad decisions. You know?
Yeah. And we always talked about this in law enforcement. We talked about, you know, this whole question, even in the academy, that was something that's drilled into this. Does this pass the headline test? If I were to do this and I ended up on the news, would this look good? That's why nobody's a public figure that works for in any of the positions I've worked at, or even anything close to that, goes out there and speaks, because you are speaking pretty soon. If it gets outed, here's the secondary thing I'm going to talk about too. There's a reason why when I got to the parking lot, my uniform and everything else was taken off. I don't wear it to my car because you then are a target. Even if we went to Walmart and we had our BDUs, which is our battle dress uniforms that we wore on the bottom, and boots and all this other stuff were comfy shoes, and we had a white shirt, somebody would automatically know whether or not you were in custody at some time or something like that. They'd be like, I think he might be in law enforcement, because people were like dark BDUs and a white tee. If you were apprehended at any time or anything like that, they're very familiar with this. And they tell you, if you're going to change, like there's a lot that I learned about this. It's like the last thing you want to be is a target. So when people say they don't want to be doxxed and they're wearing stuff because they don't want their family threatened or anything like that, that's the reason why we wear masks, is because we don't want to be targets out there, because we have to exist with criminals that we've apprehended. I could run into somebody at Walmart that got released because everybody has a release date. Things like this happen, but it's like the public doesn't understand that we're actually serving you by getting rid of the riffraff, the problems, the PDF aisles that are in the country, things like this. We're not there just randomly roping up people, but somehow the liberals think that we're just randomly killing citizens for no reason. Like we don't have data packets that we go out there with in objectives to fulfill certain people that have committed crimes, like let alone here illegally. But it's like, I don't know what Tim Walz is doing, but it's almost like him, Brian Johnson, amongst the guy Muhammad in Dearborn, Michigan, wants to start civil wars with the president right now and fight against their own national security good, measures for the American citizens. They're not patriots, to say the least. That's just my own opinion.
Yeah, and on that note, if that was the SOP, was taking out dissidents, people that disagree with the current administration. If that was really the SOP, a couple of weeks and 2 million people later, we wouldn't have any more dissent in this country. That's not what we're doing. It's not historically what we've done. And so I think it's funny that people will lend some of these really terrible accusations to what's going on right now. And it's like there's a game that people play, point out the Nazi, and the end result of the game is it's like the Spider-Man meme. By the lefty standards, everyone is a Nazi.
Yeah.
You just point.
That word doesn't really have that much relevance now. It's almost like when you talk to somebody who, we usually say snotzy because of TOS, by the way.
I'm sorry.
Right. But here's the thing, though, is like, I get what you're saying, because this happens all the time. This is a cultural norm. So whenever I talk about people about dating dynamics, and I talk to a woman, she'll tend to say, and this happens a lot, this is almost normative. I'll say, well, why did you and your ex break up? She'll say, well, he was a narcissist. And come to find out, you talk to enough women on dating panels, all these men are narcissists, but you'll see another word that's evacuated the building. Asshole doesn't exist. Nobody's an a-hole anymore. Everybody's a narcissist. Well, if you look nationally, only 4% of the people, less than 4% of the people are diagnosed as true narcissists. So it's like, you mean to tell me 100% of these guys, you're only dating 4% of the nation, but all of them are dating 100% of like, to me, the math doesn't add up, but it's like, there's like this word change that goes around, but the same thing with the schnazi. So it's like, okay, so you're somebody that's disagreeable. So now you're a schnazi. So now they're not saying people are disagreeable anymore. We're replacing words in real time and warping the human language as we speak to where these words don't mean anything anymore.
Well, it's funny because I think this current group, the far left, they're really, really big on vernacular, chosen words that you're going to use to describe things, but they're really piss poor when it comes to etymology, what the actual words actually mean that you actually should use that just describe the actual situation.
Yes, they're bad at etymology. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a form of control when they say you can and can't say this, and it basically equivocates to thought crimes, because if they can change what you're allowed to say, they can change what you're allowed to think, and then at the end result is they change what you will do, and that's pretty scary. So
yeah, well, I think it's really bad when people can do this and they can warp language in real time. Yes, it has everything to do with etymology, but a lot of this is just feelings based. And this is so. What this is just they're conditional. I would say authoritarians. So when it comes to the human language or English language, they will change things when it only suits them. But then it's like rules for thee, but not for me. So to me, I see this as a very conditional state of affairs when it comes to social shifts on the left and right, but mostly on the left. So I'll see this all the time. So it's like they'll control language all the time. And case in point, there's a good example. Remember we brought up the stabby jabby earlier in this conversation? Mm-hmm. Well, if you're on a panel and you did say the CVID shot or something like that, guess what happened? Your channel was banned or taken down. Matter of fact, they can tell Christians that Christians can't rule because we have blasphemy laws. But the moment that you mention the stabby jabby or something like that, next thing you know, you got debanked, deplatformed if you brought up Israel or anything bad like that. I'm like, well, you guys have the same thing on your end. So it's funny when that's what I'm saying. The conditional standards that move from goalpost to goalpost. But back to this, that's why when I debate people like Dusty, people that don't have a firm, fair, and sound ethical system that's consistent, they end up defeating their own premise when they come to me, and they end up being contrarians in said debate, because not only is this not consistent, but you're picking and choosing when it's consistent for you, which means that this becomes circular. It doesn't make any sense. And you end up contradicting your way out of this argument and taking a big L, which is what happened tonight too.
Yeah, and that's exactly just to kind of right on that point. To them, it's not what you said; it's who said it. You know, if you were on my side and said it, it's okay. If you were my buddy, it's okay. If you're against me and you said it, then it's bad. And it's funny. It's like, okay, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. You know, if you really want to talk about equality, then you'll accept the fact that one guy says it and then the other guy says it. It should have the same outcome, or similar in a similar instance, right?
You mean like when Obama had deported more people than Trump in his administration, but all of a sudden when Trump does it, bad, all of a sudden, crazy stuff, right?
You know, just a quick story about that. So yeah. I got a job. I started a company where I was traveling across most of California. I had a coverage area that went from Stockton to South San Francisco, down to Santa Maria, and back over to Gorman-Lebec. It's a really large area, a good almost half the state, like a third of the state. And I remember on Telemundo and Univision, they were talking about kids getting out of schools with no one to pick them up. And I remember this was outrage. Now, you know, Channel 8, Channel 12, Channel 15, any channels that you have that were English speaking were not talking about it. It wasn't even covered. But the Mexican news outlets were covering it. And up in San Jose, which right now is 1 million strong, which, you know, it's a large city. They had kids that got out of elementary schools. These are kids, and no one was there to pick them up. You know, the Obama administration not only had taken their parents who didn't have legal status, it was an expedited process. They were already on a plane to Mexico City. So they had family members that were trying to get these kids, cousins, extended family members, they were trying to get a hold of these kids before they went into Child Protective Services. Because at that moment, then you have to go before a judge to get the kids back. And that's a whole process. So you want to talk about people being assholes, you know, talk about not having foresight.
Yeah.
You know, to go, hey, here's this guy. He's been here 12 years. He's illegal. He has kids here. They deport him. They deport the wife. And the kids are getting out at 2:30, and they're 11 years old or 9 years old or however that the age group is. And there's no one there to pick them up. No one's there to answer the phone. And this happened during the Obama era. I just thought it was really funny that I was witness to those news reports and the outrage in the Hispanic community here in California. And then I was like, well, okay, well, you know, no white person really said much. This is kind of interesting. And now you flash forward, and, you know, I'm seeing people just like spit and mash their teeth at the sound of Donald Trump and ICE. I'm going like, okay, maybe you guys weren't aware of it, maybe you were, like, I'll grant you that. But there was no, my point that people get lost on as I kind of go, there was no outrage there on the news outlets. There was no politicians talking about it. And
Well, 'cause-
when the politicians did, like if you go back to Clinton and you go back to Bush and you go back to Obama, all of them had strong immigration stances.
I think because the political and social landscape has changed so much to where when it's a black person exhibiting supremacy, it's all of a sudden accepted because of somehow there should be some kind of apologetic forgiveness. And it's like white people bad no matter what. They're constantly evil no matter what. And this is on the liberal side. But then if you talk about white people trying to get equal grounding and footing, they're for some reason supremacist if they want to reach some kind of equal standard. And to me, that's something that's obvious that I can see that's happening right now. So it's like, and there's this other thing, and I've brought up on my channel numerous times where it's like we have black supremacy happening all the time when Obama could have never done any wrong by liberal standards. He could have like evacuated everybody, deported people, even if they were United States. It's Obama. He's a black person. We enslaved them since whatever. So it's like there's white guilt. For some reason, that happened to be the mainstay of the day when it came to this administration. But now we're in this administration. White liberal women, to be honest with you, are trying to basically spread this white guilt on and say that anybody that's white and straight and heterosexual trying to get equal ground is now supremacist for doing this. Yet we have black supremacy the whole day long where people can call you a cracker on TV and do all this, but the inverse would never happen. So culturally, I pay attention to these little cues that happen, but you can see this in the administration where the last administration, there's so much allowance because there's a black woman at the behest of like Biden. And even though he wasn't running the country, it was like Weekend at Bernie's. But hold on, there's a black woman. We're the bad people as whites. And then all of a sudden when Trump comes, he's like, okay, there's a Bible that he's trying to sell and all this. It's like, oh, Christian nationalism, supremacy, Aryan stuff. And it's like, they're just making this the equivalent to when white people want to get equal footing and grounding. All of a sudden, you guys are supremacists and must be thwarted at all costs. I think a lot of the semblances of this are bleeding over to hate directed towards ICE because of that. So I think that there is a bit of race relations happening as like a spillover from the last administration and then from the Obama administration, all that. So I think that that's part and parcel that we're still kind of feeling some of that even till now.
And to an extent of that, there's also an attack on Christianity when talking about that. The Occupy Democrats movement, they have been posting this week outlining, and this is interesting because, all right, well, let me tell you what they put out, then we'll comment on it. So they put out a picture of the United States, an outline picture of the United States, and it's colored in the United States flag. And there's a script on it that says United States is not a Christian country. It's a country where you're allowed to be Christian. And I thought it was really interesting that they would put that up there because I go, okay, well, you're right in the sense that, for example, like if this was a Sharia law country that's baked in, that's a religious country, nuts and bolts. Here, you have the freedom of religion to worship how you like, but it's like you're not going to get away from the Christian precepts that was used in the founding of this country, or the amount of Christian nation fathers that were religious.
Well,
or
it's a good thing to ask people. So when you ask them, and I asked this in a debate too. So here's the thing, though. Emmett, what's up? Emmett's in the chat. You can come up if you want to. Emmett. But hold on. I will say this, though. When people say that this isn't a Christian nation, we had religious states. Remember that? Even after our Constitution was kind of like drafted and all that, we had religious states back in the East Coast, like Maine was a religious state and all this. So even then, I would ask somebody in a debate, and I asked them this before too, and I said, well, when it says God we trust on the dollar bill, which God are they referring to? Literally like bomb drop. And then I used other questions as well too in this debate. They couldn't reconcile any of this.
Yeah. You know, and it's interesting too because there was a sentiment of when it came to the people that drafted this country's constitution and the people that took the steps they did post 1776. They wanted their leaders to have a Christian backing, a Christian base. You know, there's a reason why you swore on the Bible. And it's interesting because I kind of go like, okay, well, if you take a look at all of our presidents, and you go, how many of them swore themselves in on the Bible? How many didn't swear themselves in on the Bible? Are you telling me it was just the currency of repetition and of culture? That it's just something that we did because it's just something that we did, or was there a deeper meaning behind it? And so it's funny to hear, people, and in this case, in my life, a stepmother exclaim, this isn't a Christian nation. I'm like, okay, you married a Christian man. My younger years, I went to a Presbyterian church, then ended up going Pentecostal when I got older. And I think it's interesting that all of the kids are Christian, the grandkids are Christian, the great-grands are Christian. And my dad served this country, and when he was drafted and went to war, he swore his oath on a Bible, and he came back.
Well, here's the other thing I would say too. Hey, what's up, Emmett? Here, I want to say one last thing because I do want to hear something from Emmett. Well, here's the other thing I'd say. The reason why I had so much pushback, I probably lost 1,000 friends on Facebook. I have like 37,000 followers, but 10,000 friends because it maxes you out on Facebook. So here's the thing I said, because I said there shouldn't be a Muslim occupying any U.S. office. I don't care, like full stop, right? And the reason why, and I went on to describe this, I said that Muslims don't believe in a separation of church and state. Can you show me anywhere or any country where they separate church and state? It's not a thing in their culture. It's not a cultural thing at all. And it doesn't happen whenever they achieve some kind of office of power. So yeah, they can never reconcile that or answer that.
Yeah. And just
it is not part of the culture.
What's that?
Yeah.
It is not part of their culture. They don't have a separation of church and state.
Yeah, they can't do it. According to like and we're talking about this, like the Hadith and all that, like they don't separate it. It must be united no matter what. And then guess what happens? Part and parcel with this is the rejection of anything else that's not Muslim. Well, of course, that's a nonconformist mentality. But when we do that, it's bad as Christians, but Muslims can do that, who they're allowing infiltrating the country anyways. Gamut, I did want to ask you a question. So Sarah had a meltdown stream. I was unaware of all this.
Oh, she had a stream where she was sniping your debate.
Oh, I
and at the
figured as
beginning
much.
of the stream, she was talking about Kulvik, and it was an interesting set of circumstances when she got a little bit mad at Kulvik.
Crazy stuff. I
Oh,
took
no,
some.
she's
I did
mad
take
at
some shots
Kulvik
at her
because
during the
Kulvik.
debate.
She's mad at Kulvik because he didn't use his lawyer doctorate to push the envelope in one direction.
So crazy.
Well, I haven't watched what she has said about the debate yet. What I have seen is the before, and the before is Vic is reacting to the page meltdown. So Vic will obviously go out and look for, fish a little bit of whatever is going on, especially if it has to do with Andrew or with this kind of space. And for some reason, Sarah will find ways to become relevant and be funny at the same time. So she was at the end of a stream and she started talking about Paige and the debate Paige had with Kel. It was the day you were reacting to the Paige Kel debate. You remember that?
Oh, that was the review I did.
Yeah, you were doing the review, and then Sarah was looking someone to raid, and they mentioned your name, and she started going off at.
Oh
Paige.
yeah, I saw that. Vic was covering it, and you know what? She mentioned me. She said, "Oh, I'm not going to raid Marte. Marte can eat a dick." She literally
Yeah.
said that.
So she says in this,
Whatever.
She started responding to the Vic video about that, and she says that apparently for some reason Paige started talking some kind of crap about Sarah. I'm unaware of that. I don't know
Yeah,
if
I'm
it's
unaware
true
of
or
that
not.
too.
I'm not gonna make a judgment about that at all. But I thought it was kind of funny the way she's reacting to all of this. It's just, it's just it is what it is.
Emmett, did you see the debate between me and Dusty tonight? How do you think that went?
Yeah, I did see the debate, and the debate went in a. I'm gonna be honest here, okay? I really think that he didn't interact with your points, and you didn't interact with his points. So his defeater was the cost will rise when we look at the cost of corporations, and your was we're gonna make a mandate, and the way that we're gonna do the enforcement is not necessarily through a legal process, but we can do it through incentives, and it would be through taxes mostly. So what you can do, because you can have both ways, you can have a bracket where you're getting an incentive to be less fat, and you can have a bracket when you're getting punished for being fat. So right, you're going to be paying more in taxes if you are in this bracket because you have a higher BMI.
Well, people already do that. They pay higher insurance premiums because they're fat, and the reason why is because when you
this is the
sign up for health
government, not the
they ask
insurance.
for your active lifestyle, your all the stuff. They ask for a lot of information, and they determine what they're going to charge you as a premium. They're actively doing this anyways.
Yeah, you're correct. I was talking about, because we were talking about the mandate of the government, so it has to be done through government enforcement, and it can be done like the IRS is a way to do it. It can be done that way. There's different kinds of enforcement, and when he was like pretty much telling you about the enforcement that he wanted, you went through incentives, and when he was talking about, and when you were talking about reducing costs in the long run, he was pretending that there couldn't be any downgrade, or there wouldn't be less cost if we have a healthier population. Which
that was crazy.
So it was a lot of talking past each other in that area, and you both were kind of mad at each other already. So
I was frustrated because I felt like he wasn't. So whenever you notice I didn't want to answer a question, I explained. Like I either told him, what does this have to do with the topic, or something like that. There was a reason why I told him why I didn't want to answer a question or something.
Yeah,
that's what I remember. I maybe I'm off.
No, I don't know. It's in my view of looking at things. Sometimes it's better if you take a lot. It's like costs are going to increase because you're going to need these in order for you to be able to work, like the health. I don't know what it's called, but like the Band-Aid with the health, with says so many.
Well, I told him, I said, even from a rudimentary standpoint, like going for a 20-minute, 30-minute walk with a loved one is free. Doing push-ups is free. All this.
That part is free, but we're talking about, we would need to have some kind of enforcement of the thing if you're doing a mandate.
Yeah, and that's when I brought up, like, if you're employed by somebody, they would say, hey, according to our policy, we have a Fitbit. You can opt out of the program if you don't want to, but it's a national mandate. If you don't opt in with this, well, guess what's going to happen? We're now going to have further, like, I couldn't even dive into this because he wouldn't even get past that.
Well, I would do it. I would just go with BMI. I would be like, hey, if you have this amount of BMI, you cannot qualify to certain government programs. If you have this kind of BMI, you're not going to be able to. You're going to be in a higher bracket when it comes to your taxes, and that would be like the thing. You have to provide it, and there's a way that you can put it out as part of the. They're going to be like, well, but you're going to have checkups, for example. But that is way easier to get it done. It can actually be on the cost of the people is.
Well, but here's the thing, though.
That way is way easier to do.
I used an objective. I would say more of an objective. Like I would say, Like he always talked about like outsourcing this and having like an extra person to be accountable. That never made sense to me. When one employer can check out when you checked in for work or clocked in and clocked out, it's the same thing that we do with one employer that just says, hey, okay, it shows up on a laptop. I just see it. And then that's it. You don't need an extra department for any of this stuff. That didn't make any sense to me, which creates more costs. We can save money with that because we're more tech savvy. Here's the other thing that I wanted to say too. If you observe somebody and they show up to an interview and they're really fat and obese, you can objectively be like, okay, this guy's obese. Now we have something to look into. Can I look at your BMI and all that? But he couldn't even get me past that point where it's like, yeah, we can objectively see that this person is not within our dress code. They're not even going to fit our uniforms because they're wearing a double XL or whatever. So we need you in the proper BMI. Without even asking for BMI, you can objectively see somebody and be like, okay, you need a wheelchair or one of those motorized things to get around Walmart. Yeah, you're probably not going to be a good fit for the company without even asking for BMI. But I think the thing that I was talking about too was if you have a Fitbit or other devices, because there's other devices besides Fitbit, this would be kind of like an incentive to like be more accountable. And also this is going to help you out and bring families together if you're going to go for walks and do all these activities. So I was trying to piece all that together, but it
does make sense, but you have to agree that there's going to be a cost for the company just to provide the Fitbits.
Yeah, that cost comes out of like, let's say if there's a reduction in people calling off sick, and then not to mention that, but workforce and labor in production goes up, right? And it improves.
You can speculate the cost. That's not the point. The point is when you are setting let's say that you have your whole HR department, okay? And one of the things that you're gonna be need to do is give everybody the Fitbit, and then after that you're gonna need to have as part of the things that the department needs to do to check out if they actually accomplish the 30 minutes walk.
They wouldn't even need to do that. So,
they do if it's a mandate that's going to be enforced by the company. Now,
this is how they would enforce it.
This is what I would say. I don't care about any of that when it comes to the government. The government's too stupid to do it. All I care is about BMI, and then I would do the brackets, and that's the way I would probably implement it.
But here's the thing though. We have apps to where it's like if you fulfill a requirement and you do something, it shows green all week. But if you have like 3 red, you have 3 infractions for the week.
Yeah.
Like let's say nobody supervises this and the app maintains itself and all you're doing is reporting to an app and not a person. The app will show you deficiencies and like let's say 3 infractions in a week. It shows you 3 infractions. Then the supervisor will be like, okay, this app is alerting me that you've had 3 infractions. Yeah. We're approaching 4, something like that. Then the guy would be intervening. But if you had like a regular programming where a person's not involved because people understand through proper training and evaluation at work, they're like, okay, as long as I don't have infractions during the week, I'm good. As far as performance wise, the supervisor would never be notified by the app to check the app because the app is showing green all week. Things like this, so it's like we're so tech savvy that we're ahead of the curve in all this.
Yeah, but then again, that you need to have the app, and the app has a cost.
Not all. So
yes, it does. It does.
If I have an app and I download this, does the app cost the company funds, or is this like something I could just download?
The creation of the app and the fact that you're going to be
the one-time cost. You mean the one-time cost that everybody else gets for free, but one company paid one time?
Because apps need to be hosted.
So yes, it'll be hosted, but there's like a one-time fee. You can create an app. Like let's say I create an app. Right.
The host is not one app. Have you ever had a web page?
No, I'm not saying that. But like, is it possible? I'm going to ask you a question. Is it possible that you can create an app where somebody hosts that? And like, let's say this person gets a salary for hosting an app. The company pays one time for this app. But like, let's say this person gets paid through extra incentives for the company because of the residual savings that they make. I think that this can generate its own sustainable.
I know that what you're saying, but you still need to account that there is a cost
maintenance and upkeep
to make the implementation.
There could be maintenance and upkeep, but here's the thing though, is like even if we do that, I think it's minimal. Like I would accept this minimal cost.
I would say that if you but you have to
very
agree
minimal.
That there's a cost then.
Yeah, but even if we do that, that would negate the argument saying that this would be something negative as a whole.
I agree. So this part of the argument seems to be like getting lost in the weeds. if
It was
something
very
has
lost in the weeds. Yeah, I
if
agree.
anything has an upfront cost to it, most and you had made the argument, most businesses do run in the red. There is an upfront cost to getting things started.
Yeah,
The
more the
payoff would be on
cost.
the back end, would be the
Yeah.
fruits of your labor. And
I
so that
agree.
doesn't negate the mandate prompt.
Yeah,
You
Yeah,
know what I'm
that's what I
saying?
told him. I said it doesn't negate the fact that this mandate would be would be beneficial to the nation. I was actually thinking that he was going to go the authoritarian route, and I was going to actually counter that, but he never got a chance to say it's authoritarian for you to tell us to have to do this. And I don't know. He could have had a stronger argument, in my opinion, when it came to that, but he didn't bring that up.
Okay, so all of that is to the side of point because we never got out of it because there was no way that we finally got the idea. Yes, there is a cost of it, and then we can say that the benefits of that cost outweighed the cons, which I can agree with that. At the end of the day, I don't have a problem with authoritarianism. In fact, in my ideal society, it will be a little bit more authoritarian than just telling companies not to hire fatties.
Well, you know what I was going to tell them? I was going to tell them that it's more authoritarian when you have PepsiCo and Nestle putting all these, I forgot what it is. Maybe Real World. Can you tell me what that product is that they put in Asian food that literally makes you hungry on purpose?
You mean MSG?
Yeah, MSG. So when companies put MSG, that's really authoritarianism of you to be forced to want more food because it's a chemical making you buy more product. So when they do this, it's more authoritarian for people to laden food with chemicals and all these other things that weren't originally found in nature from the product that are destroying our body. So when you go maybe 30-minute walks to your loved ones, select Whole Foods and things like this, you're actually fighting authoritarianism through corporatocracy that's forced upon us through companies and things like that. I would have fought that, but Dusty never gave me the opportunity to, by never bringing up an authoritarian argument. So I was like, okay, whatever.
I will say that is a really good argument as far as chemically adjusting the foods to become excitants that make the brain want them.
That's very authoritarian, like for a corporatocracy to push that on us, right?
Well, I don't know how you feel about Taco Bell, but about 10 years ago, I met the chemist that actually changed the makeup for their cheese. They can produce that cheese that they throw on all their tacos a little bit cheaper, that yellow cheese that they throw on there.
Oh, that's crazy.
And what it does is it activates the pleasure centers of your brain. It's an excitant for you, and it makes it taste better. And so you go, oh, it's really good. And on their end, it's cheaper for them to produce.
That's dystopian, actually. That's not just authoritarian. That's very dystopian, to be honest. I think.
This conversation I had back in 12 or 13 with the chemist.
So no telling where we're at now. If that was a conversation then, I'm almost terrified to hear we've arrived at Taco Bell right now.
Yeah, the lady and her team, they actually received an award for it. There's a food conference that's here in the United States that happens once a year.
Award.
Yeah, they got an award for it. Yeah,
That's insane. Emmett, do you think that's authoritarian in the inverse? If companies are putting MSG in chemicals to make you buy more product?
Well, I have a different idea of authoritarianism, so that would be like libertarian dystopia in my way of looking at things.
So people putting drugs in your food to make you buy more product would be more libertarian?
Yeah, because what is the ethical framework to say that you should not put some kind of chemical in the food so you can get more profit?
Yeah,
I see
that's capitalism without morality.
No, that's not capitalism. That's just libertarianism.
But here's the thing, though. If I went on dating apps and I put Spanish Fly, which is more suggestible to women to date me, do you think that wouldn't be authoritarianism, borderline adjacent, or even pseudo-authoritarianism?
As long as you have that badge on your profile that says, Spanish Fly approved, so they know what they're getting, right?
Yeah, I don't have that. I'm putting it in women's drinks and stuff like that. They're ingesting a chemical that makes them more susceptible to my dating prowess.
Yeah, I would see that as libertarian.
That's basically what they're doing.
Well, I would see that as a libertarian idea of you finding ways to sell your product in a more efficient way, and I don't have a problem with that when I look at it from the libertarian perspective. From the authoritarian perspective, I do have a problem with that because I see authority to have it has to be beholden to a moral system. Otherwise, is not authority, is tyranny. So an authoritarian has to behold himself to the moral system in order for him to have authority to implement something.
Let's say you're the only fast food restaurant in a town and you laden your food with MSG and all that, and people have no other choice but to go to your restaurant. Other than that, they have to go to supermarkets, actually work, cut their food, cook it. But most of these people in this town are lazy and they're like, oh, I don't know why I keep going to this fast food restaurant. Well, I'm the only outlet they have. Would that be more authoritarianism? If there's like a binary that happens and they
You
have
would kind of
only
already
one
have a
fast food restaurant?
monopoly. It'd probably be best if there was 2 fast food
Yeah,
outlets
and
and
there was
one
a
of them
monopoly.
used.
Would that be more authoritarianism? Like,
Again, you keep saying authoritarianism as something bad, but I you in order to have authority, you have to be
No.
beholden to
No,
the
I'm
moral
saying-
system. That is just libertarianism. That
So
is
I
just
look at
me
it like
doing
this.
things to sell better, just to be for me to sell things that it's easier.
But
And
I mean,
wouldn't
I
have
look
a
at
problem with it.
authoritarianism like this. Authoritarianism could be like a gun. You could use it to save lives or take lives or whatever. I'm not looking at it as a woefully bad thing. What
No,
I'm
no,
doing
no,
is
no.
I'm
Okay.
framing it where it's like, what if these people were using it as a bad thing and they're not doing this for good?
No, it doesn't make sense. Does a police officer have authority? Let me put it
Yeah,
this way.
but I'm not making a.
Does ICE
I'm saying,
does ICE
can
have
that be used for
authority?
bad in this situation?
Good and bad is moral. So you need
Yeah.
to be beholden to the moral system in order to even say if it's good or bad.
Is it? Do you think it's morally bad for them to put suggestibility drugs in our food?
Yes, it's morally wrong, but I don't think
Right.
it's wrong when it comes to the libertarian system. Libertarianism doesn't have a moral ethos.
Not that he's
They- all
advocating.
they
He's not
have
advocating
is
the
a-
system.
yeah.
He's just
what
commenting
they
on it.
have is the ethos is to make money. So if you're making more money, I don't see a problem with it. But when it
Yeah,
comes
if
to
you're a libertarian,
authoritarianism,
I agree with you. Yeah.
but when
They
it
don't
comes
see a
to,
problem with that.
yeah, when it comes to authoritarianism, the authority is given through the moral, through the will of whoever is holding the authority. So they are beholden to the moral issue. They can actually say this is wrong, this is good or bad, and according to the moral system. This is why we give authority to the police, for example. They have authority to act as the cudgel of the state. That's the point of the authoritarians. So this is why I don't have a problem with authoritarianism. This is why I would absolutely bite every bullet that they come with authoritarianism because I don't care. Because the other side doesn't have any kind of way to defend any kind of moral action. If it's moral or immoral, it has nothing to do with libertarianism. Libertarianism doesn't have an actual moral system. They have the idea of the NAP, but I don't think it's sustainable. Like, which one is aggressing if you're making food that is more tasty and more people wanna eat it, right?
Well, I just think that, well, in reference to the fitness should be nationally mandated, I think that it's a net negative because if you look at the outcomes, our nation's military is not going to be bolstered by a nation of people who can't even pass the physical entrance
Yeah,
to
I
even
agree.
bolster our military, fill the numbers. It's crazy.
I agree in that argument, but the argument is if you're a libertarian, what you don't care.
That's Dusty, who would be a libertarian for sure.
Well, that's all libertarians, all of them. None
Well,
care.
I'm saying because he was the last person I debated recently, so that's why I keep pointing at him. Yeah.
The point I'm making is they will go ahead and you have there's some bullets you have to bite. In
I don't
certain
think I've come
debates that you
across
think
a
that is
full
perfectly fine.
libertarian ever in my life.
Well,
Dusty.
Everybody loves authority, okay? Everybody loves authority. They will go on and make all this moral shit and then be all morally indignant about whatever they say they're doing, or they will go to the police and be all morally indignant, and then you talk about the morality of the issue, and they will have absolutely nothing but their own preference.
Well, Emmett,
So-
you'll never hear me say that authoritarianism is bad. I think that if you are, it just depends on like
The moral
what
system.
your worldview is behind this and
Yeah.
what your intention is and your grounding structure, epistemic. Like there's so much behind this. Like just depends on who you're asking to. And this is a really layered discussion for sure.
Yeah, I would say that because authorities, you can have different styles of government that can have elements of authoritism, and you know what limitations at all, if any, there are in a prescription for a state. Like how do you could say something's a dictatorship, but they could also rule by authoritism. You know, like what freedoms do you have in an authority state?
If the United States is an authority state, so you can have the same kind of rights that you have in the United States, for example.
Hmm.
Like, what do you? If you're right now, let me put it this way: right now, you live in the U.S., okay, and the
Yeah.
only reason why you have the First Amendment is because the authority is saying that under the framework they cannot use force to silence your opinions. Okay,
Mhm.
so you're still giving the authority to the state to use force. You're just limiting the amount you're limiting in accordance to the moral framework what they're able to do on using force. So
Yeah. So then yeah, that's different from my claim then, because earlier I'd made this statement. I said I don't think I've ever come across someone who was a complete libertarian, and my reference to authoritism was in complete form. But your sentiment makes sense to me. It makes sense to me.
it would depend, because I would say that, for example, Maduro in Venezuela is also an authoritarian, but the way that his framework in the moral sense worked is completely different. So what he's saying is, I have the bigot culture. I'm gonna use all of my power to take away all of the industry from the people, and if they starve, I don't really care. I'm still under my authority, and I have the authority to do all of these. So what I'm saying is the authority is dependent on the moral system, and it has to be dependent on the moral system.
Yeah, I agree with that. I have no issues
And
there.
I don't see a way around authority. I just think the libertarians and libertines and liberals, all of them have used this idea of authority to cudgel, us as the people who want to have a proper government. And then what they do is they turn around and they use all of the authority to put whatever
Yeah,
retardedness they want
all
in
their
power.
prescriptions are always start and end with the use of force.
Yeah, and it's always mostly usually preferences. If it's outside the lines of Christianity, mostly like atheists and libertarians and things like that, it's just preferences. Yeah.
Hey, Emmett,
I agree with you, man. I don't have any qualms with what you're saying. I agree with you.
Yep.
Hey, Emmett, I want to know, what are your thoughts on Minnesota having a plaque presented to Tim Walz about congratulating him on him letting the spread of Satanists across Minnesota from the Democratic Satanist Party?
Oh, well, let me put it this way. I would take that and use it as a badge of honor for him, as he is so far up a tree that he is hanging. Okay, so that's all I'm gonna say about that. I'm gonna say
I'm
more
just saying
about
because
that in this case. So yeah.
he still claims to be Christian.
Well, this is why we have. Do you remember this? This is something Marte will know, but if you go to Nicaea 1, it gives you an idea what a Christian is, and you have to kneel yourself to God in a specific way for you to claim Christianity. It's not a thing that you self yeah. It's not just I think I am X thing and thus I am. You're not, as Jim Bob will say, being a T Christian, it doesn't make you a Christian.
Yeah. No, I get it. Oh, it's just amazing to me that the guy who sits in a position of power as he does, as a governor, has chosen not to intervene in its display in the Capitol building. An award honoring him, not presented to him, but honoring him for this. That's like I'm like, is it a joke? Is there an inside joke I don't know that's going on
No,
here? Is there some stupid damned if you do, damned if you don't law that was passed in Minnesota that requires them to keep it up? Because I can't think of any
well,
self-purported
the First
Christian
Amendment
leader
has
would
the
want that.
problem is the First Amendment. We have to. I think there needs to be an actual National Assembly when it comes to the First Amendment, so that we can get rid of the idea that any religion is able to be set in the United States for any reason. We have to be able to remove ethical frameworks that are absolutely horrible, like Satanism will be. And
Hey
by the
man,
way,
but
Satanism is the same thing as libertarianism. If you actually read the tenets, they're the same.
it's
That's what the
funny.
plaque looks like, by the way.
Jesus Christ.
Their headquarters is in San Francisco, right?
Makes sense.
It really is. It really is. A
Makes
couple years
sense.
ago, I was driving with my brother. We were doing a delivery up there, and he goes, "Hey, check out that building." I looked at it. I was like, "Is that some type of government building of some sort? This kind of blocky square building?" He goes, "That's the headquarters for Satanists of America." I go, "You got to be kidding me, man! Here in San Francisco?" He's like, "Yeah, where else would it be?" I was like, all right, you got me there. You got me there, man.
Well, all right, guys. I've been at this for like 7 hours and 14 minutes. It's insane. And I got to be up at school 5 hours from now. So,
Hey, Marte, good job tonight, holding fast. The couldn't have been pleasant even afterwards.
yeah,
So
I mean, I don't. So, overall, I just want to hear like no bias or anything. Like, try to be as transparent and honest as possible. I mean, Emmett said it what it sounded like to him, but I just want to hear again. What did you guys think of the debate tonight? Transparency.
Yeah, I just think you two talk a little bit past each other, and you didn't actually engage directly. He didn't
I
engage
can
directly
see that point.
with your defeaters, and you didn't engage directly with his defeater. There was a little bit of back and forth on that one, and yeah, that's my honest opinion.
So
I'm on the
observationally, you
fence.
think they kind of stayed in their corners a little bit?
Don't call me out for being the fucking fence. I accept my my
No,
fence
there was
sitting
no fence
position.
there for that. You're not a.
No, I
You're
mean
not a. You're not
I
a.
am in the fence. Like you can call me out, Marte, for being on the fence. You don't call me out a fence sitter. I will 100%
I'm not
agree
going
with
to call
that.
you.
You're not a milk
Because
toast
if
fence
you're
sitter, man. You're anything
if
but.
you feel like, because this is the difference between a fence sitter to me. If you're on my channel hanging out and you're like, yeah, Marte's cool, and then you go over there and say Marte's cool, or Dusty's cool.
Dusty's cool.
But then when I ask you about personal belief systems and things like that, that's when I start calling people fence sitters, when they don't know and they're indecisive, when I know they have a position. To me, I call it like contrarians. I think that's what I mean when I say fence sitters. People that are contrarians when they're saying they don't have a side, when really everybody has some side.
Yeah.
Like you're on one side or the next. There's no way that you could truly be in the middle. I don't think these people really exist, to be honest. But I
Today
could
I
be
was
wrong.
called a contrarian too, so I don't know.
Yeah, contrarian. They're called contrarians. That's what I call them. Yeah, but
No,
fence
I
sitters is
was
what I call
called a
them.
contrarian. Poor little Emmett being called a
Yeah,
contrarian.
me too. 20 years ago as well. But no, seriously. But I think contrarians are useful because if you want to ferret out an idea, push it to the extremes. Sometimes you need that friend who goes, "I'll take the opposite position. All right,
Yeah.
let's see where this goes."
Vic
And that's
says-
usually where you get the best results from.
Vic says you guys got too much beef with each other. Do you guys think he's right? Did you guys see any of that?
Yeah, you went hard at each other at some point. You just wanted to go hard at each other.
I do not like Dusty. I'll be honest with you. I do not like that guy, man.
There was a moment when the debate was going on, when it was just going at each other's throats. And
So let me ask Emmett the question. Emmett, do you think the debate was more interesting, or do you think the Q&A was more interesting?
I would probably say I think the Q&A got a little bit more meat because that's when the drama actually became really funny. I would say.
Well, man, I hope you're tracking, man. Hope you're tracking. I definitely did enjoy the aftermath of it per se.
It was fun.
Yeah. Well, Marte, thank you very much for having me up. Emmett, if you're still going to be up, I'd love to jump on your channel.
I don't think I'm gonna stream today, and I'm not feeling really well.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Sid was one up, but you can go. AB's up if you wanna go there. I'm gonna leave you, Marte. I see that you're probably thinking about grapes and birds. So good night. I saw you eating Popeyes, and I was
chicken.
like,
yeah.
Did you see my comment about chicken?
No, I missed it.
Yeah,
Maybe
you were
refresh my memory.
you were on Greets, and I started to say KFC, Marte, KFC, and somebody said, "What the
bro,
fuck?"
I was so busy in the debate. So,
Anyway.
okay, Emmett, can I at least say this from the fence sitter?
Yeah.
Who do you think won the debate?
Oh no, I don't know.
If you guys didn't engage,
Gun to your head,
if
Emmett.
you guys didn't engage, was it really a debate per se? I guess by that standard.
Okay, do you guys feel like it wasn't a debate? Is that the final?
Yeah, I think it wasn't a debate. I really think that you had a good position, and if you had taken some bullets, like accept some of the premises that he was saying, you could have gone way higher. And because there's sacrifices at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, it's gonna cost. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to take to have a better nation. And if you're saying that, it would have taken you a lot. It would
I
have
can see
given you
that.
a lot more than if you're like trying to work it out around that. It's not gonna cost us anything. No, it's like, yeah, it's gonna have a cost. Okay.
I think I just hate this guy so much. I just didn't want to bite any bullets from him. That's really what it was.
Yeah. So that's like my only thing. It's like I saw it. I was like, Marte, just agree, just fucking agree. And
Hey, cool, Vic. That was
beat
pretty
his ass.
perceptive on your part,
Yeah,
man.
that's what I was thinking. It's like,
Freaking
yeah,
Dusty.
you have to
I'm not agreeing to shit. Like, that's how my mind was. So he had set me up before the debate. He was I got tagged in 2 videos of me with a shirt off on his channel. I'm like, this guy's still talking shit. Like, right. So I was getting amped up before the debate, and maybe he did get in my head a little bit, but I was like, this is stupid. I'm like, and I was like pissed in the chat, and like, I was like, okay. So yeah, maybe the debate would have turned out differently if he wasn't throwing personal shots before the debate. So I was like, whatever.
Yeah, but you weren't alone in that because he also took it to that as well. I mean, and evident of that when we did the Q&A, every other question was actually upsetting him from Cool Vic's panel, and I thought that was quite telling as well. So it, let's say you guys both became entrenched in your respective corners, no give, right? But I would say I could understand Cool Vic's. It seemed to me that Cool Vic's panel in general, or his stream, was kind of already leaning towards you anyway at the end, before we even got the results. And then when we got the results, I mean, I thought it was pretty interesting. There was 173 votes, and then he did his own panel. It was like 83, almost like 100 less. So I thought that was quite telling as well. And it was, I just can't get past that whole part. He goes, well, if you're going to do that, I'm going to read my own. I'm going to read my own super chats. I'm going to go and honor my own super chats on your. I'm like, okay, and I got to say, Vic did a really good job not making it personal and just like, I think that was, whether he intended it or not, that was also like a veiled threat that was ready to bounce and leave.
Well, there's 2 things that happen. So I called him out on this, and I said, hold on. So you're telling the moderator what he should do with his own channel, and and then I asked him something. I asked him a compelling question. I said, are there any other channels where the moderator says, hey, I need you to read your own super chats on my channel? Where does this happen? He couldn't answer the question because it's non-existent. This isn't normative in debates. The second thing too is when he was getting pissed off at the super chats, I was pointing out and telling him, I was like, listen, I have to hear these super chats too. This could be against me. I'm not asking to read my super chats, but you want to read yours. You see how one-sided this was? And then Vic, just understand, this is my second point, is that Sarah was stream sniping the whole time in the debate. So Vic was aware of this. Vic isn't going to help me out in the debate, and he's also not going to help him out. But guess what? Sarah was in the back saying that as soon as Vic is picking a side, we're going to eat him alive and do all this. Well, guess what? Vic didn't do any of that. So Sarah, shut the fuck up. That's all I got to say.
And I thought it was funny because it's like, I don't know what Dusty's used to as far as a moderator, but he was like, Vic, you going to do something? You going to do something? I was like, what do you want me to do? Throw in your towel? Like, what do you want me to do? I thought you guys both turned this into a cage fight. Go ahead. Go for it.
Yeah, I don't know. There's always going to be a proposition of Vicky's so mean. Okay, and it's part of the internet. You have to accept it. But I didn't see anything that I thought was outrageous or yeah, I didn't see any problems with any other things. Unlike, and this is scope for Sarah because she keeps saying that, for example, Paige's sources were bad. I saw the sources. There were 7 different sources. Even if that was the case, that specific one was peer reviewed by another doctor that works there, the peer review still stands, and I don't see any problem with the idea of her saying it was peer review. So I don't know. The whole point of these is, I think he was perfectly fine in the debate. The debate was not actually a debate; it was more a semantic flourish, and I really think you could have gotten a lot more if you had considered a little bit of the basics. And he got really angry as well because you didn't consider to anything. So at the end of the day, it was just a angry talk of 2 people who hated each other and didn't actually engage much with each other in the topic. That's how I saw it.
So I do want to read. I can't get super chats till March 20th when I can appeal, but Vic says, yep, exactly, Marte. Now they're coping, saying I didn't do enough modding. And that's like in contrast. So it's like you're damned if you do and damned if you don't, according to like what I see too. Vic also says, yeah, exactly. They talk trash on Rob for appealing to the mob, but then they do it themselves. Like Dusty was appealing to the mod throughout the whole debate. I mean, well, not the whole debate, but towards the end and middle, he was doing this when I didn't appeal to the moderator. I just said, hey, let's back off of the mod and let him do his job. I'm right here, just attack me instead, type of thing. And
if they really want to get mad, we can find a way so that Cool Vic and Sarah working together, then Cool Vic can come up into my panel and I can sell something like the power of the Vicverse while we go up and start trolling them. That would be funny, I guess, but if that's not the case,
really structured. You'd have to have a set of questions pre-outlined to keep it so they know what's coming, because that kind of moderates their tone. If they go, okay, 5 minutes for this, 5 minutes for this, 5 minutes for this, 5 minutes for this, you break it down. It makes it harder for someone to spurg out and go that route. Specifically, if it's going to be Tomato versus the Coolverse,
Yeah. Well, it's Panelsteinians are gonna Panelstein and Coolverses are gonna Coolverse.
They're gonna Panelstein.
Yeah.
Dusty's analverse. Now he's not even Panelverse. I told him that in the debate, but anyways, yeah, it was bad.
He identifies as a Panelsteinian, okay?
I think
Panelstein.
if he gets banished by Vic to the analverse, guess what he is now? He's no longer a Panelsteinian, he's an analversian. So yeah,
this is the only time you let me see.
So he's a transplant. They make him a trans analversian.
Yeah, well, Analstein shall not be freed, and that's what Dusty is. So, he's an Analsteinian. That's what he is. We'll just say
Pansy verse. Wikimoto. I thought it was the Pansy verse.
Yeah, the Pansy verse. Yeah. I don't know, but that's the thing. Though, is I'm going to have another debate. It's me versus Minar and Mr. Work at the same time. It's going to be a 2v1. I've never seen a 2v1, but both of them are idiots, and I don't like them both. But I'm going to challenge them to their rhetoric when they say ICE is a net negative or whatever it is they want to debate. So
on the second, I will be debating Minar as well. This is going to be a You're gonna see me debate almost libertarianism because I go into which creates a better economic system, either Christianity or Islam. He said a bunch of shit last time. He tried to talk about economics, so this is gonna be fun and it's gonna be interesting.
Who's the
he always
moderator?
likes to attack Christianity. I noticed that.
Fuck, is easy.
Okay, so it's going to be a double team again.
Easy? Speak easy?
Yeah.
Why is it gonna be no, the speakeasy is not gonna help me, nor him.
No, I'm saying it's going to. Well, actually, it should probably take that back. Speakeasy actually has been pretty good last couple debates.
Yeah, there's no way Easy is gonna help me at all in this debate, and it's gonna be fun though. It's gonna be fun, even because I have like a couple of defeaters for Manure. One of them is gonna be the same one I use on your channel, Marte, which he still doesn't get it, and I don't even understand. So what's your epistemology? That means
Yeah, that was crazy. I gave you guys like a sample debate and I moderated for the first time. I've never moderated before. I think I did a decent job, but that was pretty interesting to see you and him go back and forth.
He was like, I'm gonna read you these. I was like, well, before you read it, can you tell me how can you interpret it?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Just lost it.
That was so crazy. That was so crazy how he went up there. You told him, you said, listen, I'm not debating you right now. If you want to debate Emmett, you can come up. And like he started out just from the get-go. I was quite surprised how well Emmett kept it together and like goosed him on that. I just thought that was hilarious. I didn't foresee that outcome. I didn't think I didn't know Emmett that well at that time. But I was pleasantly surprised, and I had to go to his channel and give him a big thumbs up for that. I could not believe. I didn't know you could aura farm during a debate like that.
Well, it's it's gonna get even better because the moment I give the defeater, I'm thinking about my opening statement. You're gonna probably see me the most libertarian you ever seen me before in your life, and then yeah. I will ask him if there's a graph in my hands. I will.
Yeah, there you go. I had to leave it up there. But anyways, I gotta get some sleep, bro. 4 hours of sleep in school is gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and leave you so you can leave. Thank you so much, W Radio. Thank you so much for having me on Marte. I thought you put the link for me to come up. That's why I came up. I was having fun listening to the tomato raging.
Oh yeah, I got to listen to the rest of this because she was listening to the whole debate and she had commentary during the debate. So this is going to be a crazy thing to listen to. I might review this later. Who knows? We'll see.
You should. Anyway, I'll be seeing you. Have a good one.
Take it easy. Yep. All right, guys. Yeah, man. This was crazy. 7.5 hours. I didn't want to be up here this long. This is insane. I'm doing a marathon. Nothing like what Rob Noor did. Because I think, what did he do? 48 hours straight or something psychotic? I'm not doing that. That's crazy. Yeah, I literally just looked on my phone and she's like reviewing Vic's debate the whole time and having commentary. So this is probably going to be pure glorious cope. Even the after panel, when I was talking about Sarah Potato, the aging to Potato, and making these comments, I'm just anxious to hear what Sarah has to say in just the cope. Because I would say more objectively, I won if I look at this poll. His audience said I won. I'm not using my poll. I'm not using Dusty's poll. We're using the moderator's poll. If you agree to a moderator's poll, that's accepted. You just accepted that. That's the poll that officially we're going to use, not your poll when you're reading off, Dusty. Oh, according to my poll, we got this and that. I could have said the same thing for me, But guess what? You agreed to the moderation, meaning like a neutral platform's poll. So we're going to use that as the official standard. So if I hear anything, if anybody from the Anoverse comes here and here with Dusty and says, Dusty beat you in a debate, I will quickly post the results and tag Dusty like I tagged Manar in the last debate. Matter of fact, the only debates I've lost to my knowledge were Destiny. I think they said I narrowly lost that one, in the debate with Mo Rebuttal, which the poll showed that Mo beat me in that one. That's about it. And I've had like 87 debates, I think. 87 debates total within a year, something like that. And I've only lost 2 debates. Now I'm going to try to have receipts, because when I tell you guys this, you mean, well, did you win 87? How do you prove? Like, now I can, because I have polls to show this. That's why I asked for screenshots now. So that way people like Manar and such can say it didn't happen. I can say, okay, cool, I'm going to tag you in this and then put it up. I now have receipts, and I ask for receipts all the time. That's why I was so heavily asking for all this stuff. So when it comes to like polls, I'm going to be like, that's why I was pressing cool Vic when I said, Vic, can we do the poll afterwards? And I know Vic was probably like, oh, Marte keeps hounding me about these polls. Well, there's a reason why I wanted to ask for the polls, is because I think I had won this, but if I lost this, I would have been like, damn, okay, Dusty won this one. According to this poll, I have to like, this is the poll that I agreed to on a neutral platform. That's what we're using as the metric and guideline. So Dusty accepted this, and then he wanted to, as soon as he lost that poll, divert to his chat. Of course you would do this. I don't go to my chat and say, hey, according to my poll, I won. How about the moderator? That's what we both agreed to as the neutral platform. That's crazy. That's just insane for you to say in my chat, I won. Yeah, of course. Your whole 9 people viewing your channel said you won. Cool. Whatever. Cool story. No, according to Dusty, he's still, yeah, I know. That's court. I got my ass mollywopped today for some reason. I don't know. But according to the math ain't mathing when I look at that poll. But it's so crazy. Prideful men usually wrestle with a lot, narcissism, and the need to be right. Yeah, man, this is what I'm dealing with, man. Yeah, man, I appreciate everybody's support tonight. That was great. Emmett says that he doesn't know who won. World Radio says you guys were talking past each other. So I didn't get a true opinion for how I performed in this debate. That's what I was getting at. Like, and then Emmett said you could have bit some bullets, but I think a lot of that was just my disdain for him, where I just didn't want to give any ground to Dusty. That's what happens when things get personal, I guess. It's whatever. When things get personal, it's like it actually makes it tougher to debate, because now it's like I have a personal vendetta against somebody, and it's like normally I don't make things personal in debates, but bro, you're coming after Andrew Wilson, taking personal shots at me, all this in my past, and like that has nothing to do with debate, and you're tagging me. Yeah, bro, I'm going to be up to my, up to here with my tolerance level, and it's going to be non-existent. That was crazy. So, win or lose, Christ is still, yes, Christ is still God. Win or lose, for sure. 2 + 2 is 5, you bigot. I know, bro. I'm such a bigot, man. Crazy. This is crazy. I think I won this, but I'm very biased. That's just my opinion. But Emmett in World Radio says, forget what he said. He said, I felt like at some point you guys were talking past each other, but then Emmett says, I don't know who won, but because I didn't have a real answer at the end of that, I'm going to divert to the poll, because if I get a non-answer from 2 people, I'm going to just say, well, the poll says this. What else do I have to go off of? Oh, but World Radio, like, let's say I have a superior position. Just because you have a superior position, you could still lose. I think that can also be true too. But yeah, I did have a superior position, but according to also Sarah, I didn't have a superior position because that's too authoritarian. You can't force people to do things, especially if they have privacy in their own homes. That's what Sarah was saying before the debate. And I'm just like, I guess the superior position depends on who you ask. That's my point. You know, when you say Dusty's name and Paul in the same sentence, it just, yeah, no. Crazy, man. Crazy stuff. Audience members can sometimes be delusional. Yeah, I know. That was insane. I do think that Pearl needs to brush up on her debate skills. I will say that. Pearl could use Debate University. If she bought that, she can definitely afford this. Her parents, she comes from decent, well-off family, and according to what I remember, as far as my recollection, she makes decent money. She should be able to afford it. So yeah, crazy stuff, man. But anyways, we'll see what happens. But I think that I was looking for like, this is, you won because of this, or you lost because of this, Marte. I was thinking about like maybe trying to get one of those answers out of the two gentlemen that showed up, but I got what's equivalent to a non-answer. I don't know. And then you guys are talking past each other. Doesn't tell me like how I debated. Maybe, I don't know. So anyways, we'll see what happens, man, in the next debate, in the next installment of Run That Fate. Marte runs the fate on his opponents. We'll see what happens. But I'm out of here, man. Hopefully you guys have a blessed evening or morning. God, I've got school in like 3.5 hours. No sleep for me, I guess. I'll talk to you guys later. God bless you. And I love you guys. You guys take care.